Welcome back to the CCT here in South America. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. Charlie, how are you feeling heading into today's games?
Yeah, I mean, look, sadly didn't get to watch our first game of the day, but we still got three more bangers coming up, and there's three more really exciting games actually on the horizon. I was having a bit of a look through all of them sort of as soon as those games got announced, and yeah, there's a lot of really tough competition, I think, between these teams. I think even the game that we're going to be covering today, Fred, look, I've got my favour in, but I don't think it means anything's really locked in just yet. And I think that's the thing that, look, we've watched a couple of days here. I got to watch the opening day as well. And I feel like that sentiment sort of just carried on through each day, really. Look, it doesn't matter sort of what team's facing off against who. There's a couple of mixed teams here as well. But it still feels like anything can happen on the server. And we've evidently seen that multiple times.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we do have to say, right, in that game, that Dusty Roots kind of LP game that we watched the other day, I think that was yesterday, right? I'm still somewhat starstruck from that result. So just goes to show there's always kind of a bit of chaos, a bit of intrigue, a bit of excitement here for this South American region. As you can tell, though, it has been a forfeit for MIBR Academy, or against MIBR Academy, in fact. So we've already seen one team go 2-0 today. We are going to be seeing a couple more of these progression games. To get things off, we've got Jerza against Bounty Hunters, Shinden to face Crew, and Flamengo against Elevate to end off the evening. So we've got some exciting CS, and we're going to be finding out some teams that put themselves in very good stead to get their way through the playoffs. Obviously, the victors today will have 3 chances to make their way through, which is usually usually about enough. But why don't you kind of run through this Jerza roster, Charlie? What are we thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, just before we sort of do touch this, I want to have one final sort of thought on that 2-game versus MIBR Academy, the game that we didn't actually get to see that would have been a forfeit. I would have been really excited if we did get to see that, solely for the fact I got to watch 2-game play versus Game Hunters not too long ago in that opening day. I actually do think 2-game would have won that game without too many issues as well, if I'm being honest there. I was really impressed with what I saw from what I saw them against Game Hunters, and I think a lot of sort of people at home, as well as probably a lot of other teams, are looking at Game Hunters as one of those sort of favourites to make it into the playoffs. And I think with 2-game kicking off like that, they looked really hot. And obviously there's a lot of players on there that we're going to be aware of, Hard Out, JP, people like that. And I actually think I would have loved to see that game and see what MIBR Academy can do against them. But I probably would have still had 2-game as my favourites for that one anyway. But yeah, like you said, touching a bit more on this roster, this Jerza team. Look, it's nice to see a couple of the other regions sort of getting a bit more spotlight, isn't it? Sort of this Peru core with one Colombian that we're going to see on the server. Loving to see this. But Profug, I mean, Fred, his form recently has been pretty out of this world in terms of what we have got to see.
Yes.
Has to be said, though, not a huge amount of games that is actually coming through. So these stats can sometimes be a little bit misleading, and I think for the Jerza side, they kind of are. As just we haven't got a huge amount of sample size to talk about. For example, Profog, what we have seen from him, it has been one, just the opening game here versus Mesitas, that 2-1 victory that Jerza had there. And apart from that, we haven't seen him play on HLTV for 3 years.
Yeah, it's been a while. Look, I'm interested with this roster because I think we saw in that previous game, I don't know whether it was a stand-in or is a 6-man roster. I'm not too sure because it seemed like it worked quite well for them. So I'm excited to see whether that will kind of come into play today, whether that will be a possibility. But obviously on the flip side, we've got Bounty Hunters. This is a team that we know far more about when it comes to the individuals. We've seen this team in plenty of previous South American events here in the CCTs. Kind of, it seems like I'm pretty sure they were in nearly every single one, whether it was close qualifier or obviously the kind of the main Swiss stage. But it's a strong looking side. Obviously, the newest addition being Freak. I still feel like Freak's not really had the best of times when it comes to joining this roster. 0.98 rating. Obviously, it's not across the most of maps. Still 17 maps played. I feel like a lot of the time when we look at this roster, we look at players like Turtle, like Mayan, who have been putting up pretty decent results. Kind of in the past, Mayan has actually had quite a bit of a dip of form. And for a player that we know can have such high highs, it's a little bit interesting as to why.
Yeah, I mean, look, like you said, in season 2, towards the end of the sort of the time there in season 2, we got to watch Bounty Hunters play in sort of those final couple of events as well. They made it to playoffs in Series 7, but they didn't have a great show once they got there. Beforehand on Series 6, they did make it to those semi-finals. This is more likely where I'm expecting this team to be. I'm expecting this team to be sort of at least a semi-final team. Like you said, the namesake of what these guys have alone. Main being one of those players that I think a lot of people are just going to know in terms of name value. Obviously, on teams like Sharks, MIBR for a period of time, 9Z as well. This is a guy that sort of feels like he's had a lot of hype around him. But it always feels like those sort of Brazilian roster changes when you're coming into teams like MIBR especially, where you don't necessarily get all the roles you want to. It feels like it's very difficult for you to thrive there. But previously on Bounty Hunters, we did see him have really strong showings. But yeah, like you said, forms had dipped slightly. And we have got to see him play a decent amount of games. But I also think Bounty Hunters in general, their forms dipped a little bit. So I think maybe coming into this event, this is going to be a really big showing ground and proving ground for them to really show off what they can do. Because like you said, yeah, form hasn't been great for a lot of these players. A lot of up and down results, a lot of very close series. But this is the time where it all matters. Before heading into the player break, this, for me, has to be a big event where a side like Bounty Hunters actually can deliver.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Kaiser kind of AWP game leading. You know, there's not many of those remaining. I feel like, I honestly, I've got to say for the AWP role, I think a lot of players who do try and AWP game lead really struggle, because not only are you having to deal with trying to kind of counter and get yourself in, you know, a good position to deal with the opposition AWPer, but you have to think about the whole game as well, the strategy and everything like that. And honestly, I think it has impacted Kaiser's individual ability, a 1.03 rating while wielding the big green. And it's not as though the opponents he's been facing off against have been kind of impossible tasks either. So I do have to say for Kaiser, hopefully we can see kind of an impressive individual performance. I always like to see Kaiser on the server. I feel like he's a great player. He still has that, I guess, selfless nature about him, yet while AWPing, which is interesting to see. But as the vetoes come through, no Nuke, no Anubis, I guess that's kind of what we were expecting going into this. These kind of are both these teams insta-bans. For Bounty Hunters, they're quite fortunate with that, because not only is it Jersey's insta-ban, but it's also Bounty Hunters by far their weakest map. So I quite like the idea that Bounty Hunters, they're the favourite. They have now got the kind of the vetoes going in their way. You look at map 1 and map 2, these are both two of the strongest maps for Bounty Hunters. A lot of people thinking, oh, why are you happy here? Because if there is an upset, there is no excuse for Bounty Hunters, is there?
I don't think there's many excuses for Bounty Hunters in general, to be honest. But like you said, it feels like in terms of the vetoes that they do have, there definitely are options for Bounty Hunters to be able to capitalize on each of these maps. Moving on to Mirage, sure, we've seen Jersey play a decent amount of times. Onto previous rosters, though, as this core, not exactly the same 5 that we're going to be seeing on the server anyway. But as the core of this team, we have seen them play a decent bit of Mirage. Not been great. It's not been great results moving on to that map. Dust 2 has been slightly better, but still there has been some big blowouts. Sure, some of them against some decent teams. Losing at this event already to Masitas, 13-11, a bit of a closer affair there. But yeah, beforehand, we haven't seen the craziest amount of sort of Dust 2 from them recently. But what we have seen in the last couple of months has been a bit shaky. But it feels like, look, there's a lot of highly contested sort of spots in this South American region. And I think there's a lot of really tough games. And Jersey, yeah, they've been a bit sort of fluctuating up and down at times. But Bounty Hunters, for the namesake and the value that they do have on the team, considering that they've probably also in a little bit of a similar spot, but they have been a bit up and down in terms of form, you do want to see a bit more from them. But we do have a head-to-head here, and I think this honestly emphasizes a decent bit. When Turtle's sort of your top performing player on Bounty Hunters with 1.06, it's been a little disappointing.
It's a negative KD.
Yeah, I mean, just because we are expecting a lot more from these guys. There's a lot of players that on Bounty Hunters can step up, can go above and beyond. But that being said, Fred, I am still favouring Bounty Hunters in this game.
Yeah, I think it'd be silly to think they're not going to take this. Not only the experience that they've got behind them, we know the firepower is really good, the vetoes as well. Obviously, there is that upset potential, and I think a lot of the time when you are playing as the underdog, there's going to be a lot more freedom, there's going to be a lot less pressure, there's going to be a little bit more confidence, players winning clutches and stuff like that is going to affect the underdog, in a positive manner, far more than it will be for Bounty Hunters, because they should be winning this game. But obviously, we're going to be heading into the action now on the first map of the series. It is Dust 2, as we've mentioned before. And look, I'm excited to see how Dust unfolds. Obviously, this is the selection, in fact, from Jersey. Yet, a lot of the time when we see Bounty Hunters play, a lot of the time they're the team picking Dust. So that really just, I guess, gives another frame of reference to where we're expecting this game to go.
Yeah, it's really a game for bounty hunters to win here. But we've seen bigger teams with more sort of name value, teams with more experience lose early in the Swiss stage. So there's by no means the reason why Jersey can't go on to take this. So I'm very curious to see sort of what limited HLTV reps we've seen under their belt. What work have they put on? But man, falls early. Slayer gets the opening kill. Freaks letting these players pass. But with a USP, it's not the easiest to sort of line these guys up. We'll find the player towards car, quick towards someone. It's only the bomb plant who gets swarmed on now. That's how you have to play for Freaks. Really well played there. It's not easy to make something like that work with a USP, and the CTs are so far out of this round. Flashbangs to delay. The bomb can be defused before Doki can even rotate into deny. Super strong stuff there from Freak, and what a round from him.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time in that scenario, as the CT, you're a little bit frantic, a little bit worried that someone is going to turn around. You know, you take the shot early. There was a split second where, you know, we saw the player crossing to the bomb site where he might have thought he got spotted, but still very disciplined. But yeah, excellent there. Took his time. Honestly, with the bomb going down, it does allow for an investment, but Jersey, they're opting against. I quite like the idea, just Eagles in play. I think a lot of teams have gravitated towards that second round force, but even with the bomb plant, Jersey opting against it, which honestly I don't mind.
Yeah, get the guns out. It's a good decision to make for Jersey, but yeah, sort of touching on the previous round as well. I think not only does Freak do a very good job to wait, it feels like his team played perfectly off of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Very close to sort of swarming to that bomb site, but they do still wait for Freak to find those first two kills. And as soon as that bomb planter is alone and isolated on the site, that's where very quickly the CT swarm onto that position. So much damage has been dealt to three of these Jersey players. All sort of one bullet from death should be easily mopped up here. And this is where Bounty Hunters are going to be looking to win this round with only the one casualty.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so if you're Bounty Hunters. There's no need to kind of overfight, get caught off guard, be on your own. Obviously, that MP9 did fall towards short. They should have the knowledge that these players are low as well. So I'm interested as to why maybe that MP9 hasn't been retrieved. They look to try and make some money and kind of play close towards short. Obviously, the T's have gone towards long, so it doesn't really matter. But we do see that expected outcome. No casualties there for Bounty Hunters. 4 survivors again. So finance is pretty strong, but opportunity now for Jersey as the weaponry will be in play.
Yeah, first gun round. This is their map selection. We've said, obviously, it's a map that Bounty Hunters have also looked to play a lot of times previously. I don't think it's necessarily a slip-up from Jersey in terms of picking Duster. It does feel like they're giving off the mentality they want to play their own game very much, which, look, I certainly do respect, but we always do have to say if it doesn't work out, then that's where, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate in terms of that being the case. But first gun round, see Long's under the control of the CTs. No early fight there from Jersey as they instead look to set their sights towards lower tunnels and middle.
Very disciplined B defense. I feel like we see this double B, triple A setup countless times now, especially when there's no warp on this CT side and maybe utility's not perfect. And I guess they want to get a feel for the game. They don't want to kind of rush into a short take with very limited kind of info of how Jersey like to play this. Timing on the nade from Zoc should be pretty good. Zoc's always a player that actually really impresses. I know he's one of the bottom performing players right now, but look, we're 2 rounds in. Nice nade from Zoc.
Smoke grenade's really well timed.
It's 36 seconds left. There's very limited utility, but with Ayala finding Zoc there, brings it back to a leveled up playing field regarding numbers. But obviously Ayala, pretty low HP. Nade here. Oh, there's going to be a molly. Pretty sure the smoke will kind of capture that molly's damage. Kaiser will get one, and now it's all about delaying for this rotation here from Turtle. Kaiser sat behind the bomb site. Molly to fall behind him. He will find another excellent Kaiser. Jawley's in hand now, struggling to connect his Baby Rage, and you can see the frantic nature there from Baby Rage. About 100 different angles he's getting shot from, or at least that's how it felt.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of angles to try to cover with not a lot of time to do so, but very strong A-hold there from Kaiser.
Absolutely
Playing off
excellent.
of the util really well, and even when he gets dinked down through the wall, still manages to find 2 kills after that. Not far off finding the frag with the Jawlies. With only 2 casualties, money can start to grow, but it's this 3-0 start with the first round from Jersey not quite working out. And in fact, Fred, with the bomb plant, they're interested to go for it again.
Yeah, I don't mind this. And then they realise that their T side is which they normally prevail and they have success. So if they're losing, 3-4 early rounds, it could be problematic. But Kaiser on the AWP can find great information as well. Nearly connects again. So much damage dealt. Limited utility now for Jerza. Pot-shotting here is Zoc. And Zoc will connect to the first. Turtle, in fact, is the one that gets that kill. Zoc still holding, will connect, but the kills are all going the way here about from Jerza. Rotation here from middle from Mayan and Freak, and they will confirm the round, in fact. AWP, I don't think can be saved, so Mayan or Freak going to have to drop that over. I like the idea of that force. And look, the kill feed goes orange. They have them at advantage at moments, but excellent from Freak and Mayan that.
And no bomb plant, no buy. First tactical balls out from Jersey. I like that they're calling this nice and early. Look, they tried to throw weaponry at it in the last. Had a full buy to play with as well. Things aren't working out exactly as they want to. Not being a huge amount of kills to sort of keep on knocking the utility and economy of bounty hunters. So they want to just pause this one, discuss things over. It can be a half buy as look, they want to right these wrongs very soon. They want to get themselves into this map. Because I think they realize as much as we do that Mirage is always a bit of a daunting task for them heading into in this series, regardless if they are up a map or down.
Tech 9s, they can always have their potency. We talk about these Tech 9 half buys and what they really can provide. Interesting, I feel like the map of Dust is where I'd actually argue in these types of rounds, just get the Deagles out. Because if you're not heading towards B with a bit of a rush or kind of fast towards short, I question why we see the Tech 9s. Zoki silencing me with that kind of statement, as he will get one there. Backing away is Zoc. Excellent there. Zoki found in middle. Slayer, all that remains, just patiently waiting outside long doors, but nothing has crossed his path as of yet, and it won't because Turtle's playing very disciplined here.
Yeah, I'm not going to make that mistake there, pushing into these close range angles against Tech 9. He's going to keep his range, and player is finally going to peek on out, and Turtle posted up with this M4 will easily take down 4 survivors in that one. 4 bounty hunters, of course, was just that partial buy. Money for the T's.
Money's slowly starting to grow in some of the rounds. Bounty Hunters, they're 5-0 up here. This is the notion and the risk of picking a map like Dust. Honestly, I think when you look at these the stats of the maps, and you look at kind of the past performances, obviously we saw Nuke ban from Jersey. We saw Anubis, in fact, ban from Bounty Hunters. I'm interested as to why Jersey didn't pick Train. That could have been an interesting one, especially because we haven't seen Train here from Bounty Hunters. That is normally their go-to ban.
Yeah, I mean, potentially there is just a bit of a chance that you're looking at things and with slightly different sort of players since that sort of a bottom-y roster, maybe there's sort of a lack of sort of strats just with sort of newer players introduced on certain maps, and maybe they feel like Dust 2 would be a slightly better map for them to select here. While those issues, I mean, look, all speculation, maybe they're just putting a ton of work on Dust 2 and say, yeah, we're feeling good at this, practice has been going well, let's give this a go. But things are looking good in this round as the opening kill goes away at the T's, taking down Kaiser and his AWP early towards middle.
Yeah, first round with Seb on the AWP as well. Flashbang into mid. Mayan not fully blinded, so we'll find one. Turtle, oh, with Zoc getting that kill, Turtle can push through. Zoki, oh, unfortunate timing for Turtle. Still man advantage, but a lot of the damage has been dealt to Zoki. So T's just going to be regrouping. Baby Rage it's all going to be about timing for Baby Rage. Zoc seems aware, though. Oh, he has just spotted him as well, but Baby Rage will find that pick. Seb now to drop the utility towards doors. The bomb is making its way towards A. But no problems, no issues. The round will go the way of Jerza. First round on the board. Better late than never.
Yeah, we end up seeing Turtle be the one to get that time in middle. I think we see a very different looking round. If he goes on to find that kill, you'll see Zoc on the B almost like not going to be nearly as paranoid about middle.
That's the bomb dropped as well.
Exactly, and you're going to have all the focus drawn to those players in B tunnels, and there's a good chance you see that one go the way of Bounty Hunters, but not the case in this one. The AWP being boosted up towards mid. Kaiser does have an AWPers of his own, and he is going to be peeking out. Spots player in lower tunnels. Spots player to top mid. Under pressure, but able to escape.
Yeah, great from Kaiser there. A lot of information. I like the idea of peeking fast, but realizing he's got no cover of that lower tunnels. It's the idea of this fast play through middle once again. Mayan can get with the one. Then HE grenade on Ayala's done a lot of damage. Zoc's going to push his way through. Great flash, great find, but with Freak finding here, again, I don't really know why Zoc's looking to swing when there's no real information. He can just wait for Freak to take contact there, and then he can look to push on through. Defending the A-bomb side, though, is Kaiser's AWP. Oh, Kaiser could get caught out so easily here. Just playing towards short. Kaiser. Time is numbered. Oh, how has he got that kill? Just the tiniest bit of steps has changed this one. The molly's now landed. Great information here. A man advantage for Bounty Hunters now. Bomb to go down from Seb. He's got a smoke and a flashbang. Smoke on the bomb site. Flash onto Kaiser's angle. And Seb now just playing around the smoke. Jump spots there towards long. Bit of a risk. He was completely open from both short and CT with that jump spot. Time ticking. There is a defuse kit, though, on Freak, and there's a molly as well that's surely to land to Goose. This is going to be so tough now for Seb. He's in the flames. Just going to peek in front of it, but Kaiser holding. Bounty Hunters secure 6.
As soon as I saw that molly on Freak, I think we all know where that's going. And I think we all know that chance is really going to be limited for Seb and his AWP. Still question marks as to exactly where Freak is, so he can't exactly fully gamble and leave positions open, but in doing so, it allows Freak to join his teammate in Kaiser, and one Molotov ends that round. So it's just going to be Jerza halted at 1 for now.
Like, even with the mistake there from Zoc pushing through the smoke before Freak takes contact, they still find the round. Which I feel like is always quite impressive, where you're the team that makes the mistake, you're the team that kind of messes up ever so slightly, yet you still find success. Molly landing towards blue box, so Ayala forced back towards doors. Zoki will take down Mayan. That is the second AWP in this round. There was a double AWP setup here for Bounty Hunters. They wanted to bring 2 big greens in play, but already one been taken down. Zoc now looking to take a timing, but Zoki can find 2 kills in this round for Zoki. Turtle now with the information. Gonna send the smoke and the flash here. There is no grenade to blow this smoke open. Great find from Turtle. A bit late from my call there because I expected him to get it far sooner. And Kaiser through the smoke will connect. Triple in this round for Kaiser. Look, I said Kaiser's a player that doesn't always have the most frags. He has completely corrected my thoughts of Billy. He's 13-3. What a performance.
Yeah, he's been given a lot of freedom on Dust too. He's actively searching for these kills. He's doing really good to find them with the big green. This is what we expect from players like him, and him and Freak having a really solid game right now. All the other players having moments, having glimpses.
The scariest thing is, the CT side is where Bounty Hunters actually really struggle on Dust. 43% win rate in comparison to their 60% on the T side. The fact they've already won the half, I'd be quite worried if I was Jerza.
I mean, don't look like they have any issues on this CG side right now. But it is just these Galils in play again.
Again in middle, we keep seeing these kills come through from mid to Bs from Jerza.
Yeah, I honestly think if we had the money a bit more stable, there's a good chance we see a secondary AWP come out, and then that might be able to just stop some of these issues that we have been seeing the CTs have hit. Turtle caught out on the edge of the smoke, but not going down. Flash him. Looks like he wants to fight this, but with a returning Flash, He's just going to hold this long setup with Kaiser posted up towards long. Well, Turtle just dodges any flashbangs that could be coming his way. This could be a great long setup, but right now the teams are still very split. There's no clear end path as to where they want to go.
Problem is, Kaiser's isolated from short as well. I think he's kind of said to Turtle, well, I can't hold both short and long. You've got to actually just take this control, mate. Otherwise, we're probably both going to get taken down. Great find from Ayala. The bomb is making its way towards B, and Freak's playing a nice angle. Oh, we spotted it. Information that it's the bomb carrier as well. He gets the first. If he gets the second, things go really wrong. 25 seconds on the clock now. Freak could just look to tuck. Needs to be worried about middle. It's being held, though. Turtle is holding for this. Freak finds this one. Turtle has let him cross, but he's low. It's all about delaying time now. Freak, he can win this round so comfortably. It's 9 seconds. Low HP for Ayala. Doesn't look like he's going to be giving this one a go. Might go down after time, though. This could be a big issue. Oh, no. 1 second, 0. Ooh.
He does. Gets dropped after time, just about. Freak, what a hold towards B. I said him and Kaiser have been having a really good game, while the others have been having their moments, but that is a monster round from Freak. Like you said, just that initial jiggle, getting the information that there's one towards B. Even though we see Kaiser fall by the player on short, they know that, okay, it's still likely going to be a B here. That was probably just a ruse. And even if he didn't spot the bomb, going to be relaying that information. Does great to find a double. Excellent reposition towards the back of the bomb site. Just catches off the player, throwing the volley onto his, what he thought was Freak's position. Just made it look super easy there for that B hold. And his aim really came in clutch at moments as well. 8-1 scoreline in Jersey, or even rounds like that where they have great advantage and great chances. Slightly too split. Too many players darted across the map, and it just allows for Freak to have moments like that.
8-1 though now are Bounty Hunters, and with it being an interesting buy, Tech9's, Galil's, limited util. I like the idea from Zoc. He sends the early nade towards top tunnels. If it was a B-rush, Jerza would have felt the force of those nades. Zoc just holding for Zoki. Nade towards lower tunnels. There's another HE for Zoc to go and grab in CT. Double B setup though, similar to what we saw on the pistol. Freak though, not being disciplined here, not taking his time, realizing, well, let's deny any chance of them getting out. I've got a strong setup here, I've got a teammate as well.
And Fred, the pressure's just piling on now, isn't it? I wasn't really too concerned when we saw, what, that 5-0 lead initially for Bounty Hunters, but as rounds keep on getting posted, I think it doesn't really matter what you look at stats and say, oh, Bounty Hunters are actually this amount better on this side than this. It doesn't matter, it's us two, and right now we're seeing Bounty Hunters be 9-1 up. There's still 2 remaining rounds. I think throw stats out the window. What we're seeing right now is Bounty Hunters are just, on the server, a better team.
And look, there's 2 rounds remaining, but Jersey, they feel like they're going to have to force again. I don't really get the point of the investment in the last if they knew they were going to force in this one. If they wanted to buy in this one. We've seen far too many of these Galil rounds, Turtle. That is a deep molly. That is a panicked molly there. Freak's 14-1. Kaiser's 13-4. What do you really do? Apart from, to put it bluntly, just loot. Oh, Mayan. He's got information on Zoki here. Flash into middle. Mayan return fire with the flashbang.
Flash is coming through, but Turtle's not wanting to fight this one just yet. Going to drop out of smoke, but it is going to be too deep to actually force PCs back. And Kaiser's about to get a kill straight up through these smokes. But that's a really important one. That's the bomb that was making his way across onto the bomb site and has been shut down.
Oh, nice find from Seb, actually. Oh, Zoc taking down Zoki. Seb with another scout shot. I was going to say, Zoc taking down Zoki is the operative kill here. Mayan will find the final 2 players both towards long. Mayan and Zoc have been chipped away at now. There's an HE grenade here, though. Just jiggling. Oh, information gathered. HE grenade. Oh, Ayala taking so much damage here. Wide swing from Zoc. Trade from Freak, and he doubles 16 and 1 is Freak.
Great couple of finds there from Seb with the scout. Really important just to give Jerza a chance, but you can see when the superior weapons are in play, when the trade-ins there for Bounty Hunters and Freak rotates in and just continues to have this monster game, there's not a lot that it feels like Jerza can do with just the weaker guns in play. But final round of the half, already double digits have been found from Bounty Hunters on Jerza's map selection.
Yeah, look, we said Bounty Hunters were the favourites coming into this. You know, a team that are, what, top 100? I think they're top 70, something like that. Jerza, a team that, to be quite blunt about it, not heard of them before this event, not heard about them before this game. They're fighting off against very experienced and players of high quality. Nice attempt from Ayala with turtle trading. Great fight from Kaiser.
Yeah, with just these 3 remaining players, Jerza, it's been a difficult start from them. And to say the second half needs to be better is an understatement, I would say. But there's still an opportunity to win this round. But with Kaiser's ult posted up, finds the first kill.
They have utility to deal with Kaiser's angle if they want to. They have flashes, they have mollies, they have smokes. They're just peeking dry.
Yeah, it feels like this might be at sort of the point in the game where you're kind of just like, look, I just want to take these gunfights. I just want to prove what I can do, and it makes you make these sort of sloppy mistakes. Have to be said, though, look, you did highlight about sort of Bounty Hunters world rankings right now. And although, yeah, they are 74th in the world on HLTV rankings, they're significantly lower in terms of VRS. So a map like this, so right now, we're actually not seeing these two teams that far apart. Bounty Hunters 123rd, Jerza 139th. Bounty Hunters have really fallen down in terms of VRS rankings quite a bit into where we were expecting this team. So this event is going to be crucial for them.
Yeah, and I think as well, not only has it been kind of tough losses for Bounty Hunters, obviously we know HLTV ranking events matter, but it's kind of about getting kind of big wins and stuff like that. So Bounty Hunters, there's a reason they're decently rated and ranked on HLTV. It's because they are getting a lot of wins, but they aren't kind of winning when it matters most. But talk about a win when it matters most. This is to go 2-0 in the Swiss stages, is to put yourself right up there with the best chance to make it through. Freak 16-1, Kaiser 17-5, Jerza a 1 round to Bounty Hunters 11, and Mirage up and coming. We've spoken about the Mirage for this Jerza roster and how they have really struggled. They played, what, 7 games in the last month or so, last couple months? Yet to find a victory. And in fact, it's been their CT side, which has been the scariest. Less than a 25% win rate. To give a kind of a frame for that, it means they generally win 3 or 4 rounds on their CT side, which is pretty damn poor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love for them to prove me wrong in this game and believe that Mirage is going to be able to be a big turnaround for them, but without finding the opening kill. Here's Zoc chiming in. This push around looks difficult, but on the bomb site, we are seeing a kill come back. T's not quite connecting their bullets now. That's allowing the CTs to find a bit of a foothold, only temporarily, though, as it's all on the final player in CT, who gets a double kill. Baby Rage as they try to cross, and even the 1 versus 3. Yes, he can.
Yeah, look, a great 1v3 and a really important round as it gives Jerza the chance and the kind of the fight for survival. But obviously, this is all coming off the back of a 1 versus 3. How easy is that to replicate? Near impossible.
Yeah, great chances, but it's just these P's peeking slightly off. There honestly wasn't even really a need for the 2 T's in long to swing. We saw the bomb on Mayan, I believe it was. He was the short play. Could have just got that bomb down. And got a set up for a post bomb, but instead, yeah, sort of wanted to swing. Maybe
he caught him off guard, though. He caught him off guard. He just missed the shots. The plan was right. He caught him jumping, but mine just didn't hit.
I mean, that is just a 1v1. You're basically asking, oh yeah, mine win that 1 versus 1, which, sure, you should never have got 2-way.
No, certainly not, but Things are getting a little bit out of hand in this round as Kaiser connects with the scout. Mayan finds with the tech. Zoki's low HP with the USB sat in the smoke. Elevates up, but can't even find one. He deals even more damage to Freak, but surely these final two players are just going to have to save. Devastating for Jerza. A huge clutch from Baby Rage to this.
Yeah, this is sort of as difficult as it gets because they come into this round, they find Turtle, Mayan, and Freak brought down low, and still it just feels like no damage has really dealt since then, and the kills are just coming through. The trading was good enough. You see Jerza, a couple of players in desperate positions, hoping that they might be able to find something, but it doesn't work out, and we can see I was going to say a couple of kills on these teams that are saving, but not a single kill.
Why would you do that? This next round's so important. This is for survival. You're 12-2 down, and you're looking for exits. You're looking to hunt. There's no value in that. You have to live. It's now what? Going to be 4 Deagles and an M4. Very poor decision making, I have to say. We all understand why. Wanting to reduce the finances, wanting to try and kind of keep the next round competitive, or I guess give you a good chance of the comeback. But he has to live in this scenario. He has to.
Yeah, I mean, and look what we've got for Jerza to try to keep themselves alive with here. Do have that M4, they've got a Mag 7, a couple of Deagles, and a Scout on Zoki. Let's see if Dust 2 can remain a little more competitive if the Deagle if Seb goes down. Man advantage for Bounty Hunters. Great flashbang, but this is where we got that Mag 7 on the bomb site. Honestly, I'm hoping something works out, but the Molotov so good and it forces the Mag 7 back. 4 HP. Found and eliminated. Fred, I think we know where this one's going now.
Yeah, most definitely. And look, that fight there from Baby Rage onto Freak, perfectly summed up. He's got the drop, he's holding the angle, he's got the kind of preferred weapon. Still gets taken down. Slayers. Oh, what a shot there, but flanked by Mayan. Game going the way of Bounty Hunters. The selection of Jerza, there's going to have to be a huge comeback required if they want the chance to take it in the series, to go 2-0, as they're going to have to take Mirage and then Ancient, 2 maps that Bounty Hunters look pretty decent on. And I said at the start that the fact that Jerza's insta-bans Bounty Hunters' worst map and how it kind of works out quite nicely for them, a bit favoured there. Honestly, I think you could be playing on any map and we'd see a result like this. The way that Bounty Hunters play, the confidence of players, obviously like like Freak, like Kaiser, just hitting so,
well,
yeah, it was ridiculous. Just so many big moments. And honestly, it started from that first pistol round where we saw Freak really disciplined, taking his time, hitting the shots, winning the rounds. And that's what we saw throughout the rest of the game. Kaiser had some nice flashy moments, finding picks through smokes. It was that kill where he was holding short and then just instantly flicked along with that, which I was just so impressed by just one step. And I think that's one of those kills that's always going to be quite funny to watch, because I think Kaiser didn't even expect to hit that flick. It's just that 1 in a million that comes through. But either way, for Jerza, they got a lot of heavy lifting. They got a lot to do to come back into this one on the second map of the series in Mirage. Whether they'll be able to do it is the question, and the answer will be found out in about 15 minutes time. So don't go too far. We'll be jumping to a break. Into the action we go. Second map of the series, the selection of bounty hunters. Obviously, this is a big game for them, as a victory in this map will put them 2-0 in the Swiss stage. Obviously, it was an impressive performance out of them in map 1. I think we have to say, look, a 13-2 is always going to be a great game, regardless of who's playing well. But when it comes to ratings, there was 2 players above a 2.07 rating, both Freak and Kaiser achieving that feat. Ridiculous performance, but here it is. Pistol round. Already contact towards Con.
Yeah, didn't actually get to see Bounty Hunters in their first win here in Swiss stage. Ended up being a forfeit. I think maybe scheduling issues there, but get to see them in action now. Total doubles up.
Yeah, one of the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, I think he saw freaking Kaiser having a bit of impact in the first map, and he's like, yeah, I want to get straight up there in terms of the kill department. And Seb tapping away at CT, trying to turn this round back, but it is all yellow in the kill feed as Bounty Hunters, a near flawless pistol round. If they can take down Baby Rage, it will be, and they can. Look at that. What a way to kick things off on Mirage, their home turf, their map pick. And after only dropping 2 rounds so far in this series, I think they're going to want a similar result here, get themselves speedily into that 2-0 record.
Yeah, look, you said the kill feed was all yellow. It was a great call. It was a cold play. And Bounty Hunters now facing off against the Eco.
Should be a round where Bounty Hunters look to really build up their finances. The fact that they didn't lose anyone in the pistol round. The fact that they should look to win this round. No casualties as well. I mean, that could be a really good way just to instantly get their money in such a strong spot. Because, look, they've already got all rifles. No one's bothered by MAC-10s or anything. And it looks like that's going to be the case. Baby Raid's final play. A little bit of damage. Dinks onto Kaiser and Zoc, but no kills able to be converted. And 2-0 start. Not dropping a single player there.
Yeah, this is a really good start. Bounty Hunters, they are just as persuasive from what we saw, obviously, throughout map 1.
Rage elevates himself up towards short, makes the jump across, and Bounty Hunters take fast towards mid. They know where players are, but first kill goes against them. Freak and Zoc both combined to bring it back level. And a nice find through the smoke there from Seb, but Zoc gets his second of the round to keep advantage in favor of Bounty Hunters. With Seb doubling up here, though.
Great from
You've got
Seb.
a low HP Zoc out towards middle, so a lot of this round feels like it's going to rely on Mayan.
Nice find from Slayer. May and all the remains will retrieve the bomb. But the problem is he's dropped the utility beforehand. Smoke now to jungle. Just waiting it out. They would have heard that drop. Still playing behind the smoke. Slayer. Tap of the bomb here could be the play from Mayan, but they're going to look to slowly creep on in. Isolated fights are given, but Seb can find. Great round from Seb. Triples in that one.
Yeah, and it's super cool to both push through the smoke on the bomb plant. Because, Mayan, by the time he sort of gets ready to reset, look for these jewels. They're already both swarm in that default plant position. And even if he finds the first, surely not going to be ready for the second. Important for Judge to get on the round nice and early, and they battled that one pretty much being disadvantaged non-stop throughout that round. Yeah. But like you said, Seb, monster showing from him, really crucial performance. Needs the triple to be able to give Judge that first round. But obviously with 5 survivors in the first and second round, we have enough money thanks to the bomb plant as well to get no real issues in this investment. All AKs, everyone with plenty of util. Just missing an AWP, but that's not going to matter too much. Great find from Seb here in window as well.
Already Turtle taken down. Early find from Seb. Great HE grenade. Seb's feeling a little bit more confident in this game. Maybe taking fights that usually would be a little bit more dissuaded by. Baby Rage finding Kaiser as well. The 2 coin flip kills going the way of Jerza this round. The bomb would have been spotted, but I quite like it from Baby Rage just backing away. There's no need for him to kind of keep himself in the action. Oh, hello, Zoki. Enjoy the round. You've won it. Oh, I don't know why he didn't take his time. He could have found so many players there. Obviously, it is a 5-on-2, and I guess maybe didn't want to give up that life just in case, but could have had a bit of a...
At the end of the day, he does make this round 10 times more difficult for Bounty Hunters. Does get his second. Zoc's position is made known.
It's 1v5. Chance is so slim. Can't remember the last 1v5 that I've seen.
I don't think we're going to see one here either, if I'm being honest.
No. Not only was the time
last
against
one,
him.
I think I saw, so it shows how long ago it was.
Is the Searson clip?
No, it was Ultimate.
Ultimate, okay. Ultimate
yeah,
on the pistol.
Ultimate, yeah, pistol round from Ultimate when he was on Illuminar still.
That's a long time ago now.
Yeah, that was the sort of only 1v5 I've ever seen. I don't even know if it counts on HLTV. I don't even know if it was an HLTV game. It was that long ago. But
that would be at least a year ago. He's been a year on Liquid now.
Was a pretty crazy clutch though.
They win that game?
Actually, I'm gonna look. I am curious about that. I'm gonna say
sure,
yeah,
right.
But you never know. That Illuminar team was a bit up and down at times. Was a great showing from Ultimate though, regardless.
I heard that clutch was what put him on the map with Liquid.
Yeah, I sort of posted I sent the clip to Liquid, and they were like, "We'll pull up a bit of that," and here we are.
Yeah.
Look, Jerza though, Fred, first time in this series, stringing rounds together. Hopefully, there's going to be a bit more of this to come for them. They should be able to find their third. Bounty Hunter's just going to have to go for an eco in the next. And this is maybe where Jerza can start to bounce back. Because like, map number 1 is definitely a map for them to forget. They're not going to want to remember that for a decent bit of time to come. But look, all will be forgotten, all will be forgiven if they can win this map and bring us on to that third and final.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an expected victory for Jerza as well. They should take the lead 3-2.
Round number 5 though, after a short tech issue, underway, and Bounty Hunters, most of their pieces are ready and awaiting outside here towards A. It is just mainly Glocks. Got one Deagle on Zoc, and Zoki finds the first kill onto Mayan.
The bombs are low as well towards Palace. You understand why, wanting to jump out of Palace. get the plant on default while the rest of the team are creating chaos from ramp. That nade damage takes any chance, any possibility away from this round. Could be a round of no damage here from Bounty Hunters. Oh, timing looks good. Zoki's not spotted him. Surely it's a knife kill. Surely it's a knife kill. Oh, far too late. Freak, I don't know why he was holding the Glock there. Just get your knife out earlier. He would have been able to get that kill so easily. What a poor decision there.
I don't know why he opted not to there, but I mean, torn in between two mines. Or do I switch my knife? What if I get timing? Or do I just stay with the Glock? And in doing so, finally pulled out the knife as soon as he gets turned on. Honestly,
even if he holds the Glock out, I still don't think he's getting that kill anyway. Just with the limited damage it does, it's what? He didn't need to get... Is it 2 headshots from that range, or...?
Yeah. Yeah, so not exactly going to be all too easy.
Oh yeah, I think just bring the knife out the second you think you've got that timing. Obviously, that knife kill could have brought out an AWP for Bounty Hunters. If the rifle's in play currently. Flash towards top middle here. Turtle sending one as well. Timing on his swing there. Fully blinds himself. Great flash, in fact, from the CT. Zoki going to show his positioning here. Not the best of sprays from Turtle, but looking at this round, doesn't matter if Turtle's kind of missing his shots initially. It's a 5-on-2 already. And this is what we're used to seeing from Bounty Hunters. This is the kind of persuasive nature that was their T side. Obviously, there wasn't much of their T side to be seen, but even in the few rounds that we did, they were very, very aggressive, very speedy, and obviously victorious.
Bouncing back after that 3-0 streak. That saved weapons is going to allow for Jerza to still bring out investments, and it's a bit fortunate, honestly. There's the 2 players saving with the most money, so can easily drop whatever they want. Can drop an AWP across if that's going to be the case. And there you have AWP dropped into the hands of Seb. For util, everything can be purchased on all these guys. So Bounty Hunter is going to have to really have their work cut out for them if they want to break this money off Jerza, as they are still in a pretty solid spot. And a weapon that doesn't get all too much love. The organ play.
Yeah, I like the AUG. I feel like the only map you ever see it more often than not is Nuke. But
it does kind of feel like it's more player dependent than it is sort of map dependent. It just it feels like you can still use it pretty well on a lot of maps, just if you're willing to take that purchase. And we do see the Org find the first kill in this round at least. Jockey advancing towards Ram, does come out on top of the kill. No trade looking to be found. Could have actually seen a trade from freaking Palace, but he opted not to. We'll end up getting it with the HE grenade. And
there's an HE on mine as well. Mine, 3 players is still low. They've just taken down one of those low HP players. Mine gets sent in here. Ayala has been taken down. There was an HE grenade on mine. This is where if you're Slayer, you've got to be really cautious. This whole round is for Baby Rage. We'll go 1 for 1, so not bad trading at all. He's got a great angle. There's no utility here. The T's could really struggle. But Seb's going to rotate round. They're thinking it's B, or at least to split the defensive. Baby Rage can look to deny the plant. Oh, it's the full stick of the bomb. Baby Rage could deny it. All about timing. Great hold from Zoc. And now all on the low HP of Seb. And I doubt he's even going to give this one a go. So Bounty Hunters reclaim the lead here on the T side of Mirage.
Yeah, like you said, it was a really good trade initially onto those low HP players to get Baby Rage there, but Bounty Hunters were able to finish off some of those softened up players. And Seb, you can see, starts the question, is it exactly going to be towards A? He had a great position with that AWP, like he said, with the lack of utility. It was all going to come down to if Bounty Hunters were able to connect the shot onto the AWP quick enough. But due to the fact that Bounty Hunters did have a minute to play with, they weren't forced to go towards A. The bomb was in their hands as well. Seb just started to want to have a look towards B, and as soon as that happens and they get that kill on Baby Rage, yeah, Seb just has to save.
Yeah, look, we said the finances for Jerza were looking pretty strong, but now they've been put into question. A victory here for Bounty Hunters will reset that money, and that's where Jerza, although they took the lead at one point, they could be trailing massively.
Kaiser almost gets the early kill in mid, fires off another pot shot that just narrowly misses. Third time's the charm, does connect the bullet, but just the wall bang.
Timing on the nade, it looked good initially, but Freak got himself out of that. It is going to be this B play, and the B bomb site thoroughly undefended. We will see a rotation come through now. Look how much space is being taken on this A bomb site. Already so deep towards Palace. Bounty Hunters will make their way through. Ayala is the player towards bench, and there's Molly's nades, flashes. There's so much utility here. And here comes the util. Molly towards top balk, Molly towards empty pillar. Well, not empty pillar, Molly towards get right. Great find. Still a 3-on-3 though, and Slayton's on the back of the bomb site. Turtle though will deal with him. The T's very sure of themselves and what they want to achieve. They've got to claim that bomb site beforehand. Seb, oh, Seb's jump spotting. Zoc could find him so easily here. Jump spot with the AWP in hand, but Seb will connect with the no-scope. Although he's low, Molly forces him back. Zoki could be unaccounted for. He's slowly creeping through apartments. He just needs to check for Kaiser. He might actually overlook this angle. And Kaiser and Turtle, a great setup, a great kind of, not a crossfire, but a post-plant setup to deal with the final two. Bounty Hunters, they do find victory here. They will and should secure 6 as well, as an expected half-buy from Jerza.
Yeah, good final post-plant positions there. Leaving market open, but Turtle posted towards apartments while Kaiser covers his short. Both players covering one another's angles, and good chance for Bounty Hunters to be able to find 6. And at a bare minimum, go into the second half of an even scoreline, but with plenty of rounds left to play, that's not necessarily going to be the case. A little bit of util on the CT side.
There are the Eagles in play.
Yeah, rounds like this always get a little bit dicey when your pistols playing around these smokes, where they can find a kill and back up away through them. Step here with this 5-7 does get read though by Mayan. The Molotov only sort of trapping him in between, and Mayan's aware that that's going to be a possibility. Still playing patiently, waiting for these smokes to fade. Dropping deeper ones now to be able to take this space towards jungle before starting to punch in those digits over the bomb. And all the kills are going the way of the T's. Bounty Hunters look set in stone for this 6th.
Yeah, and there was a couple rounds where Jerza, were able to secure them. It was moments where Bounty Hunters were making mistakes, but also the frags just weren't coming through. Sprays were not connecting. Instant headshots not happening. Yet here, even when they make the wrong play, they are still finding frags. We saw that play from Mayan where he's so close to the smoke. You're thinking the 5-7's finding that kill, but just the instant kill, the instant response. It's kind of what we saw in moments in that first map. Ayala with the AUG again.
Yeah, look, a weapon I found both of his kills with.
Both, his only 2, yeah.
Yeah, not the greatest of games, but look, we've seen Jerza suddenly have a better performance in the first map already. Not that was exactly hard to do. And hopefully these final 3 rounds, they can bounce back and keep things competitive, because, look, it was them taking the lead 3-2 at one point in this game, and I think it would be heartbreaking after map number 1 if this ended up being something like a 9-3 scoreline.
Yeah, obviously, for Jerza, this is a strong buy. They've got the AWP in play. They've got rifles on everyone else. The biggest issue is no defuse kit for me. Spam here from Turtle. Bounty Hunter's quite happy with these types of pre-fires and spams through smokes. Realizing that, look, you can so easily get information, get a kill, gain that advantage. Speaking of advantages changing, Jerza in fact had the man up, and they will again as Seb. He's been the one to be able to do it. Zoc's going to take some space here. Could spot out Baby Rage. It's all about timing. Drops onto the bomb site. These steps surely to be heard. And now Zoc might feel a little bit isolated. He's crossed back. He's still searching for this pick. Quite like Zoc to just drop the smoke, but nice shot there. Smoke now dropped towards short. Kaiser crosses market window. Bomb can go down, and this is the problem with no defuse kit. The retake becomes quite tough. I like the angle there from Seb. Yeah,
the issue is they've got just no information now. Not a lot of util either. send the flashbang out towards short to try to bait that maybe there's someone going to be coming over there. But both players here in market. Bomb already a third take. You got Kaiser posted up towards short, while Zoc's just playing from bench.
Yeah, for a team that doesn't have a defuse kit, they've been far too slow with this retake. And Zoc catches off Slayer. Seb's been tagged as well by the AWP, and Seb will get Zoc, but Kaiser's 5-7 finds. Tripling that one for Kaiser. Bounty Hunters get themselves 7. A half buy to be seen here from Jerza. And Bounty Hunters could get themselves 8 here quite comfortably.
I mean, there's definitely opportunities in a round like that. Good trading from Jerza to keep the round competitive, then going on to find the man advantage. It's just that B engagement from Zoc. You see sort of a 50-50 gunfight between him and Baby Rage, but as soon as Zoc finds that, the other two rotations are so far away, and they're able to delay so well. Kaiser finds the early kill. It is just a partial buy as these pistols are rotating in, but I said the pistols are rotating in. It's still just Baby Rage here alone as all the rotating players are getting taken down.
Yeah, I guess it means he might be overlooked, but Mayan will take him down quite comfortably. Zocky found. Slayer couldn't be further from the action, currently towards the top valve. And Zoc will eliminate. Very minimal damage. And look, you said when it was that kind of 5-3, 6-3 scoreline that Jerza, although they looked better, although they have kind of brought rounds closer, we could still see that 9-3 scoreline. And already, Bounty Hunters, they have found 8. I've mentioned that the CT side has been a bit of a struggle for Jerza in the past, but their T side's not perfect either. Whereas the CT for Bounty Hunters, they do much prefer. So already this is looking as though Bounty Hunters should close this one out. But I'm sure Jerza are going to show signs of life on their T side. They have to. Flash towards top middle. Zocky trying to isolate. The Turtle can find with the AK. Kaiser now with the AWP in hand. Could look to isolate. Had an opportunity to find. Will now connect. Ayala finding one with the AUG. All 3 of his kills have been found with the AUG. But with the space taken towards A and Baby Rage trapped behind this smoke on short, we're seeing this 9-3.
I mean, chaos in top mid there, but it's Bounty Hunters again just feel like they're able to come out on top out of all of these closer affairs. They just got that sort of cutting edge that Jerza do lack at times. Base fully cleared out towards A. The bomb will get planted, and yeah, like you said, a 9-3 is what is going to be the score on the door. And when you look at it and say Jerza are 3-2 up, it's such a disappointing showing again at the end of this first half. Are things officially over? No. They can win the pistol round, make this scoreline look a little bit more respectable. But it feels necessary now. We saw what happened on Dust 2. We know what Bounty Hunters can produce when they are all warmed up to this degree. And they're a frightening sight to come up against.
Yeah, definitely. Look, they're a really strong-looking team. Not the easiest team to best, and they're proving it today.
But that's the thing as well, isn't it? There hasn't just been sort of one standout player or what a game they've had. Look, you look on map number 1, Kaiser and Freak. Here, I mean, Freak is sort of top of the charts alongside Zoc, Kaiser's top of the charts alongside Zoc. But it feels like everyone's had their moments and everyone's having different rounds. I mean, Freak had a lights out performance on map number 1, but I think he sort of also overshadowed and plays like Kaiser, who, what a first sort of portion of that map he had. And then you look at it here, the pistol round, Turtle, great couple of kills that he had. Everyone's really felt like they have chimed in on Bounty Hunters. And this is the thing that when I think I first saw this roster, when we got to watch it as well in sort of the previous CCT Season 2, the sort of Series 7, 6, 5, whatever you want to go, I think we always knew this team had something special because they always had the capability to be able to show things like this. And I think the addition of Freak is a really smart one. I think there's a lot of promise with this guy. We've seen him on previous teams like Corinthians, like Intense at times, in Bad News Chickens not long ago. Yeah. And it feels like this team can just be stacked individually while also being super structured, really disciplined, and really have some good team play.
Not only do they have kind of good discipline, good team play, but they also have great kind of creativity and aggression about them. That's why their T sides always look so good, because they have the confidence, they have the ability to kind of just swing out towards top mid without a fear in the world. And now, oh, Seb, well, they wanted to peek towards CT. They're going to think twice about it. 1 versus 5 for Baby Rage. I guess at least Jerza get the bomb down, but I don't think Bounty Hunters care whether Jerza have a force buy, an eco, a full buy. Bounty Hunters 10-3. Great performance.
And that was a round that it felt like was a sort of a must-see. We have seen Jersey go for some second-round ecos. I feel like with a 10-2, after knowing what happened on map number 1, this feels like the option's kind of taken out of your hands. And it feels like you need to really sort of draw some lifeblood into your roster now before things basically do come to a close. So, unsurprisingly, we are going to see this investment. Favorite keeping a little bit of money alive. But 2 Mac 10s and 3 Tech 9s, and obviously with Bounty Hunters investing in plenty of M4s in the previous round, it's going to be all rifles here.
Zucky just pushes out in that smoke and gets absolutely deleted. Ayala looking as though he wants to take the space towards short, but Zok can find Turtle ready and waiting. So much damage has been dealt, and the kill feed all the way at Bounty Hunters. Safe to say it's already over?
Yeah, I think it is safe to say. You know I'm optimistic in terms of these comebacks, but the issue is just around like that. Look, it's a force buy. And the actual strat from Jozo, I like it. Look, you make presence towards mid, and it's just a fast B off of that. There's 1B defender, but it's a great job to delay, to bring in these rotations. And then when you look at it in terms of, sure, these Mac 10s are just naturally going to get outgunned to the M4s on most occasions. But in amongst the action and chaos with the B bomb site is where these weapons can actually do a lot of work. But no kills able to be found. It just feels like the gunfights are always coming out in favor of Bounty Hunters. And it feels like if these rounds were decided by sort of 10 1v1s, it feels like 9 out of 10 of them would go the way of Bounty Hunters. Right now, individually, they are just stepping to a level that Jerza can't compete.
And I think the problem is as well, Slayer's having a tough game, same with Ayala. I think Seb's been the one consistency, I guess, for Jerza. Obviously, when he's had the AWP in hand, I feel like there has been a couple kills coming through here and there, but emphasis on the here and there.
Won them their first round on this game, didn't they? All of the streak rounds that Jerza have got were off of the back of Seb. Yeah, like you said, it really felt like he's had a couple of glimpses, but other than that, it has been Bounty Hunters from start to finish of this series. Right now, dropping 5 rounds.
How is Turtle escaped here? Mine can rotate in and provide some stability and a helping hand. Again, 5 players surviving. Yeah, come on. Let's not mess about. It is done. 9 needed in a row for Jerza. 9 opportunities for Bounty Hunters to close out this series. We've had maps that have lasted longer than this. We've had maps that we've seen in the last couple of days that have lasted longer than this series.
We certainly have.
I guess retribution for those long OTs.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't feel like this one's going to take much time at all. Ayala out towards A.
Valid!
Kaiser, and a quick flurry of kills. Finally, though, we get to see a couple of kills from the T side, but it's going to be far too little too late. As here we have it, Fred. What a dominant showing in a 2-0 victory for Bounty Hunters here. This is what we wanted to see from this roster. We said that their form's been really dipping individually as well. A lot of the sort of top performing players you're expecting to have some big moments, not showing it as of late. I mean, you look at literally just sort of the players that stepped up massively today. Kaiser's sort of at that 1.05 rating. I think that even got increased due to sort of map number 1. Freak was at about 1.02. These guys above and beyond this series, and then with everyone else having some good games as well, some big rounds. Yeah, this is the Bounty Hunters we want to see. Obviously, though, that is going to be them moving into that 2-0 record. And I think with a display like this, playoffs feel like it's already looming on the horizon. It feels like they're very close to finding that success. On the flip side of things, not all bad news for Jerza. Look, it's a really rough game. I think a bit of a sort of crashing down to reality after that one. But it is still 1-1. They still have plenty of opportunities to sort of sort out some of their issues that they've been having and look to progress onto playoffs. But yeah, it'd be a bit of a damning result for them today. But what it's showing, it was their bounty hunters.
Yeah, great performance. Obviously, there is still more action to be seen. There's still more matches to be seen, as we do have Shinden to face off against Crew, a bit of an Argentine derby, which is going to have that excitement. Obviously, there's a bit of a delayed break. There's going to be quite a long one. It's an hour and 40 minutes until that game's kicking off. That's 9 p.m. CST. So if you guys are staying tuned for that, make sure to set your alarms. You've got quite a while. Probably make some dinner, get some snacks, or whatever you want to do in the break. Obviously, it won't be me and Charlie casting that game. You'll be joined by Get the Bag Mark and Vincent. So look, make sure to show them some love. I'm sure they're going to put on a great show, but we are going to be jumping to a prolonged break beforehand.
afternoon, and welcome back to CCT Season 3, back in South America. Here with the Swiss, we're kicking it along. Vincent and I are joining you back today, and we're dang happy to. Isn't that right, Vincent?
Yeah, man, I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go. We had a little short day, you and I, yesterday, but this one, I'm ready for some knockdown, drag-out brawls, some fights coming down the pike here in our final two best-of-threes.
Dude, hell yeah. I mean, I like the way you set that vibe up because it's going to be an absolute banger. Yeah, yesterday, unfortunately, at the 0-1 stage, we had, unfortunately, a couple of teams that had to forfeit, including the first game today, I believe, was forfeit as well, which is not something you love to see. But online Counter-Strike, schmonline Counter-Strike, that's what I say. We roll up into where we got our Swiss today. Let's go ahead and pull up those matchups there, Vincent. I'm dying to take a look at these. Yeah, man, I mean, it's a little bit crappy. I would love to see a 2-game get actually the chance to get out there and play the games, but they go to 2-0, and I know that they're going to be loving to, you know, be able to have that opportunity to make it to that playoff, Vincent, after a forfeit win versus MIBR Academy this morning. Then Bounty Hunters, as you know, you came to pick on Dursa as a team that, you know, maybe a little bit faltering at the bottom of the Swiss here. They go to 0-2.
Yeah,
1-1, excuse me.
They do that in a fashion where I'm like happy to see that. Not that I'm like preying on their downfall, more that I'm happy to see Bounty Hunters in good form,
Oh,
and performing to such a degree that they only gave up 5 rounds over those 2 maps.
Sorry, you just said that in silly fashion.
But yeah, so kind of my expectations were met with regard to that, and in a way which I'm, you know, builds my confidence in a Bounty Hunters team that I haven't gotten to see recently. But that leads us into a fantastic couple of games. You and I were excited from the rip yesterday to see that this is what was on the docket. We got Shinden and Crew, the Argentinians, going head to head here in the second round of Swiss. 1-0, both of these teams picking up a win in the first round, and then Flamengo up against Elevate. I think that's going to be another banger with 2 teams that are relatively close to one another, at least on paper. There's a lot of fun Counter-Strike to be had.
Absolutely 100%. You know, we were, you know, kidding around yesterday, the Argentinian Bowl up first. And then honestly, where we meet back with a couple of groups that are, you know, just getting back with a couple of mixed teams, you know, where Elevate brings through the Bad News Chickens, a couple different moves out there from Intent. But that's a whole great storyline to dive into later. Because like we said, we have 2 great opportunities this afternoon to absolutely have a wonderful time with it. Because honestly, it's been a little bit, I think, since January, the last time I got to see Shinden, and I'm happy to see Nasty Naz in your area.
Yeah, let's jump into it. Let's talk about some conversation. Maybe jump into the Shinden roster as you've teed it up so perfectly, and talk about the details. Because man, this is a team that, to be honest with you, like I think has a ton of really exciting pieces. Right, a Biz on the rifle, IVZ's AWP is one that I've been really interested in getting to watch a little bit more of. Didn't really deliver in the first round game that I was building up. That was with me alongside JRT, but I still think that this guy can be really exciting to watch, and you add some really good pieces like Naz to this team, and I hope to and feel like I did already start to see him able to allow some of the rest of this team to level up a little bit. Naz often kind of in some of those more rotator roles from what I remember correctly. On Bestia, I think is slotting into some similar roles, and for me, I'm hoping that he can enable with some of his experience, and in addition to this team that is very young in general, that he can enable some of these individuals like Nacho and BK1, who BK1's calling, so we definitely give him a little bit of a pass in the fragging department, but like already I think both of those guys look elevated a little bit with his addition.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, with Bestia being en route in this tournament, and with Shinden, hoping to push it, not only from the 1-0, but to the 2-0 here today, I'm sure they would, love to, be inside of the bracket with the rest of the Argentinians out here, because in terms of, at least the last time I saw this young fragging IGL, I was really actually impressed with what BK1 was actually able to do consistently in the server. It's just really being able to, I think, sauce that with a young group. And so not only are you adding Naz, which I mean, he's you know, as far as like the age goes, he has plenty in common with this group. I think he's like 2 to 3 years older than the rest of these guys. And with that addition of, you know, having that time playing with Noxie and the rest of the Bestia boys, I think you add a pretty unique piece to a Shinden roster where in Argentina, you know, you're so neck and neck and so, you know, personal with a lot of these teams, including Crew today, right where we take this step, Vincent.
Yeah, and especially off the back of the final CCT in season 2, where like an incredible second place finish for Shinden. That was with Roy, not with Naz, but like, you know, trying to build off of that, certainly something that I'm looking forward to seeing for the Shinden roster. Let's talk about Crew. It's their opposition in this Argentinian derby, as you've been talking about, and I'm going to keep it a buck with you. This team really impressed with me with their win against LP in the opening round of the Swiss here, Marky. I won't say like I was out on them, but I didn't feel like I had seen enough for me to be confident. That being said, two things that I didn't expect to happen. Right, first and foremost, like a very consistent fragging power across everybody, but particularly Ataraxia stepping up big time and Reversive in a way that I just didn't anticipate. You know, and you have a newer piece in Buddha, but I think he performed pretty well, and that was expected for me. As a whole, I feel like Crew, based on that first Swiss game, have leveled up their fragging power to a significant degree, which makes them a whole lot more threatening.
Yeah, but are we going to be able to get like an MVP all-star performance out of Reversive here again? I mean, he absolutely put it on in that first series. And I think I can quote you directly, you know, from us broadcasting that 3-map affair out here with also Laser or Keshkin out here. I think we maybe are having to, you know, find that into the name duo there. But yeah, man, I remember you talking about that. You'd never really even seen Reversive like hitting peaks like that. And so I think for, you know, to see that immediately at the beginning of a brand new season, I think I could go two ways with making this point and say that, you know, it's going to be impossible for them to keep that up. But to have that sign right at the turn of a first official that you're getting down, and especially your feet wet with the 3-mapper, that I feel like at certain points LP could have ripped that out from under them. They really got a quality win with the 3 maps kind of getting out some of the jitters right away.
Listen, I think that's fair. That's absolutely what I was saying, and I think you bring up a very good point with regard to that. But just the fact that that's like in the tank, that's possible,
right?
You know, I think that's like a plus, even though that's probably not something we're going to see. The other like big part of that is Ataraxia, who, you know, for me was a guy that I think the intention with his position on this roster is for him to be more of a star player, and I didn't see that as often as I needed to. Well, pretty consistently saw that level in that first best of 3 here in the Swiss. So looking forward to that being the case once again. That's, I think, going to be a big deciding factor. A proponent, though, of it is what I will be. Regardless, let's move this conversation along. We talked a lot about these individuals, so let's talk about where we're going to be at. We got the veto ready to go, and I think for me, this is a little bit of a tougher veto if you're Shinden, but I think that they've gotten a decent place to start. It's where we end that's a questionable position.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really loving this Ancient. That's, I mean, going to be where your decider is. It's that, you know, Train Inferno, where you kind of expect this to go. But that new kind of, you know, reaching in at the start is going to have to be really, really good for them. I think it can be maybe a bit of a trappier feeling for some teams trying to exactly come in to it. And another layer I can throw on top of that, you know, upset potential, yada, yada, is the, you know, actual, regional connection that you have here and seeing those officials more commonly down. But, you know, straight up, I think that Dust 2 for Karoo, I'm really loving, especially with what Reversive was able to put up in our previous affair.
No doubt. I'm also blown away. Like, why are Shinden banning Anubis? Like, this is one of their better maps than in what I recall seeing from them. So, and it's not a map that Crew play. They have one game on it in the last 3 months, and that was back in March. This seems like I don't know. I think it would be unfair to call this a bit of a like letdown from Shinden on the veto, but I don't think it's good position for them to be in, unless they have something prepared on Ancient or Dust 2, like some sort of counter strat, which is possible. But yeah, leaves me a little bit lacking. Regardless, Marky, I think that maybe the question for us is now, like, who do we have going into this? Like, who are you favoring for this matchup?
I think that I'm really looking forward to seeing Naz back in the server. particularly on that Dust 2. I think putting where Bestia was in interesting positions. I remember in that grand final of Frost and Fire, it was a very nice one that Naz was having in a couple of those rotator positions inside of middle, outside of B. Had a lot of responsibility on that and was, pretty keen to the job. So I'm looking forward to seeing Shinden get out here and hopefully press forward past these veto questions that are really kind of putting some doubt on this series for that side of the Argentinian fan base.
Yeah, especially when Shinden, this nuke pick should be the automatic win, but I just don't think it is. Crew have like a lot of game on this map that they've played, and pretty recently as well, though, you can't say that they've gotten a ton of wins. I think that doesn't matter that much in a matchup like this. We talked about, we often talk about, regional matchups and how difficult they can be, and how interesting and different they are. I think this is one of those situations right now. If Shinden don't win nuke, I think they're probably cooked. But if they do win nuke, there's a chance that they take this quick. That's kind of where I'm at going into this one. But it's so hard. All of my question marks really just lay on whether or not the crew I saw in round 1 of this Swiss stage is the crew we see today. And I know that seems like a bailout, type of statement, Marky, but man, was it such a huge difference between what I remember crew being last season and what they were yesterday, or the day before, rather.
And it's if they stay on that temperature that is so damn hot, where they're literally just going to be able to out-frag Shinden at the beginning of a nuke, where it's going to be so dependent on that to get the ball rolling immediately. And BK1, excuse me.
Nope,
sobered him up outside. PKL did not get to play today.
No, did not. A little bit of a scale out into yard, but VK1's gonna lose his life, so that prong of this attack is a little bit lackluster. Raihi gets his, but Ataraxia falls instantly, and it's a nice reroute. I love this from Shinden, because they're gonna head up over to the A site and find nobody home. This overreaction from crew is a problem.
We're going to get this bomb down in a very good process about it. Step made, going to be so aware of reverse subs position, and now they're going to be able to set in that next layer. Doubled up at this vent. That's going to be so good to see maneuvered. And one player is going to have to make the difference through lobby, but I'm not even sure Laser's flank is going to be able to pay off. Here's Buddha trying to actually manage this retake all on his own with some dualies, and they just found where that second vent is. Nacho has to hit one hell of a headshot and does, but gets finished off. 1v1 for Cheshkin to now try and hop on the bomb, but there's just not enough damn time, not even a chance. And it's going to be Shinden to go ahead and even lose that first opening frag. It was BK1 outside that got bagged, but they still walk out of the round with it.
Yeah, I mean, Abiz, as per our usual arrangement, right? We talked about him as kind of a big star for this Shinden team. He's confident in the way that he takes those fights towards man. And even though I really don't love how the door guy is swinging there ahead of time, giving some fights over to, I think Raihi was the one to take it. That doesn't end up paying the price because Abiz hits the stunner, gets another shot off before going down. So Shinden, open proceedings with a very nice pistol win. Mean that crew who watching them over the course of the opening round pretty much always wanted to force buy, no matter what side they were on. Maybe the one exception is if they don't get a plant on T side, but very aggressive buying decisions for crew.
For some wabbits outside. Well, bit of a clue of where this thing is going to be headed. Breaking down that door, quick mini wrap, and I actually love this for these creeping pistols, which are honestly going to get a very nice scratch and damage-wise, but get taken down. Buddha on this timing is going to take over and get a couple of guns. So much control he has just got at this round, and Shinden have been pushed into an uncomfortable spot. This IBS Mac 10 is going to have to go with Abiz and do some damage, but I mean, literally being chased down. And so now it's the next flank that's going to have to stand up, a flying first member, and now Keshkin in the 1v1, but it's going to be the bomb picked up. located for a moment and now confidently put down. Gonna sprint through the smoke. You better be ready. Gave you the audible warning, and now Abyss has just faded away, but it's obvious. Could only have gotten to one spot and faded, tapping on that bomb. It's not gonna be a tap. It's gonna be the full damn defuse. And Abyss, how much respect does he give out on the floor today? Just enough in the meeting to go to a 1-1 negotiation.
I love that. Just the balls there from Chushkin. He's going to just sit there, hold it, understand, hey, like if somehow he got backside, all good. He deserves that win. Otherwise, no way he's swinging on the first tap. Lovely performance there. And the closer for Crew to equalize and to stave off the Shinden strong start that they were looking to put together. Love to see that. And up against the Biz as well. Gonna be the reinvestment for Shinden. They're keeping up the pressure. Couple of nades. Nicely done. Tons of damage, but it goes both ways. The drop to vent, it's expensive in the health pool there for the T's.
Back at my watch, yeah, that's 25 seconds that ticked, and the bomb is down on this lower site. Gonna rev up those Friars to go in the retake already. We're just getting kind of prepped to go at the beginning of the round. So much damage done to Reversive, done to Kashkin right now. And there is Buddha getting in with one headshot onto Ivis. Got to be able to sort of play ball here. And they're just so intimidated. It's this time that's going to do them no favors. Buddha and Kashkin got to convert. And now you're just jumping to your death in the vent. Thankfully, they clear out the cobwebs and hop on the bomb with just enough time.
Yeah, there was a flank upstairs like with Naz, I think, that was mostly kind of holding some of the crew back. But I think that, honestly, Shinden started to disassemble their post-plant positionings a little too early there. That's kind of what it looked like to me. There's a lot of chaos at the time, so maybe I missed something, but it seemed like they were unsure of what to do. They thought maybe they were just going to give it up. That wasn't the case, and fortunately paid the price in a pretty big way. Bomb plant might facilitate a continuation of force buys. Abyss has an AK at the very minimum. A tactical timeout taken in the meantime.
You know what I want to mention during this timeout, man? Me and Cole were just having a field day casting Naz before pun potential out here. And then next to Nacho, bro. My favorite character from Better Call Saul. Dude, I'm so satisfied. Original to Better Call Saul. Wasn't even in Breaking Bad.
That's funny.
You gonna break bad, Vincent?
Never.
A good boy.
Only break good.
I'll keep that to myself next time, actually.
Yeah, what are you thinking? It isn't going to be that full invest. It is off the back of the timeout. Interestingly enough, right, the timeout into what's ostensibly an eco round, but it is what it is. Slow crawl. Nobody breaking open the smokes there in yard. So it's just going to be reversive to receive. Somehow, Nacho got caught. So it's only 4 that make the cross.
Not have spotted on it directly, but now with another go, a couple of members that were not exactly invited into this club gonna be right at the front door. Gonna blow up the covers straight up. They don't care. Open that single door, give them a little bit of a smoke to dribble out. Here's Reversive to net one on the Galil. He just wants to keep them going. That's the Reversive that we recognize from our first series, just wanting to keep digging where he can, but this is a new type of bold play today, a new performance. Buddha was raising the roof in our first series. We got to watch him versus LP just 2 days ago, but this is a great start, 7-2, and bye-bye Ataraxia. He can handle it, dude.
Yeah, he's unfortunately gonna have to make his way back. He's like,
DCT
hold on,
says you lose 1 player, play 4v5.
Minus 1 player.
Why did it have to be Ataraxia?
Gotta nerf him. He's too strong. That's the problem. I know I was kind of painting a relatively pretty picture for Shinden about this series. like generally speaking, but I just want to, while we have a second, go back to this conversation around the veto. Why is this so dangerous for Shinden? Nuke is a map they like and they're good on, but it's also a map that crew like and they start on the CT side. So slow starts are very dangerous right now for Shinden on their map pick. And then you go into a Dust 2 that, as you kind of highlighted, it's very, very positive signs from crew as of recently. And I think that less so of those signs for Shinden, and then the Ancient is the one that, you know, both of us kind of scratching our head about. So I feel like Shinden have dealt themselves a pretty tough hand with this veto.
Only got one person to blame.
And that's what get the bag mark.
Yeah. Wait, what? No. Dude. Maybe you like slipped up and you pressed the wrong button on the veto.
Dude, the amount of times
I've happened in the ESEA League, you know?
Yes. The amount of times I hear, yeah, we clicked the wrong button. Like, no, just deal with it. You made the mistake, buddy.
And that's a real one. Saying rules are rules, pal.
I mean, more like be a competitor and, like, you know, hit the button right. I just, like, accidentally
Currently, you were
the
hitting
ball.
the player and not the game, so.
Currently, or? I don't think so.
I'm just rustling your jimmies.
Jimmy's have been successfully wrestled.
Perfect. Trying to do that to the ramp anchor. Same diff. Flying Mac 10 will get that out and do just the job. Bit of an upgrade down below, and I think I know where this one's headed.
Seems likely. Reverse are going to try and join Ataraxia, who misses the shot on his first AWP of the game. And this time, Shinden might be correct in assuming this will just be a save. Hang on to what they've got. Final 3 members of crew will take these guns to the next round. I mean, it all starts with CyVC getting a bit of a freebie, what felt like a freebie, I guess, on Nechechkin, but that's a stunner that he hit on Ataraxia. Only gets the leg shot, Ataraxia.
The 21-year-old gets himself on an up, and that's called a caster curse, guys. In live action. See IPC going down as soon as I say that, and thankfully he's got a Viz right around to recycle that for him. Shinden will now have an op to provide a little bit of support on this T lane. That time it really just took one go of it at the ramp, and it was a simple yet effective round.
Yeah, those are the ones that you draw up, and the dream scenario is that you kill the ramp guy, you scale fast enough, there's only one guy to defeat down below, and you win that one pretty cleanly, and they save. That does mean is that crew have another buy, a very good one at that. Another op for Ataraxia.
Tiptoeing outside. Then a big kind of grasp right down. Dodgeball with those incendiaries, and you're warned to not go forward. Trying to look through. Seeing nothing on the knock. The minute has ticked. And Shinden have been awfully directive about this go. Saw nothing on the refresh, but there's actually 4 players down here, and Reverse is about to get all of this information.
I feel like crew in general info starved though about this yard many times already.
He's in the vent. Gonna have to. That's unlucky. Just looking the wrong way. And that's again 1 kill that's gonna force them out of this, but Keshkin is already gambled into this bomb site. You're gonna try and spin the slots from up top to maybe draw a couple of eyes, but go for the Astralis plant. Sees the offer, and it is tough. Cheston takes a while to turn that out, but Nacho, he goes next. So BK1, he's gonna have to go for the triple, and he does. That's nasty. And now Naz, he has got it on. The headshot for Shinden in a second round in a row on this T side.
Dude, what an incredible performance from BK1. He's
That
the
was
only
awesome.
guy
Oh
who
my
can
goodness.
actually have impact in that moment. He just steps forward, knows now that Cheshkin is in dark, and takes both heads from ramp 2, and the 180 swing for a third. Incredible from the Shinden in-game leader.
Yeah, you're tuning into the Argentinian Bull today. You're going to be overly zealous with the entertainment value provided. We're at a 3-3 split already, where Shinden look to answer our expectations, kind of raise themselves right to the line. I was about to say of my thought, but I think of their line of play. They have a brand of this nuke that they want to put down that's bold. There's 2 headshots, but an AK recovered.
I think you're happy with getting an AK onto anyone. A hope could be just to save that, but you know, if maybe Raihi catches this timing, which he certainly kind of is. Only problem is that they're scaling fast. Both these players down lower. Maybe there's a possibility they slow it down. Now Raihi can activate, you would think, but he's a little too late to the party. He gets involved just as the rest of his team falls. And great escape made, but they're not looking to let him out.
Oh, Rigby, my boy. It's all good. He's trying to sprint away, but like Rigby, man. You know exactly who I'm referring to.
I don't.
You don't know? You never seen the regular show, bro?
I'm not a watcher of the regular show, but I do know of the regular
Unfortunate. Yeah.
I'm a little bit concerned about something here. Let me kind of bring it up here, Mark. Karu is a little too passive with regard to their yard control right now. I feel like they aren't putting any resources there, and they're also, in addition to that, leaving ramp pretty open.
It's just one player ramp, and then they send reversive down below. It's starting to get a little bit too predictable for BK1 to be able to put his players in spot. And so I really agree with you. And so, like, I think a lot of our discussion, too, was to the individual level, and I can, you know, pick on reversive or whatever. It's being made up for by the rest of the team. They're playing pretty nice in that sense, but I really agree with you. I think you're starting to see, and I mean, at round 8, I mean, take a look at the money. They lose this. This is about to become a really ugly first half if they can't hold themselves back up on their feet right now, and a lot of damage done to the IGL right off the rip. Shinden goes for a bit more standard of a start.
Yeah, this time not so worried or Shinden about trying to pressure yard. Funny enough, as we've been talking about it. Raihi a little bit further forward in that aspect at red. And this is a little bit of that swap up that we were just kind of discussing. For the time being, though, Shinden haven't really known about what's going down. Seemed like for me, they maybe wanted to take an early risk, and they did get IBZ into a forward position. And if he had been able to win that fight, they would have snapped towards the ramp or towards the upper site. Now they stalled out. 1 minute left. Ataraxia joins to what's now the hardest hitting yard setup they've had.
There's a nice shot. That shows an empty hand outside. Nothing past that. Just elsewhere. And we just spoke about how ramp was a soft spot. This time, it's going to be adjusted, but just for one. Cheshkin going to be checked and immediately let down. Ataraxia, he is dove, nose first, into the B-bomb site at these double doors. He's going to be challenged so close from control. These are tough fights that Ataraxia wins and just puts Ivy as his head on the gauntlet and chops it off. It's Nacho now up in a 1v4. He's going to have to call him a kill soon. It's damn, he might slip and right in a 1v4. Reversive, so many players just toying with him and he's gone down. Tip your hat to Ataraxia. Those were some golden shots out of that op.
Yeah, really making up for, you know, the first gun round there, or not really the first gun round. It was what, round 4 or 5, that he had an op down in the same position almost, but missed the mark and couldn't really provide any sort of resistance to that B hit. Well, that's not the case this time, and it's twofold with Cheshkin hitting his one before getting traded on an off angle and ramp. So they're already working with a bit of an advantage. So lovely stuff on both counts, with the ramp hold and the lower hold. Good for Crew. Not to mention the fact that, you know, we just talked about some of the limitations that they've had. Well, it's a big adjustment that they made out in Yard, and it pays off big time. You saw how not very respectful Shinden were playing of anyone to be so far forward, because Crew haven't been working anybody there. There's barely been anybody even in like Garage, much less at Red. So it's a big adjustment that Crew make, and it's super successful.
Catching pace, catching just a spark on this nuke is not exactly rocket science, but a little bit more difficult than starting a fire. You know what I mean? It's got to be just the right settings, just the right temperature for this to go right. And here with reverse hit at the back of the bomb site, it's just not going that way. And Cheshkin is automatic. What the hell came through the Crew camp this morning? It's just one highlight after another.
Yeah, lovely stuff. That one's a little easier. You got Shinden lacking a lot of their utility. It's one smoke, I think, and one flash along with a single Molotov to try and get them on the upper bomb site. But yeah, Cheshkin rejects it pretty convincingly. Puts him on notice. Shinden save done and over with, though. We'll get them lots of Galils in the mix here for this gun round. No op for IVZ, but here's that change we've been talking about. You know, big differences now every round with regard to Yard.
Vanilla A hit with alert to be brought back. BK1 putting it through an adjustment to try, but a very standard hit right back to where you just had that down, and some pretty good pathing distance made on those pistols. Why not just refire it up, hammer back down yet again, and now they're going to be on this, and just out on these points, it's going to be so good for Shinden to take this over. Crew just caught napping on these rotations, and we're just out on that A site to die.
Yeah, I mean, kind of lean back into what we saw last round where it was so dominantly strong for Crew in defensive A. Well, this time Shinden have all the bells and whistles, all the utility that they could ever want. They make top hut impossible. The good Molotov there force them down, and it's both these defensive players that are, you know, on the site proper, you know, both, I guess, right-hand side when you get out onto the site, so towards door rather than towards back site. I don't know if there's a better way of communicating that, but yeah, it's a lot easier pathing-wise for Shinden to overcome. Cheshkin only gets his single when he comes in for the rotation at Heaven. Punchy play for Shinden. The first, like, real significant exec for the upper site that we've seen from them. Both teams doing a good job of reacting and adjusting to one another.
For every action, there is a reaction.
And for, I mean,
Chemistry.
the opening 10 rounds, it's been equal and opposite.
That might also be science.
Allegedly.
I'm no mathematician.
No
Or an archaeologist. I do my own stunts. This is true.
I've seen them.
On the side of planes. Jumping from helicopter to helicopter. I actually watched last hour one of those recently with my Get the Bag dad, and it was quite excellent. It goes a little bit of a barrel around the corner. That might not be so impossible to take advantage of this. A flashback, and I mean, as we mentioned before, the dodgeball outside is now taking place in a new gym. Back inside, 3 rounds in a row, Shinden have just actually played their hand here, but I gotta wonder where the chips are headed this round. Naz looks to try and just play a slot down below, and yeah, guess what? The house wins.
It should speed them up, though. Shinden, you know, that's a little bit exploitative. They're not necessarily going to be bothered by losing that. Sure, they give an AK over to Reiki, but in the meantime, get the whole site. Bad news is that Abyss has gotten one with the USP there. Ataraxia, surely heard by IVZ. at that point. But 3 survivors. No flankers. This is a dicey hold right now for Shinden. They have the advantage, but it's tight.
Gotta go right now. It's a multi-kill required. You gotta be snappy on it. Not talking about the Swedish IGL. Now it's gotta come from the youngest IGL in the server. Connects on another. Pulls out the Glock, and he's gotta hit on it. Pull out those pistols, and it might be a mistake slipping up for Shinden. Cashed in by the crew, and they have a late lead on this CT side.
I really want to know what went down. I think it was Cheshkin who got the USP kill. I just don't know where. That's what really puts that one on notice for Shinden.
Yeah, and reversive as well. Right back to back at lobby. That was a weird timing, and that gets thrown away.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, because like everything leading up to that point for Shinden was actually really smart. Even the fact that Naz just going down there really alone, he's just exploring what's going down, because they had that set up towards the lobby with the AWP, and they didn't want to just walk into the stack. I really liked Shinden's calling in that round. Just the post plant just falls flat because of that USP.
Because of one measly USP. And you meddling kids. Abiz, he's got reversive. He's not a meddling kid. I feel like that would be a little disrespectful to our 32-year-old IGL.
Yeah, it might be.
Hops down. Some of the young guns leading the way, though. Here goes a MAC-10 to hop around this corner and go mobile. Somebody's in the vent. Oh, it's going to happen again. But caught. Raigi has just slipped in, and this could be a big scenario for him. Takes out Nacho. That's up close. And with this type of HP, he's just got to lay off. Up on the top of the site is Cheshkin, and IVZ has got that on the AWP, but 8 HP. And now they've got to find all the way out on their own in a bomb plant that's going to be stuck. This is great work from BK1, and potentially with the positioning right now, keeps him engaged, gets that down, and it's a Tech 9, not an impossibility in the site for this clutch. Ataraxia, he was just rotating in from up top, and it looks to be a big gamble in this. All the way back to the double doors, but now he's Molotov'd out, Vincent. I bet he's wishing he would have doubled down.
Yeah, and he kind of has to commit into that Molotov. It's just not ideal. Buddha takes the triple kill, puts that one to bed. 12-8 scoreline for Buddha to close out that half, which is very good to see. But a 7-5 is the final score. I think Shinden pretty happy with that, to be honest with you. T-side, not a good start, even though they got the pistol round. They lose the follow-up and the next 2 rounds as well. They recover very nicely, Mark.
Yes, they do. And, I mean, it's really in a couple of different solid points. I feel like have the mat finish on a half like that with 2 in a row, where it was Shinden that was popping off with a couple of really important rounds there. I think the calling, as you were mentioning, even in the round that they do lose right before this, was actually pretty impressive. And to a point where I think sort of you could have saw maybe Shinden in one retrospect stay with their game plan, which was, a little bit more on the conservative side, but there, it doesn't get the, same amount of spice that we look to see where, crew were ripping at LP right now. So it's going to be that reverse of it. Kind of a quirky little, I guess, word function to get reversive back up on there. Because I got to say, I think that his calling was definitely lackluster at times on that Dust 2 versus LP and in that series where the individual play made the difference. I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I don't think we saw the best of it on that Dust that you're talking about. But regardless, for this first half, I think you got to give him credit for some of these adjustments that crew made. We were kind of talking about some really big openings that Shinden were starting to take advantage of, very, very fast in these rounds, especially talking about yard and the control that was being given out there. Crew got on top of that pretty quick. They changed things up as fast as possible. And so I think that Reverse have got to get a lot of credit for doing so. He also, getting them back in, a couple of critical kills in that. Ultimately, you could call it an eco round win. They had the saved op, but outside of that, it was very limited. That keep them in position and at the very start of this, and I think maintain the fact that round leads them to the lead.
I'm reminiscing on the days right now of the Game Hunters 100% shooting on those pistols. There was a China clutch around the corner, man.
Yeah.
Series 1 here, we've had some impressive feats. But here we're honestly, to maybe avenge the Masitas in the server, man. I'll have to go up and check. I think we have like 6 full Argentinian rosters in this Swiss.
Yeah, there's a lot in here, to be honest with you. You talked about Masitas, but you got Dusty Roots as well. These 2 squads. What a shot there from Naz. It'll only be the singular, though. Raihi ensuring that there's nothing to go too wrong. Don't know about this fight, to be honest. And yeah, I think Raihi understands that maybe that wasn't the move, but it's equalized things for Shinden.
This might be the move. Stay back-to-back, stick together, and that Glock is going to have to go and fire fast. It's Raihi that gets taken way too seriously by BK1, and he gets it again. It's a Biz in a 1v3, and these Glocks are hitting permanently. It's their 8th round that they get off onto that T side, and so where we are looking to actually throw a little bit of criticism into this T side and what we are to expect of the calling, now they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, and to be like very clear from my perspective, I know what you're saying there. I don't think Reversive necessarily looked too bad on Dust 2 the other day. I just think that there was a lot that
It was like one of their
better.
first officials in some time too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's also a good point. But regardless, I think that this nuke map also one where they have a lot of reps on it. They've been able to play quite a bit.
We also have a lot of reps on Nuke now, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
The community favorite, a family favorite.
In the server and on the desk, you and I.
Man, no complaints here. No complaints here. Got something saucing up in this smoke. I was about to keep suggesting to stir it, but they actually really aren't putting too much pepper on it.
Healthy helping of salt, though.
Hey, keep Vinny away from the sauce now, would you?
Hey, what do you mean?
Vinny uses too many onions. We heard about this. 3 large onions.
I make a
Unreal.
great sauce.
He does. He does. Even with 1 AK recovered, I think they're still going to be liking the taste of this. That actually gets that bomb down. And
I mean,
Reversive is on a bit of a crawl behind him, so let's just get cleans him up real quick.
I'd love the taste of a saved AK plus a Galil.
Save the Galil? Yeah, we're eating good tonight.
Yum, yum. This is good. I love it what I'm seeing there. Reversive has clearly heard something.
Oh.
And he's going to try and take these away. The plan is simple. Do not let the opposition take our weapons.
Easier said than done. Well, Ataraxia does connect onto a Biz and can't fully flush them out. 1 AK for Naz, who holds on to things and is not the worst name to be holding on to this.
What a big win for Shinden there, man. Crew, that round goes from 5 survivors and basically a free round to they lost everyone and gave Shinden an AK. That is a huge turnaround, Mark. That is a ridiculous victory for Shinden, considering what they came in with.
Ooh, tech pause, tech pause. What do we have here? A vitality spray. Lame.
That's
Phase
not
silver.
lame.
Phase silver for me, please. 1 save phase silver right here. I would like it.
I was just talking about in the show I was on just before coming on here that there is a real world where FaZe make another major final.
Dude, I hope they do.
And then
it would be like a fever dream, no?
The funniest part about that is that they would then lose 3 major finals in a row.
Shit.
I'm
putting a coin in the jar, don't worry.
Yeah, you bet.
But I feel like that was deserved.
It is. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good.
No, we're true Counter-Strike fans, though. I mean, at least I am.
Why would you wish that on Johnny Jabs, though? After all that he's done for specifically the 2 of us.
It's not that I wish that on anyone. It's that I think Vitality deserved to win this major.
Oh, hey, deserving got nothing to do with it, man.
They do, they do.
Dude, Stewie did that won the bet in like the last year that we were at. Humble brag. Gaps up, friend.
True, true.
I hope to witness some more history with you. Aw,
I think we're likely to. That's gonna be
I
fun.
think so too.
Hey, you know what's history? Is we got it's what, the first time in 3 years, maybe since Rio, that there's been a Brazilian team in the playoffs of a major.
Dude, and they're
we got
playing
2
each
of them.
other.
And we got 2 of them, and they drew each other.
I
That's-
might really
that's
go so
cinema.
crazy at that first game. I might pass out. I might get kicked out of the for the weekend. I don't know. I'm so excited for that first
I'll
game.
carry
against
you
the
out.
side.
Don't you worry.
Thank goodness.
We got games to play though, and in the server, it's live. It's crew with a bit of a lead, but if a big giveaway in that last round. Naz's AK now available. The first gun round for the CTs. A little investigative is Nacho. He's just confirmed Cheshkin. This could be nasty. How's he surviving? How's he alive?
What a legend. This is so confident. I love this. I thought he was going for the mini player, but now he's going to die to BK1 shortly. Has an easy kill. Was really kind of dead to rights there either way, but in an interesting spot. Running it back. I mean, it's got to be a confusing feeling when you're the CTs and you're literally just sprinting back through ramp. This is not going to be caught by Notch. There's just no way. Buddha, you can smell this around the corner. How do you do? Nacho can be going. And here it is. The full split is on you, but player still on B. One man that can really do a whole lot right now, and it's Naz. He's got to make positioning for IVZ available, because as soon as IVZ lets this thing go, and it's going to be checked from down, he's got to get this trade up, and it is immediately crossed off the board. So 10th round for crew here to be immediately added. The bomb going to be going down here eventually. Anytime now.
On.
Anytime now.
Yeah,
There we
they'll
go.
get it. This is given plenty of time, though, to have a conversation. Marky Abyss has a kit. Pretty
down to
crucial that
discuss.
he needed to win that fight, though, to be honest with you. Molly's going to give him plenty of time. Now he can buy some space here for BK1. No, BK1's actually decided no thanks. So, conversation fades the same way that this round does from Shinden.
And I mean, now it's time to acknowledge where we're at. I mean, 10 here through it, and it's still a very good brand of Counter-Strike, right? I think that, honestly, the calls here from Reversive and this group, you know, it's a very, like, I think where we were coming to concern for crew is that they haven't seen this official in, like, at least a month and a half. And I am not seeing a team that looks, you know, all too stale on a nuke. They seem to, you know, have this one all the way up at the top of the charts. I'm really liking what I'm seeing, especially out of their CT side in coordination with this. At the point at which you have a 10-5 score, I think it's worth that praise.
Especially when you're talking about the way that round started for crew, right? Chushkin is in a nearly impossible position. Good little protocols for Shinden to help flush him out of the deep squeaky, but he gets down, then goes down to BK1. All of that, though, doesn't matter. His crew were still able to recover from that man disadvantage. I think that's the biggest surprise, is how they're capable of kind of getting into those deep locations. Buddha, hugely impactful in doing so, as he gets deep through yard and into the back lines. And I think that, funny enough, as confusing I think it would be for crew typically, it was Shinden who kind of lost track of where players could be.
Fortunately, Naz and his crew do not rule the world today. There's still a chance to that. Blimp might be flying over soon to deliver you a very encouraging message, but hey, maybe all crew all day. Couple of smokes placed back-to-back outside. It's diagonal. It might be dynamic. Ooh, what are you doing over there, IVZ? Standing quite tall on some stints. He's on that red box and might be able to just barely see over these smokes.
It's the hope at the very least, and there it is. Vision acquired. Ataraxia falls. Flashes to help scale them forward, but IVZ still has vision. Those flashes ineffective, it seems, for IVZ. A stunning couple of kills put Shinden on the map. He wants more.
It's always gonna be pleasing to the eyes to see this go down, and it's gonna be 4 that have dropped right out of it. Someone just tell IBC that's what Reversive is. I want an ace. I want an ace in this first map, man. It's been such a highlight reel to it, but, you know, 4 will do. We'll keep all 5 alive, and we'll keep Shinden in this nuke.
Incredible performance there from IVC. Would love to see his perspective. He dominating out in yard. And that's definitely the type of performance from IVZ, man, that I've been kind of talking up and I've been discussing that it's possible. Puts crew back down onto pistols, and they have some utility to get them across. 1 down already, more to follow.
Boom, that's a big nade. Every time I see it flying through the air, I gotta really kind of mimic where that's down, because it's making quite an impact, and I mean, not deal to the damage, but deal to the distance right here. Honestly, too close to the bomb site is Viz and IVZ right down below. But if they go for these two aggressively, it can really be punished. And oh man, they did not expect the heat to be turned up quite that far, quite that fast inside of the ramp. But it's going to have to be quicker than this Mac 10. Now, that's a damn task. And Cheshin with that check. And now you really got to go. Finding it side of the head with the Tech 9 takes advantage. And now Raigi has just told you to stay the hell far away. BK1 knows that if he is to lead his group into the promise of this nuke, then he's going to have to save. He's out the T-spawn, and it's 11 for the crew.
I mean, it's a hurt, though, that this save is going to make. They have money, yes, but it's still not perfect. And I feel like things go from bad to worse almost instantaneously there for Shinden. They go from having a pretty good control of that Raigi in a very forward position before they know what's hit him, and then incredible performance from him as he plays defensively from clock, I think is where he was. Makes it very difficult as he can swivel both left and right. Defending against the ramp swing on both sides.
Cracking myself up today, Vincent. I don't know. This is no laughing matter at the 11-6. 1 back by Shinden, and then Crew just laughs in your face. Walking the dog outside. Gotta make sure IVZ is gonna be where he needs to be. But Nacho, he's stacking up the bodies on this A site. Beautiful work out of Varga. And he's gonna Molotov this door all the way back, and now Crew are gonna have to reset. This is like IVZ's nuke outside start, but worse.
I think that Crew really trying to change some pace up in this round. That's the goal. With the fast top pop, they don't really get there. And so, unfortunately for them, it just, you know, it's a round that you can see the vision, but it doesn't work out. And so now they're sort of stuck. Honestly, they look like they're about to save. A little bit crazy, but also understandable. You know what I mean?
That's
feels
laugh.
bad. It feels bad saving like this, but they have a lead. They have a lead. There's no need to like toss away good money. You know?
Absolutely, right? And I mean, where you have the opportunity to keep a gun in the hands of Ataraxia, Raigi has been doing really well this afternoon, about to approach 20 kills on this first map. Cheshkin is, especially on that CT side, I know they were having some issues on a couple of those anchor spots, but I felt that he was pretty active in a couple of the rotations down below that made a pretty good difference there. There is a bit of an investigation, a bit of a poke outside where I think the shoulder of Shinden will be rather relaxed. They should be cool to probably kind of just chill these next couple of rounds. 7 will add up onto the tally, and nobody will be getting too crazy, Vinny.
Crucially, the Shinden finances really can't afford to lose anything either. Even though they win that round and it takes them a step closer to Crew, you got to keep in mind that Crew will be buying again, and Crew are 1 round away from map point. So Shinden need to make sure that they aren't broken easily. It's exactly that. It comes down the pipe. Crew go for an ambitious call in round 18. It doesn't work out, but now they reset. Pretty hefty presence for Shinden in yard. And It's IVZ's op that's pretty close by as well.
Popping open the smoke. Naz will be here for the swing, and it's Reversive to get in with a spam. Raggedy now do his best work on the lurk. This could be literally just tapping it into the net for 12. That type of pace outside was kind of where they were looking, but now there is a new idea. Scrambled right onto the page. It's going to be Ataraxia outside, holding a fine line. IVZ still in the investigation after finding Buddha earlier in the round. It's about to be all where it comes to Shinden. And I mean, yeah, that's exactly how it will be. And that's Crew trying to take out the immediate threat of this. Now with IVZ gone, they have outside at their will.
They have it, but they aren't taking it just yet. And so Shinden given some time to respond on their own. Down on the lower site, they've got Abyss. And Nacho about to join him. In fact, it might be a full gamble in that direction, but this audio cue, I just feel like this is really late. If they go through main, this will be the perfect call.
Only man that can save them. BK1. Don't do it to him. It's going to have to really be the spacing. That would have to be a mistake. Poking your head up, unfortunately. I think Diglett's going to stay in the ground here, Nacho. May ignore that tally. He stays up. Bomb to go down just barely in time. And talked about tapping it in the net. Took a little bit longer of a kick than that.
Yeah, Crew doing a good job of kind of weighing up all the options, whilst they do give a lot of opportunity for Shinden to react. It also gives them time to decide in on what they want to do and be very methodical about that approach. Abyss might have been shooting at ghosts, but
yeah, who are gonna call
right now? He's alone.
The Crew busters. They've busted the map pick.
They've not shown up.
Nope. Headshot. That's right down, dude. If I told you that like the building that they modeled for the Ghostbusters movie is actually in St. Louis?
No, you haven't. That's cool.
Yeah, it is. It's very cool.
Like the OG, I'm assuming. The original movie.
Yes. Like with the ghouls on the side and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take you to it one day. We'll have a cute little date next to the arch.
Oh, it'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
You know just what to do.
I hope our Argentinian fans tuning in are gonna look up what is the heck I'm talking about. St. Louis Arts. What is that? Find a little bit of our American culture. Time to yap about that is with NA Series 1, which will be at some point.
Allegedly.
Let me get an answer for you.
Once you find answers, I'm gonna find some information about what's happening this round. Lower on the buy, but not out, are Shinden. Crew just slow things down. Their default, trying to work across the map. Shinden pretty empty in their yard control, but they've got IVZ down to secret.
They do. Smoke to go and Bloom. Raigi is, working that timing perfectly, but he's lucky that nobody's really ahead of the ball in that same sense. That could be catching you back to back. It's a pincer from Mini and all the way down, and Raigi is going to relieve so much of the tension here. Has to pull up and get it a little bit faster to exactly what the idea is, because 35 seconds to go. They just planted the bomb on this A site with 8 seconds left, and right here, it may not be even the A site that they hammer down on to go. 30, and this is going to even take more time, but it may be perfect. They cancel them from the vent. It just depends where you get out right here. They're so damn lucky that IVZ doesn't have a nade to his name. He gets out of the vent. That is the worst timing of man history. He's in the vent right now, and he gets taken down. Oh, that's going to hurt you. And now to hold them at its end, you're going to be running into an AWP. That is a bold reminder to stay right out. It's this nuke. It is this veto that was put up in the limelight for us to discuss. And you are seeing why. You're seeing the cracks already forward. It is Crew that takes Shinden's map selection in pretty dang good fashion, Vinny.
I mean, that's pretty absurd, to be honest, that just one smoke and a little bit of spam. I guess to be fair, they lost all the art controls, so like they didn't have heaven either. But like that's enough to have them 4 stack A. on that last round.
Yeah.
Crew just like walked down lower, and there's nobody there, nobody ramp, nothing. That control just not at all available. And I think that kind of tells you the story. Very easily manipulated were the defenses for me of Shinden, and I think that that's part of the reason that we kind of saw Crew make a pretty easy run into the final victory. There are a couple of wins for Shinden, but as a whole, you know, I think their T side was pretty decent. I think their CT side could use a little bit more work, Mark.
Yeah, I really felt like the best was to come on that CT side, which is, you know, where I get a little bit confused, especially in the stints where it's like, I think we got to see, you know, some of the things you get excited about, you know, when, you know, coming into a server and finding out that, and coming into a cast and finding out that you're going to be watching Shinden, right? I mean, you know, it was IVZ that had some highlights and BK1 that did as well. But like where I come to mention IVZ as the only pillar of that CT side, I mean, and really kind of having to work it alone against a crew that really kept, you know, kind of throwing the ball there, and eventually did, like, even through a couple of those kills and that consistent effort, were able to almost have that player be the linchpin of their plans, and, you know, finding out where that opera is, killing them, and then, you know, moving to the next step was, you know, where it was really effective. And I was, you know, really hyping up Naz into this, and I feel like Nuke was a really good opportunity to see his rifle, you know, back in front of our eyes right away on this Nuke, and it was a little bit not as bright as I wanted it to be.
Yeah, in general, maybe not as bright as we'd wanted to see Shinden, but a pretty big bright spot across the board there for Crew. Loved what he was doing. We saw a lot of really good moments from him on the both the lurk and just the timings in general.
Yeah.
He facilitated all of those manipulations that I was talking about of Shinden's defenses very effectively. And we saw just like a pretty methodical Crew take over that game towards the very end. All that to say, you know, this is a big upset in that was Shinden's map pick. We got a second map coming up that's going to be Dust 2 next. Feels like a tough spot for Shinden to be in. We'll have to see, though. IVZ on form always means there's something possible with the AWP on Dust. We'll see what that looks like, though, on a return. A quick break, and when we come back, Dust 2 will be getting started.
Dusty 2 on the second map of it. I guess that's convenient to go. Maybe so convenient to Crew, who steal their opponent's map pick and now get to rock onto theirs, Vinny. I bet that feels damn good. They're about to feel it here on this long corner, swinging along with that flash. It's not going to be so easy for him. And now Nacho to try and fade away, and he does get back.
Yeah, everybody's there for Crew. So it's a big commitment, and they have two decisions to make right now. Commit further or spread back out and try to take space. There's one flashbang to try and facilitate this, and a phenomenal shot of a P250 from Ataraxia, but still plenty of defense here. IVZ, the first contact, and a stunning headshot onto Raihi, but he will be removed. Again, this is just barely in Crew's favor.
I swear that car becomes more wall bangable by the day. My belief grows. A bomb to be just dribbled between these three players right now, Vinny. We've seen a lot of this dust too, I guess you could say, as we've came below the equator here. Shinden playing with a man disadvantage, was icy on a couple of those headshots, and now a couple of players yet to frag. It's going to be a Biz that's going to have to put every single body away. And so now there's going to be a split right up. And so this may actually shoot them in the foot. But a Biz is just being toyed with. I mean, it is such a hard decision here. I mean, for us, we look and we get to see how this split gets right up. But with the crossing player at 6 health, good damn luck. But he lobs the bomb over.
Yeah, a Biz spotted it too.
That was the noise he made.
Yeah, by a ton of time, though. For him to get into position. A Biz is, I mean, as the plant's coming down, in fact, it's not going to be stopped. What a shot from Ataraxia. Oh, my goodness. Given the P250, he's the raid boss, and he bosses all 3 frags that he picks up that round. Nasty from the AWP player who picks up big frags on the pistol.
Like a boss. Love to see it. Beautiful work. First right up. It'll feel real good. Through with another pistol right at the beginning of this game. Shinden trying to immediately resurface back. It's a pair of MP9s. What? Mr. Scout's back in the neighborhood. What a lovely Tuesday.
Yeah, a lot of Scout love. Might be a tough fight, though, to be honest, upcoming. Buddha. It's a couple of freebies, basically. The SMG close range doesn't do too much against the armored opposition is Buddha.
Yeah, and I'm not really too big of a fan of this second buy back in. Quite adamant on this. I mean, we had a big discussion of it, CMD and I, when we were just looking into the first day of our Switch stage of a couple of these Dust 2s. It's going to be exactly up to the discussion of, you know, how this now start to the game is going to be tripped up here by Shinden that are going to be just put down with a 3K full house between Buddha, the newest member of Crew, and Ataraxia is already up to a 5-0 start.
Yeah, I mean, he's performing well. Continue to do that, man. I just want to kind of reiterate where I was talking about Ataraxia and what in the past I had really seen from him just not being good enough in a lot of ways. But, you know, these games right now, I've been seeing the opposite of that. It's been consistent performances where he's got confidence, it seems, and I love to see that. 5-man here for Shinden. One flash. It's not going to work out so well. Actually, that second flash works out pretty well. Az and BK1 both get a kill. I mean, I'm already pretty happy with that considering what Shinden bought.
I would rather be satisfied as well. Indubitably. Lightly, Naz will find his way back to long. A couple of these guns to be managed. Maybe sad, if you will.
Hoping that he can put hands on one of those guns. But I'm doubtful.
It's actually a pretty hot take. Got a little banana gun guy on the end of his gun here. I'm sure it'll be good.
still don't know how you focus with that thing on you
Plus
gun.
1,000 swag. There are some players that like on the deagle put it on like the hammer, like on the back of the gun.
Yeah,
It's like on your little guy. And I can't remember who is talking about it. It was on a tier 1 broadcast, probably some handsome duo. And I believe the discussion was just like, is this done as a permanent troll, a purposeful troll rather, where I have to watch this as a viewer of your deagle having like the really annoying like AK-47 one that's just like now boxed on the margin. Ataraxia, add him up 6 in a row, and now they're going to be sprinting in that B direction.
Well, that sprint probably stalled just by that smoke.
And the brief vision they got from that smoke putting out the molly.
Yeah, a little bit of a view, but not one that's going to be long term. From that point on, Shinden have to resettle themselves, figure out where they want to go from here. To be honest, Mark, that's a tough decision when you start the round 4 on 5. Good long setup, though. This could be perfect. Nacho's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, though.
Oh, that's so unlucky for Nacho, who's just trying to do his best effort to swing off of the flash and do it by the book. Here goes BK1 up top. The last line of defense. We'll see if he can take care of it himself. And, I mean, what is coming at his way? It's the kitchen sink. It's another op to the head. His bell might have been ringing after that. Would have been pretty damn impressive if he was able to even push that a little bit. Here goes Reversive and the rest of the crew to do the most. Ataraxia is currently beating as the main heart.
Yeah, I think temporarily we dropped somebody from the server there for a second, but I was giving some support to Shinden's long setup there, but Nacho just has to win the first contact. The problem is that, man, so dedicated were crew to clearing him, and IVZ didn't get into position in time to really provide the support, or even like the flashbangs or something to get Nacho into a better, into a more favorable fight, and then IVZ doesn't even hit the trade. So almost everything goes wrong for Shinden, tragically, Marky. Like, I hate to like paint such a bleak picture of that round, but it really was perfect from start to finish there from crew.
I mean, really, I think it within range of another really dangerous start for Shinden. And they are leaning to the way of a half buy into it. As Boot is getting active, this is a very risky round in by Shinden again. Spending a little bit too much for my preference.
Well, I mean, they've got the loss bonus now, so I think that's not so much the case. They can handle business. BK1 a little less than ideal, but other than that. And I think to have the idea of getting a nade stack off, I think is probably well worth it. Give yourself chances to win these rounds. I think that's the goal. You're talking about this type of purchase. Ataraxia gets tagged, and I'm honestly kind of floored that he goes back for more. Gets a little vision on the top of IVC's head, but doesn't take the shot. A lot of map control that Shinden are currently working with is impressive, dude. The blunt, and oh boy, that's bad news. That's losing basically all of upper tons. Rai's going to eat that nade, so it's another easier shot for Naz, who takes advantage.
Now slide right down to it. Not like this. Not for your first time. Here the op is going to beat with the cape to try and save the round. I'm not sure anybody in that crew jersey is going to be flying away with this. Just watch me be wrong. It's a 1v2, and IBC is aggressively trying to take that vein, but really the works here is through lower tons, and it's a low HP Naz. Can be right on the other side of this. Up top, posted. This is actually a very tricky off angle. The Molotov that's just going to tease, and on the trigger, he will squeeze. It's a beautiful look in here by Keshin. going to be out on the lam in a 1v1 against the old Scouter, who is just going to be within range. Should have seen onto his shoulder and tries to nail it to the head. And with the hammer, he will. It's a 1v1 that is successful from that Shinden side. They have the first on the board of Dust 2.
What a stunning shot from IBZ. I mean, that's the kind of speed that I've been talking about when I talk up this kid and his performances on the AWP. But yeah, big with regard to that round for Crew. Shinden get themselves into upper tons. It's Abiz and Naz with the 5-7s that dominate in the early stages of that fight. And Cheshkin with a valiant effort, but not good enough considering the outcome. A bloody round that leaves Crew wounded.
Step by step, Crew will get back into the groove in middle, been thrown off of the belt from that previous eco, but I feel that this reshuffling will come along the way. The dealer will be flashed up short, and another pair. This grass will be now in the hands of Crew. Shinden yet to drop a body, but each little tease here is going to cost them a bit more utility to react with, and that's their point. You gotta just actually empty this bow, and then you get this down.
It's crucially one prong to this approach as well. So it's going to be about, how this utility sets up. Good nade. Tag PK1 down, but here's IVZ. Phenomenal flick on the right. It's a one-man for one trade for BK1. And now how do they push forward through this? IVZ in a perfect location. And this is the shot, falls back. Has to almost certainly give that up.
Tapping on once. Two duos he got to deal with.
Crazy timing there for Buddha. I don't think Shinden are thinking there's going to be a long play now.
No way. Ataraxia to get this. Buddha's now going to have to speed up that kill. Another flick that's actually going to be right on line. It's going to be all Buddha all day. They have to go through his way. And now he's going to win another 1v1 fight. These shots set up. And now Naz is going to take the safe route right to the top of this stage. And then a nade is going to be ringing in right to his feet. He's going to be in the red. And it would take one jump shot for Buddha to find his way. Taps onto the bomb. And right now he's trying to chop off the head. But I think the damage done. Buddha with the 1v1. And Nazi's going to be out of this thing. But without that clutch, it really gets dirty down into it, but it's a fifth back on the board for Crew.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1v1 there at the end, but it's a 1v3 from Buddha. Gotta get respect there for what he is actually able to pull off. And to be honest, the timing was pretty bad for his re-aggression out long. He kind of had the perfect timing, and then he stalled it out, waited a little bit too long, but he makes up for it by clutching up the 1v3, by delivering at the very end of the day. And I mean, that's really what matters there for Buddha, who, had a pretty lightning start to the series, continuing that on Dust 2. It's going to force Shinden down again. Another round where they're probably half buying. I was going to say half buying at best, but this up maybe suggests otherwise. They take the time out to talk it over.
Yeah, the economy has just been, such a mess here for Shinden. I got to imagine they need to bring this to a consistent line at some point, but here at the line, they're going to continue to put another chip down. It's really shaky at the point at which, you might as well just buy down BK1. $600 here, the Nacho, $950. At that range, I think you're taking that reset. Why are we getting in the full save territory, burning so far into it, and then never having taken that save? Is the state at which you are in. And that may be the state at which you slide 6-1, and that's not going to feel great.
You put all your faith into somebody like IVZ, right? These 5-7s, they worked pretty brilliantly last time around, so you kind of understand. Oh my gosh, that's a bit taking massive damage. Did he make a footstep? They were so locked in on him.
They just know today. There goes CT smoke right down. Crew on the way to B. pushing all the way through upper tons, and last opportunity for a 5-7 to make a difference is just put to rest. IVZ, AWP, only hope. And with 2 players on this bomb site, but with plenty of it to be tempted, he hits a great second shot, but it's going to be over. The flank that comes in and the execution from Raigi. Crew are taking no prisoners on this dust too.
Reversive was trying to find the op that IVC dropped it. He couldn't find it, so he was left in the Glock. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hate to see that. But yeah, this is what you were kind of talking about. If Shinden, the way that they purchase in that last round, Nacho, BK1, they're left with a tough decision. They either got to buy an M4 with very little utility. It's, smoke for each of them, and then one other flashbang. I'm not sure can afford something else, but or they go an MP9 or like a FAMAS and get more utility. It's not a great position to be in when the scoreline's 6-1, and it's not in your favor. I think that's what you're talking about, and I can't help but agree with the perspective there that it feels like they're playing a risky game with their purchasing, and that's exactly what Shinden have done, in the past. So it doesn't surprise me, but it is one that is absolutely scary. It's Crew to take the tack. And I like that they're thinking ahead. Rather than waiting for Shinden to figure them out, they're taking the initiative.
And Nacho's still around that corner, is fighting ghosts. Putting in a very good tally already. Now BK1 absolutely pulling out the puggy plays. This is a singular push. And now is going to have its back end. Is going to have support from 2 players to actually allow for this, which, I mean, the idea is great to go for a push like this. It's just where the timing is presented for Crew, and they are just 5 seconds ahead of this thing, which is going to catch up to Shinden here and likely cost them. But Ataraxia is still head turn, and BK1 is going to be holding out to this, getting that kill. Now you're going to be knowing you're on the clock on this site, where now these heads are going to pop right up, and Shinden is giving you a huge problem.
Man, this is just a crazy call from Shinden, to be honest. Like, Buddha's upper B this whole time, and because he's not really active enough in his lurk, he doesn't know what's happening, and Crew don't feel the necessity nor the pressure to start to speed things up. It's a little bit of a crazy gamble that Shinden take, but it's going to work out brilliantly. I don't think Aviz burns either. He does not. The Buddha will hope to just survive into next round. And money's pretty awful, actually. Crew don't have cash whatsoever. Well, that's going to put things into an interesting position.
No money.
None.
No money. No cash. Not for me or you, at least, either, Vinny. I mean, only 15K per player. Not much to go around extra. A couple of flashes Buddha can get. Dude, what a luxury. 1 Molotov. Ooh, 1 super Molotov. Oh, boy.
The best, one of the best. Nacho's actually got one of those. And Naz does too. Oh, my gosh. DT's eating good tonight. Yeah, that's a reset of the economy, though, for Crew. So that, requires this force buy. They'd be on a double eco regardless. Crew just take it slow this round. I think, they very clearly had a game plan that they wanted to work towards last round.
Yeah.
And it got disrupted immediately by Nacho. This time, they're going to take it a little slower, work through default instead.
Yeah, this T side Dust 2 compared to the last seems a lot more focused, a lot more with the timing in mind of, you know, at 1:06 here, setting this play to go. They're on a very good stent here. You love to see it. That second smoke landed the perfect time, and you were slipping the gap for it. The two players here, and they are just going to line up for it because that's going to be a great shot of Buddha. He's going to be taking out Naz, who gets nothing, probably in the pressure. And now with the bomb down, putting this all the way up, 2 kits and just 2 flashes. It's all going to be decided here with Nacho, who's done so much work at A-Long, but outside of his wheelhouse, Raigi just connects to the head and now makes a really hard call for IVZ and BK1.
Life's so tough for trying to get back into this B bomb site, but with an op involved and no more utility to set it up, Shinden just give it up. Yeah, you highlight correctly that basically all the pressure there on Nacho to start to apply some sort of squeeze on the upper tons. His lack of success, Shinden run saved, tail tucked, crucially economy kept. And for the CT side, Crew stumbles here and there, but wonder as they continue to find some big victories. That's a round that you can really talk about the calling for. It's a slower default, as I was highlighting at the very beginning of that round, but about the minute mark, they're pressuring Cat like it's going to be a Cat play, and it's the classic Cat fake to mid to B. And they do it with a lot of swiftness, good movement from Buddha. That's what catches Shinden off guard.
Another boost looking up into lower. This might get caught right away from Raigi. 2 players that start on upper B in that CT sense. We're going to be hearing a lot of business now. Crew usually contending with their 1-2 plays on this default to continue, and you do get that snap out of the AWP. So IVZ has been located, at least where the scope is going to be within this sense. Raigi flashed out and takes a little bit more space. This is Crew working at a great pace. This is exactly what I was talking about. On control with the timing of this utility, and that's how they're going to make the difference here. But Shinden is really on the re-aggression right now, and Raigi just takes a great 1v1, and Raigi just has to go and survive for as long as he can. Raigi literally might do it all himself. It's 2 players over on this B bomb site, and now you're going to be pulled back because you've met the AWP player, but you can't go through mid because IVZ is here. He's just in with this rotation. There's no smoke to make it happen. Scratch that, it's right down in his face. It's not going to stop IVZ. He missed the shot, and Nacho, the Guardian Angel, and Abiz, he's going to have to join him in that stint. The wings are going to have to go big from Car right now, and just flying is reversive, and hot damn, just going to be down with 2 on the beak. This is 8 for Crew, who are continuing to soar.
I mean, that's the kind of moves from Reversive that I'm talking about that I feel like I just never saw from him previously.
Awesome.
When I got to cast his team. It's a huge adjustment, just confidence oozing from these Crew individuals. But beyond that, you have to love, again, the calling here from Crew. I think They understand what's going on. And when they hear that Cat boost, they immediately take their protocols in mid and sprint to take space in that direction. It nets them 2 kills, thanks to Raigi's forward aggression. He, as an aggressive piece to this Crew team, has been incredible.
Woo! K1 says this IGL has got some confident plays as well, and he continues. A second, now another deagle and a third. Yeah, baby. It's online. Potentially the rest of this Dust 2 is. Finally on with the man's view, how he actually dropped those couple. And right down to Cheskin into the ladder, and you are dropped off of it. That is a beautiful round for Shinden.
Yes, kinda. I mean, beautiful shots, more correctly, I think, for BK1, right? Like, that's the key. I can't really understand why Crew are going to continue swinging him like that without putting any more respect down, but it is what it is. What's done is done. What's not done is the impact. The result of that is that Crew are on 3 pistols. No op to speak of. That's the problem with how little respect they're given. It's twice over the Shinden have won eco rounds.
Contact made through lower. There's those pistols you were talking about. Shinden might know what's up now. with that op kind of getting that information. That's the concern. Could be chased down, could find a rhythm to bear. That's where Crew might look to get creative. Two players still barring on the B bomb side here. Nacho, an interesting look. This could be a problem against this Tech 9. But honestly, it's sort of the problem in the timing right now for Crew. There goes those back-to-back smokes. And right now, it's going to be such a hard hold right out of it. They get this bar down, and they're sent back packing. This is going to be the right call. I mean, for all the risk that it provides into the rest of this round, look at how you go fishing, and you're the one caught in the hook. The fisherman pulled into the water at this point, and now at the end of this half, it all is going to go south. Right up the river, it's going to be where Crew will flow. There's a rock here that's going to stop, and all, damn, the boat down. It may be Crew that may have to swim at the end, but Buddha will, and now keeping pace with the tide is continuing to trend. Abiz in a 1v1. Buddha, the newest member to Crew, may be the last one to drop here as the head is turned and the execution. Abiz has 4 rounds for Shinden.
I mean, Shinden win that round despite some really tough moments. Nacho, I mean, just a horrifically bad decision, to be honest with you. Pushing through a smoke at that point in time. I know that there was contact towards Catwalk, but don't worry. IVZ's got you covered, and so does Abiz for the closer, despite Buddha's best efforts to change that fact. This is a sigh of relief for Shinden, considering this half was really bad from them. They won 2 eco rounds, though, and that is the only thing that bails them out to make this scoreline at least somewhat reasonable. And even then, it's still a good half for Crew.
I'm really glad that they can at least, like, put down, you know, an 8-4 at a bare minimum, because, like, at a certain point, this is becoming a, like, really disappointing outing for Shinden altogether. And I am loving to see where, I mean, time and time again, I feel like we find the screen of IVZ and he's, you know, going for flashy flicks. Like, it looks like he's on in some of these rounds where I feel like in a better sense, it's a lot of the pressure that we were watching, and a lot of the times it was Nacho, who I feel like had so much to do on that A site, but like walks out of the half at 5 frags. And I am kind of left wondering where this was, you know, let to control, how those opportunities were managed. I mean, that time they literally don't even walk out long. It's one smoke that you're going to let pressure you back. It's like, yeah, we're not walking through a smoke with one guy there with an AK ready to mow us down. It's been really good calling that you praise from Reversive. Yeah,
and no flashes there either. You know, just understanding the tools they had at their disposal. Here's some aggression. Talking about forward face. Oh, they're just sprinting up mid. 3 strong in Buddha. Face. Yeah, as of right now, catches 1. Now Raihi, the next up at bat, he's gonna be hitting a bit of a rough spot, and that one Nacho's still playing a dangerous game.
It's getting a little bit awkward up here on the elbow. Reversive and Buddha, the bump in shoulders, big flash, and Reversive has to get this down in the high HP. Buddha is going to be just drowned on the bomb site. But look at this. Nacho, right place, right time. Look at everything that he's seen back. Boys, hold W, up long. They are here giving me a problem. This is so just unmanaged by Keshin. They're back to back, and Reversive has just left him. So bomb gonna go down here. Nacho fades away from the doors, and Vincent, this creates quite a problem. They're gonna be fading around this. Headshot that goes the way of Nacho, and now Shinden in great spots, but Ataraxia is never giving up.
I mean, headshots is really all that needed anyway, so Ataraxia being low. Oh my lord, what a shot! Ataraxia just stunning them left, right, and center. These pistol rounds for him have been uncontested. Crew have another one. What a ridiculous recovery. Again, I'm so big a fan of how Crew are manipulating their rotations on this pistol. They are making life difficult for Shinden across the board, and even though Nacho does a great job of not overcommitting while still playing committed to long, still Crew make sure to pull enough attention away from the site that they have that chance to come back into it. And Ataraxia gone instant off.
Things you hate to see if you're a Shinden fan. But, I mean, especially on that post plant, dude. I mean, they just get, like, mowed down. And at a certain point, like, I can't even begin to criticize them for that. I mean, this was all the way said and done. They get that kill long, and they just keep peeking, man. They know better than that.
mean, I don't even think I put any of that on Shinden all that much.
That's what I mean. It's like they're getting
They're
destroyed by a 100% shooter.
Playing together, to be fair, and mostly hitting the shots. Just Ataraxia with ridiculous performance.
Speak of the devil.
There's no way they expect to see an op in this round. There's 2 flashes.
Oh no.
2 flashes for this cat play, and they've got the couple of smokes required.
This could be awkward, though, for the Opper, I feel like. It's not actually too dwindled in the pace. Shinden are now going to be walking it up, and so looking into the clear zone. You're getting contacted in by Mac-10 first. This is where they want to take advantage of you, but Buddha has a huge kill, and that's going to save so much of this space. Bomb's going to go down here, and that's the first step, and only with 1 player removed, it's not going to be terrible here for Shinden to attempt to hold on to this, because there is not a lot of confidence being construed on Cat right now. All through CT.
It's true, yeah. There's a late lurk in that direction. First shot, it's a dink, and a follow-up there for Buddha. More damage. Now Cheshkin activates from Cat, and it's almost instantaneous. Everyone goes down almost at the same time for Crew to pick up a 10th round. This is looking better and better for them. The quality of this retake is huge. And, I think that there needs to be something said about Buddha and his performance right there. I think he ends up getting 2 kills only. But the way in which he saves Ataraxia's life, it's a nade into those smokes that waterfall down from Catwalk that allows him to save his teammate at long. And if Ataraxia goes down there, I won't say that that's impossible to retake because there was another player at long, but it was a lot more difficult because Reversive, who was there, only had an MP9.
Yeah, I kind of think that if he dies there, it's like, we either going to kill right now or we just save, right? Like, Buddha even making those difficult shots look easy, trying to retake in there from Cat. That's where, a bit of my concern went when I saw that bold rotation and see all those Tech 9s were, really just pretty bold, holding on to the space in which they, got to the site on in the first place. So really big stuff there by Crew. There's a couple of these individuals we can really highlight. On that first map, it was Raigi with almost 20 kills. Buddha may join him in that club.
Impressed, to say the least, here from the Crew perspective. Shinden, I'm glad to see that the victory there in as much as they got the bomb plant isn't gonna force them into this like force buy until you lose or a force buy until you win type strategy. I think this is the right call. Really far forward hold for Crew. Cheshkin, very possible that he gets exposed here in this type of position.
Peak, just instant dink or something out of a horror movie. Counter-Strike horror movie. Stage 2 of the major for the North American teams.
Or stage 1.
Yeah. They're even have a sequel involved. Maybe right here with that second move out of upper tons, and it's a bloody bath, a full house between Cheshkin and Raigi out here tonight. And as far as that is actually washed out, it could have been the Glocks all the same. It's 11 here for Crew, but as you noted, that's a full reset for Shinden. They are going to be as comfortable as they can be.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what I need to look towards here for Shinden. IVZ is kind of the obvious answer, but need a team effort to this type of comeback. I think that's the reality of the situation.
There was a point at which in the first half, I feel like I might have mentioned, I feel like I may have not actually, where Naz was very, very effective. Biz, pops up at the end of the half there, but as we were discussing, Nacho probably with a little bit less, on the scoreboard than, what the first half responsibilities I think would, come to maybe suggest is
not just the numbers for him. It's the decision making. The decision making that's been pretty bad for Nacho, unfortunately.
That's a perfect way to put it, I think.
And the numbers kind of go with that in a lot of ways. But, it's just not even a raw numeric issue. Regardless, that's the time to change that, is here and now. Slowly taking over mid control. They've got lower, they've got upper. Catwalk protocol has just gone into effect for Shinden. All of the little details of, an early round of Dust 2 are in position now.
2 smokes back to back, and Reversive is trying to see through this. When it's 1 man here, 1 man gone. This has got to be anywhere but the A site at this point. An Incendiary to try and make this oh so difficult. They're going to have to be going through a smoke here at upper. This may actually help them. This is going to be Cheskin right here at the smoke. They just don't quite pop out of it like we want. IVZ walks a red carpet, and I think it's about to be stained again, and it is. Dude, he was trying to knife him, man. I think Buddha's playing a little bit more respectful right now. That was putting a man out of his misery for his 19th.
Yeah, and it's another really good moment for Crew. Like, you know, the details within the like calling, I don't even know who to necessarily credit that to. You got to say Reversive, obviously, but that protocol there where the first round of smokes come down on Cat, and there's a nade to break that open so that Reversive can get a peek behind the Cat smoke and just see if that's mid to B play or if that's the Cat play. I mean, that's nasty, that little protocol. I'm really, really loving what Crew are doing.
Oop, bombs away at the doors and just holding on to Mouse One. Buddha with the taste, and he does make himself a very comfortable spot in the 20 club. He's got 21. Here is the top fragger for Crew today. It's disgusting in the first time that I got to see Buddha back after a bit of honestly a lackluster individual series that he had in 3 maps versus LP. This is, you know, the performance that you were looking to exactly right up in the signing from the 22-year-old player who comes in with a whole lot of experience from like with 9Z all over the world and Ataraxia to put him back in that spot. They'll be thinking about it at the 1-1 vein. It is Crew with such a bold performance today, Vincent. That's one they'll be extremely proud of.
Yeah, and you know, I think that they come and they prove it once again, showing up in a way that, like, you know, I talked about some of my concerns about this team and what they had been looking like previously, and I just wasn't really sure about the consistency that could come with the performance I saw against LP in their first round game. I mean, to be honest with you, that is exactly what they showed. Consistency, a lot of really good calling on the T side. I talked about the protocols. The rotations on the CT side were really intelligent. Kind of talked about the way they understand what's happening, like understanding not just like what needs to happen, but like where the little gaps are. That moment from Buddha where he's helping save Ataraxia's life, by making sure that they can't scale down on the lower side, and making sure those waterfall smokes aren't as effective and allowing the overwhelm of the A site. Like, it's those little details that I'm so happy.
It wasn't it blowing open a smoke to do that, just like on the Cat clear. Like, that took some teamwork, and that's where it was so good. Continue.
Yeah, it's those details, right? The Cat clear, definitely part of it. And Reversive, I think a pretty consistent piece of that, where, you know, it's intention behind those plays. It's not just aggression for the sake of it. It's, you know, we need this information in order to make an adjustment to go for this rotation, and then instantly reacting to it. Those details are lovely stuff for me, and that kind of proves that Crew have like taken a big step up tactically since the last time I saw them.
Yeah, I really agree. And just to like note with Reversive, as you just did, right? Those aggressive plays were like, it was the same sort of style that he was confidently pressing. And at a certain point watching that first game, we were going like, oh, he has 25 kills right now. Of course, he is confidently swinging for these and going for these plays, right? You know, that's a part of it. But even here, walking out with like 9-10 kills, it was the same dang thing. And that's something you really love to see. You know, come to question if that's still going to be, you know, kind of the attitude, everything, you know, going the wrong way, maybe everything literally going the right way. It was a sunny day on Dust 2 for Crew. But as far as where you walk out of that, man, answer my expectations another day. For all the questions that we asked today, they answered them, and they answered them confidently.
That they did. Yeah. A phenomenal performance coming out of Crew, and, you know, Shinden. I think that they don't walk out of that looking like a horrifically bad team. I think what happens there is that, you know, they're a team that's really reliant for me on their individuals being able to overperform. And today was not one of those days that they did overperform. You know, that enables I think, Shindig to make upsets. And I just don't think that we knew exactly what to expect from Crew. But we're starting to get familiar. I tell you what, Marky, I'm having fun. This is the most fun that I have on these South American games, is getting the chance to kind of look back at teams that I've seen in the past that hadn't really wowed me and then become a little bit wowed by them. That's where I'm at with Crew. And that's probably where we're going to put that one to bed. A fantastic series from Crew and a victory. We got like an hour-ish before our next series gets to go. So, maybe grab a snack and see what you can rustle up. We got Flamengo and Elevate coming up when we get back. So it's going to be exciting matchups. We go from the Argentinian matchup over to the Brazilian matchup. It's going to be a good time. So stick around. We'll be back in about an hour.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Fourth and final BO3 of the day, technically the third, but we're not here for technicalities, Vincent. We're here for some spicy South American Counter-Strike, and I know you love that cuisine. We got a great BO3 to finish off tonight.
Yeah, we're eating good tonight, I tell you that much, my friend. I think that, we didn't exactly get our expectations with regard to our previous series, but I think we certainly got a fantastic look at what Crew could be and who they might be moving forward. We get to move on to, from an Argentinian matchup, we go over to Brazil here. Flamengo and Elevate is our final matchup of the day. And Marky, I'm excited for this one for a couple of reasons, but I think that, to see the core that was Tropa de VSM, previously Tropa de Taco, come back together under an organization, obviously a big deal. And outside of that, I have a lot to say, I think, about this Elevate roster and how they were put together. I'm a big fan of the pieces that they have put into place, but we're gonna get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm really happy to revisit some of the shenanigans I was bringing up the other day, where I was like, we're missing great teams such as Tropa de Taco from this. Well, you've actually seen that name. Rather, I'm pretty sure VSM is free to maneuver now, right? This is a guy that was on the Fluxo bench for some time, and of course, obviously, in the greater news of the 2 years, is a guy that fully became available to work onto a roster due to the Valve RMR change to, or MRQ change rather, to how they viewed the VAC rules, right? He served his time, Vincent, and I mean, damn well, he's back and was so good on that Fluxo team when was there. I mean, on Tropa de Taco was just filthy, and here with an actual IGL and an actual project here with Cuts Moretz and Misfit, I think this is going to be a great opportunity for him, and I was really impressed for what this entire squad looked like against the Champions League.
Yeah, I think this is a team with a lot of interesting pieces on it, right? That core that was Tropa de VSM obviously is still here. You were kind of alluding to, but they made a change relatively recently, bringing the Bonnie back in here. Max cut from this roster, and I think that overall, I feel like I've seen a lot of good stuff from Cuts Moretz. I feel like I was a pretty big fan of what Dinoco was doing, even over in North America. I kind of talked about when he was brought into that Edo Laser squad, I was like, this is a good move. This looks good. Unfortunately, it didn't last for very long, but now back in Brazil, and I think that can make a big impact on a team just like this, right? That is looking to kind of prove what they can do. It's clear though, for me right now, Marky, that this team does rely a lot on that VSM firepower. That's one thing that I'm looking to see a little bit more from them. Is I want to see them take steps forward that isn't about that VSM individual form necessarily.
Yeah, and where I think that comes to separate is where you're absolutely, gauging this Flamengo squad, and where this comes to, sort of be begged out of a guy, like I just mentioned. I was really impressed with what the young Opper was able to do against the Champions League, but a guy that, has some pretty good praises. I think Misfit, well known for his time over on Patina State Ferrari as well, and had a good stint on Solid too. So I think this is going to be a really good opportunity for him to go back, and especially with some youth, and especially some unique experience, along that way, kind of similarly with the Donico. I think it's going to be good coming in here, and it's the next newest member is a 27-year-old talent. I mean, to put that in a serious way, right? I mean, was familiar with a lot of the names on this roster. So with the way that they, came out and swang into that 0-0 spot in the Swiss stage, man, I'm really not surprised. I think this is a team that, on that better end, Cuts Moretz would like to push a playoff.
I mean, I think this is a team that probably should be making playoffs. That's kind of where I see them, especially in a field that we've kind of talked about a couple of times. But this is a pretty weak field compared to some of the other CCT Swiss stages here in South America that we had seen in the last season. Yeah, for me, this is a team that should probably be making it towards that playoff. So all that to say, let's probably talk about their opposition here a little bit. Elevate, this is a team that I I really am a fan of how this was put together. It felt like they did a good job of reaching and finding pieces across the Brazilian space, and slotting them in a very intelligent way, right? Talking about like a core and what that might look like. Well, Diazera, Zede, CK Zhao, they all played under Intense at one point last year. You add Lash, who is the star of the show in so many ways from that Yawara team, that he joins up, and with this squad, he's a fantastic AWP player. And then Diozera coming back, right, under once again Zede. When you're talking about like when Diozera has kind of looked his best, it was that move from MIBR Academy into the team with these guys that I think reinvigorated him, brought him new life in a way that made MIBR Academy want to bring him back, even though that didn't stick too long. He continued to look very good. So like he's developed incredibly well under this like core. So you add those pieces together, and I just feel like it's a very exciting team, considering all of those parts.
You spelled out really well. It's definitely one that was obviously a little bit out of left field. You mentioned multiple projects, right? I mean, even a couple. You have obviously Short and then Zayde that were brought in, to start this brigade over when it was from the Bad News Chickens, quite an illustrious brand out there. Saw them, obviously in a last couple of the Swiss stages out here to go. BNC, a guy I'm really excited to be hopping back on track with. Saw him benched on Game Hunters out there towards the start of the year. So I think this is going to be a really exciting opportunity for a guy like him starting to go. And Vincent, correct me if I'm wrong, man. They did not have these jerseys when they were last with the North American project. No, these are looking nice.
No, these are brand new, to be honest, and I do like them. They're bold. Well, I think that's like the one word takeaway for me is bold. It's pretty cool to see. I think just to kind of put a final touch on this Elevate roster and our thoughts on it. Well, I think that there was some question marks about BNC. Personally, and I think that CK Zhao has a high ceiling, but one that we haven't seen very often over the course of like the last year. So I really need to see him like have a bit more of a resurgence for this project to really take off. The same true for BNC, who, listen, it was a good reason why he was benched over on Bounty Hunters, and I don't think that necessarily means it has to be the end of the line, but it does mean for me that he's got to take a step forward if they want to be in that conversation. So let's talk about the veto. Let's get a look at this pick and ban stage, because to be honest with you, I haven't gotten to see that much of this Flamengo team myself, but we got to peek at Elevate. They have an interesting map pool, to say the least. There's not a lot of recent maps that we can take a peek at, but I can tell you that Inferno is a little bit of a surprise on from my end. Nuke, though, on the other hand, that previously was a map that this core played, so should be interesting. Even these first two maps feeling pretty decent for me, but I'm not sure about this Ancient.
Yeah, me neither. Versus the Champions League, I got to see Flamengo go ahead and pick into an Anubis that obviously, directly picked out by Elevate here in this event, where then it was that Inferno that was then swung into by the Champions League, and actually Flamengo had a lovely little time on that one, 13-6, and so that was a really good look from them. I'm excited to see, if that Inferno is to be kept up, that being the pick of Elevate here could potentially be a good point to take advantage of that series, where I'm wondering where we're gonna grab on Nuke here. I feel like, for a Flamengo team that's been waiting for an opportunity, it's been a little while since, first off, the Nuke official has happened, but I'll tell you, the last time they won a Nuke was versus Imperial in PGL Astana qualifier back in March.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh. Yikes.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, hasn't it? Not exactly a ton of recency. I'm feeling pretty confident for Flamengo in this series after seeing this veto, Marky. I feel like Nuke is probably going to be a pretty good pick, end up being that is. And though this Inferno, I think there's a lot of question marks for me about what Elevate looked like on this map. The recency for Flamengo, the Champions League, not the same caliber of team as Elevate in my mind, but certainly one to look out for. And I think that leaves me feeling more confident for Flamengo than for Elevate.
Yeah, I think that it should be an interesting notion, but I did get to watch that Flamengo crew. I know it's sort of the opposite for you swinging into this to begin, but like I'm excited to see Lash in the server for the first time in a while. I last got to see him like with Yawara, like I feel like a long time ago. I feel like he, you know, after December hasn't played a whole lot of officials since then, and back in the server we go. Flamengo even get to start on that T side. Elevate needs to, you know, latch this back defensively. They're going to be seeing exactly what is going to be balled right at them. Cut sends his crew into ramp, into 2, awaiting bodies. So, and it's looking a little bit shabby to begin. Misfit takes out Donico, and Lash with the double, and DU Zera will just bring down the hammer, and VSM says, where did my team go?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of team kill in the mix. That's a tragedy to be sure, but the fact that then they can't follow that up with anything. Lash grabs his and then can drop down and play another like contact off of the guy who didn't get traded because of the TK. Yeah, not a great start there for Flamengo, but Elevate will be loving it, taking advantage of that. And when we're talking about an Elevate team and kind of where they're at, you know, I see this team as definitely playoff capable. Whether or not we'll actually see that happen, though, I think is another story.
A4 to be awfully close in this margin, and on a great angle. It's a little bit tracked down the line by Diozera, but Lash has 3 on that spray. That's magnetic. Perfect rotation out of their opper.
I mean, VSM gonna recover the M4, but now lacking any form of support. A little isolated here is Lash. Good for the shot.
It's a scary start.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking good there. 4 kills in that round, 2 in the pistol. Building a healthy economy as well for Elevate. Flamengo, that was a force buy as well. I think it's like easy to kind of jump through the hoops and not recognize that, but because of how badly it went, they bought 4 nades. Where's this going? Yard, presumably, but maybe door?
That Astralis, dude? 1 to open the door, and 3 more to come through. That's actually sick. Good tech.
It's too bad it doesn't give him.
Reinventing the wheel. I think it's like 34.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of damage, but
that's a good nade.
I mean, you put 3 nades on the same person, you'd hope they go down. That's the plan, at least.
Some awfully strong flakjacks. P250. Nothing for you. Deagle. Brian flip the coin, same vein. Oh my goodness, Lash getting active. Out with that pistol, dude. There's no way. Diozera in the way. He will absolutely pack that in. Getting crazy on those pistols. Is the attempt by Flamengo, but a pretty dashing 3-round start that Elevate get off to, where you're letting Lash get, I think, this into it this quickly. It could be a bit of a concern.
It could be. I think that, you know, give them a gun round, but the fact that they're, you know, Flamengo have gotten 1 kill over those 3 rounds, it's a little bit of a concern. We'll put it that way. Well, alrighty then. Just early fights all across the map. Elevate wanted to take the fight to him, and they paid the hefty price. It's a little bit of a crazy pace, but you can respect the confidence there that Elevate had. It doesn't give them the round, though.
No, it does not. First on the board. Lobby crunch. Swallowed up. Take a little look at Spirits Pick'em on the floor. I'm not, you know, we were joking about the phase Silvercoin earlier, but I actually haven't submitted mine.
You gotta hurry up.
I know. It's gonna be Deuce it. Down the vent. Whoops. Gotta love it. I'm into this. Even in the man disadvantage, Cuts is up to no good. He's even got that frag down on the lower bomb site. Donico is gonna go and try and just cause as much up here on the top bomb site as he can. Bomb gonna go down. Donico unfortunately caught, but ESM within this range finds CK Zhao, and now Kutch just have to manage all on his own. It has been extremely independent so far in this round. Smoked out of that single door, and there's a gunfight that VSM is going to have to be aware of all the way down. So all the way on top of the IGL shoulders here. Let's see if it's too much to bear for this man. Just taking that first fight, and it is due. Straight on top of the bomb is Elevate, and they recover from the Flamengos first.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow. I mean, as much as it's good for Flamengo to get down the vent there, they pay with so much blood inside of the door. I mean, just about everybody who tries to make their way through goes down. Cuts is the only one who really survives that, and you got to give him credit for clearing out the B bomb site. VSM gave him a chance at success by winning the lurk duel up against the vent drop. There's still not a lot you could have hoped for out of that 2-on-4. Flamengo really lucky just to get the bomb down, meaning they can continue to buy.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised that, initial gun round by Elevate, that they immediately try to throw themselves sort of in an aggressive stance. It doesn't kind of go well. This, again, is back supported by a very lax round by Elevate, and you see into, something, I would say just as vanilla, but it doesn't mean it's not going to be without that bite. So here comes that nade to open, and threatened by the check, Flamengo are stutter stepping by these smokes and continue to waste a little bit of this motion. It's one at a time.
They're going to get down towards the B site. Nobody there until now. For the CTs, Elevate, react accordingly. Going to place Zera into that location, but he's relatively alone. And I mean, there is a fast call to get back in for support, but Flamengo don't know where they want to go just yet. They could pivot back up to A if they really want to, but time is ticking, Mark.
Got to make a call. Open up down below. It's a bit of a tease. ZD up top is going to get that first headshot. That's on a VSM, CK Zhao, and DU Zera. Fill up that kill feed one click at a time, and Elevate will answer the call. Hardly leaving it on a ring for a moment. 9 seconds left, and Misfit is going to try and slip the gap, but it's all 5 alive, and that is a sturdy house that Elevate have built at the start of this. 5 out of the first 6 go the way of Elevate on their opponent's pick.
Can't lie, I did see a couple of the details that Flamengo were trying to put into motion in order to try and pull a reaction from Elevate, but bro, Elevate just so stalwart. They didn't move at all. It was a little bit less than you would have liked to see from Flamengo to try and sell that was like more of a B hit. They really just like opened door and tossed a smoke. So it wasn't exactly the greatest of fakes, but man, did it not work. Elevate didn't move in the slightest because of Diozera's position down in B. So Elevate take an attack, got to talk it over. Unfortunately, their lack of a bomb plant in that round means that they're also like money very awkwardly placed. And yeah, they're gonna force into this. Can understand why, but it's still a little bit desperate already.
Quick silver check outside. And everything Flamengo are starting to build right here. And each first step has been chalked. Another, band of utility outside, but it's more of the same. Here comes that flash out, and a good go. I mean, they are just in a headlock of this A site. And VSM finally to turn the tail, and DU Zera with a great rotation up heaven just to hammer it down. This is very impressive by Elevate, Vincent.
I mean, yes, but also, what was that attack? Like, there's just like,
yeah, No kidding.
Nothing behind it. I understand that it wasn't the greatest of buys, but it was like a flashbang to try and get them out. And there's 3 guys there on Elevate. They haven't made noise like they're crossing. I think they had an initial set of smokes, but it just was not very convincing, obviously. They're going to speed it up, try to get a little bit more utility behind this, and the Tech-9s hoping to close the distance. BNC only successful for 1. Lash gets involved, and TK's out from heaven, puts them down 1 at a time. Misfit and Cuts from Rats, they survive, but they're still not in a great spot.
And it's on these pistols that they're literally going to have their most successful go about it. Cuts is going to have a shot right now. This one could, I mean, get a little bit more complicated, but Elevate should have it in a complex state. These shots come down. Yeah, I see where your head's at, Vincent, because they're going up. Hands on the head of this roster. Elevate doesn't know what the hell to think. It's just one thing that I will say. It's a little bit symptomatic of a Flamengo that is definitely shaky on this T side. There's no doubt about it. Sometimes it just feels like the best strategies that you can run are the ones that are the easiest, the simples, the ones that you've ran 10,000 times, these A-pops with the Tech-9s. That's why it literally looks like muscle memory to them when they get out and then make it complex. But dude, you got to be closing that into 3v2. Flamengo have no business winning that.
4v2, like, what are we doing, Elevate? Just don't throw any nades and they win that. Like, actually don't use any of the utility and you win. Swing together, but there's a team flash. Like, the nade provided coverage for that fight.
Can't believe the anti-nade gang paid you to say that.
No, it's just so ridiculous there.
Oh, man.
Have some confidence, Elevate. Like, that's what it is.
No kidding. You're up 6-1.
You know, I don't know. Anyway, Cuts from Rats got to get some credit for, you know, some nice shots as well. My frustrations aside, we'll see what they can play for. Again, a little bit uninspired right now. The flash is a little late. Lash still misses the mark. Good movement. Dinoko's quick on it. And Lash has got to be careful hearing this, but oh, that's too bad. Diozera's got his coverage. Diozera, he's got the time for these guys one by one. As Lash misses one more, but he survives for another try.
Just well enough. Lash just going crazy there, but it's all with Diozera's bold rotation down to clock. She just pepper them for so long, and by that time, for every member of Elevate to get involved, whether it's the ramp rotator, whether it's people down the vents, they needed to get there, and they did probably a little bit too early because they were all just wiped off. You can't even get there before you have a chance to get involved.
This T side right now feels like a pug. Just straight up.
A pug where nobody's coming.
No, I wouldn't.
One guy raging at you in team chats.
I wouldn't go that far.
I just DC'd. Average NA pug experience. I haven't watched that. There's like some Twitter clip where like I think Donk gets mad at his NA teammates or something. It's like, me too.
That's probably it. Probably happened. They need to break open the cross smoke there for a moment, but Lash doesn't see anything up from heaven. An attempt to get back down. It's a 1-for-1. That's over towards the other side of the map, but CK Xiao drops the bomb.
Be that bomb. Danico to go with it, and a whoopsie-doo for CK Xiao. The Baloney finds himself breathing with a great headshot that he finds out of this corner of BNC with a really crucial trade. And even if like there was a blunder or two within this fold, standing in the cut BNC is going to be so important here. And what's the call? Splitting up and actually trying to manage this flank is bold, but it is brave. And you can actually see how this decides to form up. Cuts is collecting so much information right now. Lash has a great look on this. And the problem that you actually have to, you know, accept while trying to go for that ladder is exactly that. There's 2 more ways up to it. And now you're batting down. So in these hatches, it's a 3v1. We'll see if Flamengo is able to pull out another crazy one.
I mean, Dinoco struggled to start this, but speaking of utility, they got a wide amount of it. And that's what I wanted last time, just for the record. Make it happen this time around. Not going to make the same mistake twice, which you gotta respect. I am, you know? I just said, you know, gotta respect the fact they didn't let the same thing happen again.
Nope.
And I think that Flamengo, the way you provided that context with, like, you know, it's a brave way to go about things by splitting up like that. Yeah, and also maybe a little bit of a blunder. You know, you need something to go right there, but by splitting up, I think that, you know, only one thing going wrong makes it so that that's a near impossible round. A little bit different right now. Cutsmarat's ahead of these smokes. There's been a lot of back and forth around that, but what is that? Zeddy just straight up takes the duel, levels him.
Man disadvantage still. And back to Lash. One at a time, no flash, and that's where he will come to actually really just punish Nade to put them back. Gave up a little piece of the pie right there, taking this deeper angle into J-Hall, but it is up to Flamengo to make this do. Donico waiting patiently for a bit more space to get this back, and it's just a huge quick scope just fit right around this corner. Does he have two? Finally catches up for it, but Zera right where he needs to be. That's been a common theme today. 9 rounds for Elevate on this CT side, and they are just on the putting green for 10.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that it's the CT side. I mean, it does a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much to me that it's the CT side. You know, this is just so dominant, so strong. Look at the score lines right now. Del Boni is 3-10. Noko's 1-11. And, you know, the firepower that we kind of talked about, Misfit, VSM, you know, that's not particularly there either, though a little bit better than those two names I just mentioned. It's bad across the board, and that's the problem for Flamengo, is that they haven't even really gotten a chance to start this game. And it's nearly halfway over. Give him a wide berth out here in yard, at least for the moment. Is at yet another different position that he hasn't been in yet. He's about to catch a whole lot of flag.
City gets the first, and it gets really awkward around the second. I mean, most of the panic there, I feel like, is actually put into the comms, and so it's to get this man down below, and what a humongous nade. That is just insane. CK Zhao now to just be a terror below. He's up here at buttons to just actually watch anything out of control, and Lash has the double doors. Elevate are just amazing on these CT rotations. I really hope this setup works out in between it, back and forth, because look at how great it is. But he backs up here. This is going to be one that is going to be a bit more predictable. And CK Zhao now here in the meantime. Flamengo do themselves no favors by just clomping along. This is a very slow rhythm, and on this dance floor, it will be perfect for CK Zhao. And you haven't even given anybody to have another chance in that rhythm. Diazera turns around, and it's just a 6 cents today.
I mean, Flamengo, there's just no reason for Elevate to respect, like, a fake or anything. They've, like, been so one beat all half. And it's no change right here. There's not utility to try and break that crossfire. It's near impossible to do that on a good day, even with good utility. Denoco, likely, I guess, to get a bomb plant, but PNC required to miss a shot, and he doesn't. That is an incredible half from Elevate. 10 rounds on their CT side, Mark. I don't even know what to say. You know, there's some individuals playing very well here. Like, nobody missing a beat for Elevate, but I'm more appalled by Flamengo's T side than anything.
I mean, this is starting to look like a massive gap just straight up within their veto. I mean, the last two outings on this were a 13-3 and a 13-5. So, I mean, it's sort of looking like you're getting the same type of vibe from them that was put out on those outings. And I know that's like a really grim way to put it, but I mean, you know, you can only have one permaban, and like it's now kind of in discussion that, I mean, this nuke ought to be checked out. It's really a concern right now, and I don't think it's going to get much better on this CT side. So I think that it's going to be a dang good reason to have that Inferno up second for you if you're a Flamengo fan, hoping that is going to be a bit richer.
I just want to like dive a little deeper on that, because here's what doesn't make any sense to me. How do you go from beating Imperial on this map in March, right, in the Astana qualifier, to like losing to MIBR Academy? I mean, stomped by Red Canids, who, to be honest, are like really bad right now, but like still, that one's more understandable. And then especially by XW7M, that's like a team that's barely put together right now. I'm like, I don't understand how they go from such good results to like such abysmal ones.
The problem here is that you're not shooting on a CT side or something. It's that, I mean, really there seems to be a bit of an issue getting on the same page. Flamengo did not really see into that until, like we talked about it, like the really easy ones where you're, all right, I know this strat like the back of my hand. Let's have an A-pop, right? Let's sprint out with these Tech 9s. And it's like, you'll be surprised how far some of those will go, but it's, you know, really effective to, you know, try and put yourself back into a game. You stand up with a little bit of rhythm there. I think that was a good one for Cuts to put up, even where they did have to push that forward and, you know, convert a 2 versus 4 or whatever it was. It was a little ridiculous. You're here into the second half. Like we talked about, it feels a little bit hopeless. It feels very hopeless for Flamengo. Let's just be 100% clear right here. And so I think this is definitely a lot grimmer of a look than you saw just immediately onto their first series against the Champions Liga. This is looking to be a kind of a bouncing back in the opposite range, going all the way back on the graph.
Yeah, it really is. I'm a little stunned, to be honest with you.
Me too.
Either way, I mean, you know, looking forward, I think that's all you can do. What you have to do if you're Flamengo, it's, you know, put the game face on, and they need this pistol round bad. Guts Marantz has a couple dualies there in Dinoko's hands. Let's see what this T-side pistol looks like. The Ozera opener is his.
I'm just loving this right now. Elevate, they just dance around outside to the point where they can just track this rotation in. Zero finds Misfit. It's these fights that aren't tradable, which is the problem. At one step, you get this bomb down Zayde to put in those details, and so a crucial pistol round that Elevate have locked up here, and that might as well be the map.
I might as well. I think that Dinoco and Doboni probably interested in saving just so that they can have this armor and there be like some world of a chance in their force buy next round. That's got to be their only thought process right now. Or just like throw your life
Zero's
away.
gaming.
He certainly is. Dinoco should have him though.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh good God. At 4K for Zera. Gets a little bit slippy at the top for this roster trying to walk this way, and Flamengo can't stay within range. They have been ran all the way down for it, and what's the call from Cuts here? Tech pause.
I mean, might as well just chalk this map up.
My mic died.
Oh?
My computer. No, that was me, like, doing a silly.
No, okay. I was like, how'd that happen? I know what
You can still hear me.
I know what microphone you have. That's not how it works. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know what the tech pause is or, like, who called it, but it genuinely feels like might as well just figure it out between maps. That's how little I'm having faith.
Yeah.
It's like tough.
Pain gaming.
Not meant to not
Pain
really
is what Flamengo are experiencing.
True. Not meant to be like any sort of statement there on Dinoco, but like, because we've all been there. But when that's how things are going, that's where I'm like, it might be hopeless.
A site is empty here. I mean, oh my gosh. Talk about the force play retake and stare down the beast. This is a nightmare for Flamengo, and they're just starting to wake up. They get those shots down.
They wish.
Unfortunately,
they
a disaster class on this dude. I think that's such
not
a
a
funny.
word you use
it's a
very
funny
often.
saying. It's funny.
I agree, and I don't think that that's an inaccurate representation.
This is no. I agree. This is no laughing matter. It's a little sad.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Normally you're like the like let's look at the positives guy, but you've been beaten down, it seems. As have Flamengo.
There's only so much positivity in the world for me to put back on this broadcast. A couple of Deagle shots will, you know, change my mind. One more Juan Deagle will make me smile, but it will be Elevate to post it up on the board. And like we said, man, we're looking good. We're damn playing good. I know you're even wearing a red t-shirt today.
I am. Would have been funny. I was trying things on during our break, and I almost just like accidentally left a different shirt on, and it would have been really funny if I had.
That would have been funny.
We got 5 MP9s. Flamengo with a little dream. I don't know that that's going to be viable, but you know, MP9s are good on this map, just like generally. That's all I got.
Fact.
That's the best I have.
That's a fact. There's no arguing with that. NA region is so silly that we have players that main MP9s. Thou shall not be named.
All right, so everyone just check that off on your marquee bingo card.
Oh man,
that might even be like the free space, to be honest. On the get the bag mark
that could
bingo.
be true. That could be true.
I'm gonna make a get the bag mark bingo. It's gonna be awesome.
I'll make a Vincent bingo.
You should. We should compare notes, and then we could play bingo against one another whilst we're live.
You just asked me out on a date on the cast.
I did.
That's crazy.
I thought
sure.
we were gonna, like,
I'll go.
Get by that. Yeah, so basically brutal. Elevate just like sat and waited until Flamengo got bored and pushed. And anyway,
that is literally exactly what happened, and the pushers will finally shove, at least in Hut. It's not impossible. There have been crazier things that have happened in the world.
Not like that much crazier.
In the world, there have been more wild things, but not here on this nuke. Not today. It's Flamengo's map pick that is turned upside down, to say the least.
Bro, why the hell did they pick nuke?
Maybe they were working on it. Maybe they were, you know, excited to brawl that out. Maybe they were working a lot on that CT side, and we didn't get to see it.
I want to say things that I'm not allowed to say on broadcast. That's how I feel right now about Flamengo's nuke in general. It was bad. It was awful. It was horrible. You know, and listen, I want to like give credit to Elevate, who had good protocols, but like the CT side, it didn't need to do much of anything at all.
I think their rotations were still really good.
That's what I was gonna say. They looked very good in those, but it looked so easy because every time there was a site hit, there was at least 3 people there, and that's like, you know, credit to the preparation and how they play that map. But like, we'll just say it wasn't hard mode there for Elevate.
I mean, there were a couple of those times that I can particularly, remember at the lower bomb site where you are spending 3 smokes outside, walking it down, making contact all in like 25 seconds to the vent player, and then getting that like control. Sorry, that just like threw an error in my brain real quick on the lower bomb site, right? And then they just like stood there for 10 seconds and like, you know, where we were praising the rotation and the setup of I know it was the Opper in dark and then somebody right up on buttons.
Diozera.
Yeah, Diozera. They literally had enough time to rotate another player down the ramp and walk out of the smoke. Like, it was a little bit tough for the, you know, rhythm of the T side at times, which is, you know, half the battle, I feel like. And so I got to say, all they would have to do is press play on this thing. I really think get back on track. I think it's an Inferno that, you know, is, like I said, try to have that card pulled by La Champions Liga. We're denied on that reign. So I think this could potentially be the role, but this is not the Flamengo that I saw 2 days ago.
No, I mean, on that, I guess, you know, maybe that's good news, but either way, the bad news is not hitting at all, our Flamengo. Gonna have to try and bounce this back, but it's a long road to recovery. We're gonna see. It's map number 2 coming up next. We're gonna hit a quick break, and then we will turn with our second map.
Well, it's an inferno, and don't worry, Nico, we are not in major qualification, major tension at all. I just wanted to throw him under the bus there, I feel like, for no reason, because I'm sad. And we're into a second map here, and the frustration's already out, so let's have a dang old time.
Now let's see what we can do. Make this happen. Oh, man.
Do you think Nico deserves it?
Oh my gosh, this is so
this is
bad.
Crazy.
VSM has just gotten some false information. He's about to fall back. Or not. I thought maybe into like death, but fortunately he's fine. I can't believe they're still here.
Payday with a great opener on the cuts. And Donico fades away back at the bomb site 2 in a row. And Lash may expect to have a little bit more liberty here, but turning the corner is BNC any dang moment, and it's that down. Elevate, they wash this pistol. Honestly had to think about the start and where that did get bloody to brawl, but I appreciate kind of the less vanilla attitude about it. Push up bananas, send 3 players in to Palace Pop. That was a very nice stint. And there they get that down. BNC to collect it, the late lurk.
I mean, to be honest, that could have gone so much worse, I feel like, for Flamengo. I don't know what, like, gave them the inclination or understanding that that was a fake. They saw 2 people on B. They didn't see the bomb, true, but, like, they got no information from what I could tell, and yet they were still hanging out on A. I feel like that was winnable, actually, which is crazy, but all that to say, Elevate still close the round. I don't get it. You know, this series is like a series that makes no sense.
When is the world ever made any sense to us? To me and you.
Back in my day, the world made sense.
Back in 2016.
Right.
I think that, like, there's not many things that public opinion sways on, but that being like one of the best years in human history is one of them because of Pokemon Go Summer. Flash right in.
Really?
There was also some pretty good CS that happened then.
This is true.
Go ahead, argue with the wall.
Me arguing with the wall right now? I do it silently so I don't become, you know, so people don't walk by and think I'm weird.
Postured like the guy in the meme with your hands out and everything.
Yeah. I've done that before. Argued with the wall, I mean. The wall lost when I punched a hole through it.
Ooh. The incredible Vincent. All right, the incredible VSM. Couple of tainted names up in here. And CK Zhao is one of them. Excuse me. There comes a shot. TSM is looking like he is so close to the head of Lash. 2 that he actually gets right down. Patient, and then the pull from the 5-7. This is looking really good in a 4 versus 2 now. But if they just close it out down on the A bomb site, scratch that. I did not see BNC out here all the way on the connections. This is going to be so complicated, even with 10 to go. Trying to put the bomb to rest. Zera He does. They don't spam him out for it, and finally gets taken out. But, I mean, he's so far away. Nobody's on the bomb now. Misfit, he's looking for it. He's tapped it once, and, I mean, this should be complete now.
Yeah, BNC actually had some time for this. That's far too late. I don't really know about that, but all good, I guess. VSM kind of popping up a free headshot at the beginning of that round. Cuts Moretz, helping to bring it back, and you know there's a lot to like about how that round goes for Flamengo. Even if I have a lot of questions for Elevate and the entirety of like what the plan was there, you'll take the win. I am seeing a little bit of a consistent storyline right now, and that is Flamengo round wins are based on Elevate. That is a problem, so that does need to change.
The aforementioned La Champions Liga, boy, okay, got it out at the end of the day, thankfully. Had that Inferno down into a 13-6 victory. And look, that was really clean off of a Anubis that really got tested. It was actually a really great map to watch alongside. It was an Inferno that was even better for them. And, I mean, I think it really relied on the really I think, fast and energy of the first map that they kind of just took and ran with it, clearly. I mean, good armor for Elevate now, but this is where Flamengo's bread and butter was back on this CT side. So double naded onto him, even room for a third, but not going down. Lash finishes the job, and VSM in range for another highlight, and VSM turns them into mincemeat on the bomb site, a 4K, and that's a little bit more coal in the engine. It's Flamengo on fire now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a round that's not going towards that statement that I just made, right? That Flamengo winning rounds is on Elevate to make mistakes. That's not the case there. Great supportive flashbangs from Kutzmaretz keeps him blind and keeps VSM rolling for the 4 kills on that spray down. Nasty work. And VSM, we talked about him a lot. Well, you know, maybe the quieter start to nuke and didn't have the greatest of performances. Well, this is a serious difference in the way that he's playing.
Run it down. This is more like it. Flash with a nice one back with the Glock, and I'm not sure there's going to be too much more setbacks. Sadie, what are you doing, man? Put down. Boiled like the ziti. The pasta.
You pronounced it like that earlier, and I thought the same thing. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, is he baked or like what's up?
You're a funny guy. Funny guy.
Yeah. You were talking about sauce earlier. You're really in a pasta mood, aren't you?
I am.
What's your favorite sauce if you're like having a pasta?
Well, it kind of just like, I mean, you know, there's the, you know, Latre family sauce out here, so don't be reaching for no. You know, it's your classic, you know, Italian meat sauce. Lots of everything in there. You can
Right.
the
But
short
like,
rib,
are you
all
a
the way
red
down.
sauce?
Oh,
type
red sauce
deal,
guy,
or-
100%. You know, there's no. It's just I thought you were frankly asking me what variation of red sauce I love the most.
Well, I mean that seems disrespectful to the white sauce enjoyers.
I'm
but all
unfortunately
good.
not too big of a fan of like
All good.
Alfredo. You know, unfortunately I don't know why. I don't know why I had to
That's
put an
tragic.
accent on that either.
That stuff is good. Quality.
And I make a hell of a fettuccine noodle too. I'm not even lying about that.
That's too bad you can't put it together with Alfredo.
Sheesh. Bit too far on that burn. You actually may be forced to give it a look through bedroom. After our entire freeze time talking about pasta, I think we're ready to boil this down. But I'm.
All right, somebody get this guy out of here. He's gone too far this time. Lash looking for a peek over the top of that smoke. Denoco not visible. You got the lurk on the other side of the map right now. Diozera. Otherwise, though, everybody leads in. This B-bomb site. Taking banana control. A little bit of a cooldown as they try and hold this back, but Molotov starts to fade, and there's not a lot left here. It's a stacked bomb site, but it's one flash and one smoke that Kutzmaretz has here in defense.
There's one put out very close eye. And there's VNC. He's got that on to rest and keeps going on that mouse one, hoping to get something else on that Galil. And VSM ready to connect for another highlight there. I mean, practically readjusted perfectly. But can't get them all today. It's finally boxed out by Elevate, who, you know, just stutter onto the bomb site here. And I think this is, you know, worth saying this is the best Flamengo have looked in the entire series for the first 5 rounds here, even up to where this post plant comes up to bat, and a man advantage for Elevate.
Fantastic trading got him here, but it's fantastic shooting there for Lash, who forced out into the open. And you think that that's positive, but it's actually not. He's just hitting headshots with the AK. Lash, I mean, to be fair, started off map number 1 on Nuke with a fantastic couple of rounds with the rifle, might I add, before the op even became an option for him. And that's another multi-frag from Lash. But it's critically for Elevate, the trade fragging that got them into that site. They walked into a B-bomb site stock, Marky. They had 3 guys there, Flamengo, and it wasn't enough.
Flamengo very heavy on this A approach, but I mean, it's just one FAMAS on the corner and then the retake utility out from the belt of cuts that is trying to maintain this territory. Put about a good time. Still keeping this within the hands. That's a perfect name. Cool.
That would not far off from the second.
You got another? You got another back there, Cuts?
I don't think he's hiding that anywhere. Unless it's just on the ground. In fact, he's about to go gamble towards the A-bomb site instead. Pressure continuing to be applied by Elevate, though. They never really lost banana control. That's part of the issue with that setup from Flamengo, is that they sort of like feign top banana control, but they never get any information.
No. Back and forth. Exactly. Just consider this. Still one more player on top of it and absolutely decked. Flashed out perfectly. Taking that next step in such utter confidence. Bomb to go down by BNC now. And Elevate have a very bold 2 rounds back for Flamengo. And they may not let Donico survive.
Yeah, so that's kind of back to what I was just mentioning, Marky. When you're gonna throw utility like that to retake banana control and then not actually do it, you starve yourself of information. And that's the reason Flamengo are double pushing mid on that timing. It's because they stacked A, but they have no info. It's just like it's a full gamble, 50-50 is what they're really pulling there. And as time starts to wind down, they're concerned. So they push for information. And, props to Elevate for being prepared for it. Now Danoko's in big trouble. Walls close in around him. Well done for him to take 2 guns, but can you really call that a win when he's down at the end of it?
Yeah, very, very costly one. Definitely going to be a wash to keep track of right here because currently, I mean, this going in one direction, Flamengo going another on these USPs right here, and they're going to have to face off against a bull pack of rifles.
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be too much of a problem for Elevate in this round. Not even really like significant upgrades here for Flamengo.
Oh, man. Continuing to go. ZK's out. What are you saying? I'm simply not. He can feel it. One more right at the top of brackets, and he wants to finish the job too.
I mean,
give him a couple ecos. Why not?
I have an answer for you if you're genuinely curious. That smoke that they threw to bottom banana Flamengo, like, it's one thing if that's like a default smoke that you throw every round. It was, especially with the first like couple of times in like the early meta on this new version of Inferno, but that's not the case anymore. And so it becomes really obvious what you're trying to do when you see that smoke for the first time in round 8. Oh my.
Good lord.
How perfect can it get?
I'm wearing my flak jacket to Inferno next time. I'm in the Bay Area.
I mean, if you got perks on Inferno, flag jacket would be a must pick.
No kidding.
What if Counter-Strike introduced a game mode that had some silly perks like that?
What if they had a thermal scope?
All right, now we're getting silly.
Yeah.
My
Keep
idea,
talking. Keep talking.
not
They
stupid.
made out of the pick 10 system now. Oh, this is insane. Zayday is just getting picked on out here. I think that may end up drilling it out. Awfully bold for Cuts to do that on 20 health. He knew that's where he was in the corner. Begging for the gunfight.
I mean, knowing and being able to do anything about it, though, 2 different things. And again, I just don't know like what that push is meant to do. It's so solo. They still have 3 on A, though. Might not matter.
Misfit. in this spot last time up top, got completely washed. Here's another little nook and cranny they're in. Clearing out. That's the Bloney that gets one. And they're going to be looking for him and him only. That's why he's so actively fighting. Donico has got to take on this timing, and they do. They are so little HP at every turn of Flamengo, but they keep on fighting. So it's going to have to be Zayde who puts on the Nikes and gets on the run. They literally have a kit, so they are diving on this bomb and should be all good. Zayde going to turn this corner, and it's going to be done and damn dusted. A tie game at the hands of the Bloney.
Listen, I mean, that's a fantastic hold, right? I think that they get so much value out of Delboni being able to pick up that frag. And like you said, he's correct in continuing to take that fight, so he sets up his teammate, except he's a one-man wrecking crew. He doesn't need help. He doesn't require support as he gets 4 out of the 5. That's a massive step up. We're talking about, like, need for individuals. Well, that's one of them for Flamengo. They're going to take the tack timeout coming into the next round. And again, I feel like they win that round despite the decision-making in the mid-round. So the fact that they're winning rounds here and still making poor decisions is important and strong for them if they want to, you know, continue this series beyond Inferno.
Bit of a timeout dropping down the chimney. What did we do to deserve this? I don't know.
I'll double tack. See what that leads into. Plenty of money, you know, for Elevate. They've been able to build so significantly with that stretch of 4 rounds.
I think it's worth noting as well that Flamengo really do have a lot of character and nuance over towards that lane part. Having a couple different setups a couple times in a row. Zayde and a connection of coordinated nades. They are going to be ripping the IGL of Flamengo right out of this round. Likely cannot resist what is going to be tempted onto the bomb site now, which is got to be wounded. Molotovs go right up into the corner and got more where those came from. Trying to keep picking on this. It may take some time to actually get a clean look. This Molly will buy them all types of attention. Molotov the right back onto brackets as there was a lurk smoke put out onto Arch.
Yeah, it would be concerning here for Elevate if they didn't have Diozera still like maintaining good positioning here towards the A side of the map. He is currently leaving that area, but again, they haven't realized it really, Elevate, but this is such a commonality right now is to like take banana early, but like don't win it necessarily, but then just straight up leave it. Leave one guy, and it's Dinoco here at B.
Can't resist the temptation. Gonna get one for it. Does all that he can. Now it's set up shop. Get real comfortable on B. We'll stay on A. You don't cross this line, I think we'll be all good.
I really want to get some insight, Mark, about like why Flamengo are stacking the way they are. Because you're right, there has been some like different setups over on the A bomb site, but like they are consistently stacking A, and normally the way that works is if you're stacking A, that's after you get banana control, and sometimes you relinquish it, you know, and just like leave your B anchor in position where he has like a couple of smokes usually to refresh, and then you stack A. But the step one of that for Flamengo isn't happening. They're not taking banana control, and in that round they barely could because they lost, you know, Kutsmarets early. But like even in the rounds where they're stacking B early with 3, they're not getting banana control.
Just simply not good enough right now. Now they pull ahead again. Been a couple of rounds since we've really been able to, you know, get that much breathing room of, you know, how this path is to look forward. I mean, as we were speaking about earlier, Elevate were just, pulling ahead with this, and they are, completely ahead financially right now. It's going to be, a bottom barrel feeling for Flamengo, and a lot of these with, limited utility and maybe even a couple of MP9s you're going to be working with. I don't think this is going to be striking down on anybody's mood. Send these MP9s aggressively down Banana. Try and work with this. It is going to get complicated for those names finally catching up to them. It's a taste of their own medicine, and they don't like it. It's a really rough start here for Elevate.
I mean, that's what I wanted to see. Flamengo fighting aggressively, trying to play for this area of the map. We've been talking about how tentative, how passive they've been all this time. Well, that's anything but. You get them up in the mix, Nanoka with an MP9, and then follows through a little team damage. Unfortunately, courtesy of Lash, also helps out in that nade kill. Flamengo, big advantage, 3-on-5 though. Not unwinnable by any means for Elevate. Got to deal with man setup, most of which is very passive here on the site.
Shouldering back and forth. Feels like it's been ages since that VSM hold 4K on the bomb site, and now it's time to turn it up. Back to back. Fuzera have been working so long on these lurks and really hasn't, had a whole lot to do in apartments. It's been one of the places where Flamengo have been avoiding on that A bomb site, rather stacking the lane. Elevate need a timeout because they want to finish out this half the way they want it, because they certainly have the resources to.
Yeah, that's the big W out of how dominant some of those rounds have been. Is Elevate. They stacked their economy pretty heftily. And I think that, to be honest with you, if Elevate are really keen on this, I don't know how much they've noticed those tendencies that I was just talking about, but I think that the B site's particularly easy to take right now if they just leave Banana early.
Yeah, it's a wonky feeling, isn't it? Like, I really think that there's a discussion here to be had by Flamengo. Where you spell that out basically is, absolutely true, right? You take Banana, that's when you rotate somebody over here. It's a, measured flank where you have that down, the gamble where you try and have it pay off. It isn't always going to go the way you want it on the tables. The way it's going, House has been winning in Banana, and it's these nades that keep punishing you. So much done on the anchor.
Yeah, and I think that amount is what's changed the game plan here a little bit. Cuts Moretz is the one who's left alone, as opposed to Denoco, who is so low. Again, the same set of retake utility that's got nothing behind it. There's no teeth behind this utility set. And I think that Elevate know it. I think that they're aware. Cuts Moretz has even dropped a very nice smoke for them to just defensively settle up, get set for this attack, and then go.
Going back and forth on top of this.
Another smoke that Cuts Moretz has just been delivered. 35 seconds is not a lot of time.
Time's a ticking. Now they will go. Breaking open that smoke like it's a door, and they already know that they can feel it shut. And here it goes. VSM lying in the cut, and he's got to stand up. But CK's out, the looks in the bomb site, and after a trade like that, he knows where his priorities lie, and it's in this bomb, and it's getting it down. Digits will be punched, and they can get this on the way immediately. Danico reverses to an AWP, and they have a smoke to put all in front of their faces. It's going to be 3 players to be dawning here through CT spawn. And this is how Flamengo need to hold on. They are just separated. It's 1 HE. They can play as a pivot angle between these 2 spots. TK Zhao has to nail these shots, and he doesn't. This is going to be uphill fighting for Last Now, who's been the most potent member of Elevate. How does he put this to the next floor? It's Misfit that can't do it. They luckily hop right on the bomb in time, and Flamengo should squeak along for a 6th.
Yeah, nicely done. That's a tough retake in many aspects, but You know, if things go differently, CK Zhao hits like the first headshot, then maybe we're talking about an elevate round. But, you know, they aren't in particularly good positions to crossfire with one another, especially not with the routing through Coffin. So Flamengo take perfect advantage of that. And it's finally a time where, you know, the B-side defense is actually, you know, pretty stiff. They set up well once VSM rotates back in to provide support to Cuts Moretz. Last round of the half. Call this a decent half for Elevate, but genuinely, the bounce back from Flamengo here has been just as impressive.
Trying to spam this back. Nope. That'll happen to you. Cut's finally going to get some revenge. I mean, for all the damage that's been taken on those naves, he is eating them up. It's A4 made for this. No, they can hardly cross the line of scrimmage to line up right now.
Hard to argue with that fact. No, I was pretty rough on Flamengo, and I think correctly so. Well, you know, this is a lot more like it. Zede, though, catches Cuts Moretz. They're still one deep on Banana. I don't believe that's Dinoco, but they aren't gonna work to actually clear him out. They've called in the rotator though, and the smoke goes down. This is a little bit surprising. Perfect timing for Elevate to pounce.
30 seconds to drop. The longer this waits, the better it gets for the defense. Even if these smokes are up, you still got to crunch. And here they batten down all on this site. Even to just get this late peek, these headshots will put them down. And what a perfect swipe for Flamengo, who put a 7-5 up on the board.
Yeah, they had the timing, and then they missed the timing. And then, you know, at that point, it was a little too late for their Elevate on that last round. Good news for Flamengo, man. I really was in a position where I felt like just the individuals and how lacking they were on Nuke, for me, were sort of spelling destruction in this series. Well, they're back, baby. That's for sure. VSM, you know, they're not beating the allegations that I posed towards them at the beginning of this series, which is this team lives and dies by VSM's individual performance a little too often for my taste. That being said, VSM's individual performance does deliver very, very consistently. So Here we are, and there we go.
Elevate was pretty good on those pistols in that first map, an opportunity to turn it around in that instance, but to, you know, consistently raise the level of their half, I think that's another question. And man, it just feels like Diazero is just, I mean, toyed with, avoided there with not a whole lot to do in apartments for Flamengo that barely touched it.
I'm going to be honest. I think that's more on Diozera for me. He was really passive in his lurking. And to be fair, I think that was like the game plan. That was the intention. He wasn't doing it wrong. He was doing what the team needed / wanted, because it was a lot of 4-1s. But because of that, Elevate were just not really feeling the pressure of apartments at all.
Looked at a banana. And, oh my goodness. Cuts will be familiar with that feeling, quite literally, from the spams he put up in round 12. There's VSM delivering on that individual performance, so you say. Zayde has another year, but they're not going to let him go for free. They're chasing him down. And Elevate, they have strapped on their Nikes, and they are sprinting to the B-bomb site. They're going. They're right here where they need to be, and there is no smoke to even put this down, as Misfit was taken in the process, and Dio0 hits a great headshot, but it's going to have to be even more out of this P250 working alone.
I mean, pretty much. VSM's on the way, but oh, there we go. That'll open up a lot of proceedings. They've got a flashbang to maybe take this fight. This is nasty, but Lash with an incredible shot. It's VSM now alone, as we were talking about himself, but collecting the bomb, recover the P250, and just walk away, Mark. He's out like a light, and Elevate are none the wiser. Walks it back so that they don't know. He might actually get the bomb down before they're aware. Gonna be just that.
They have so much room to track over to, just in the B-bomb site right now, and it's just gonna get started.
Forward face for VSM. Wants to take this, but they're together. That's the best case scenario here for Elevate. First shots there, and VSM with the clutch, a 1v3 to shut them down. This might run through VSM, but he is darn good.
Did we ever doubt him? Did we really? It's VSM that has made 18 reasons on this Inferno map to give you a reason to believe. It's beautiful work out here for the cornerstone of the Flamengo roster to push them up ahead of Elevate. This is their map pick, and they want to steal it away from them.
I mean, I was saying, kind of smells like there's possibility of that in my mind. We were talking about it in the green room, I think. Elevate gonna pick up the pieces, or at least try to. Lots of pressure here on the B, but Elevate, they've got the right amount of individuals in position. Needs to be a trade, but it's not that. It's Dinoco for 3 in defensive B. There's nothing provided.
Goes a look out of the halls and batten down. So even the force denied, this is where this can turn sour very quickly, and we may just have a third map prompted up.
Yeah, I think that, you know, two things true at once here. Flamengo didn't really look that convincing on this first half, but you know who did look convincing? VSM. Won them that pistol round. You know, now you get a big triple kill out of Dinoco. You're buying time for the rest of these pieces to start to get activated. And Elevate with this force buy, they don't give themselves a lot of time to recover either. You know, the CT side, I talk about it a lot, Marky, but I'm just not the biggest CT side force buy fan these days.
In your old age? Just too much for you?
No, it's not about my age, though. I can understand why.
Well,
you
I tell you,
wrong.
even my you know, significantly younger, like 2 years younger than you, I also can't handle it. It's definitely going to be throwing you off of, I think, a clear-cut pathway to your first gun round, especially where it's Elevate that's definitely going to get concerned with the way that Flamengo have, I mean, directly woken up. They were brought some sort of espresso between maps. They are pretty on ball right now. That's what they're looking like. Eyes wide open.
I think that, you know, there's a lot of still questions that I have about Flamengo, and particularly their coherency and I guess cohesiveness. That's the word I was looking for. Back on Nuke, it was pretty bad. Like the T side looked, I'll just say it, abysmal. it was really bad. So, you know, if they can have some of these details ironed out, which they currently look like they do, you know, that's a whole different story, Marky. This one's going about as you would expect. Not even the Deagles successful here for Elevate.
But the B250 is. Look at how it goes.
Put respect on the P250.
Always gotta. $300, dang steal.
I think if BNC can hang on to this AK, that would be a massive win. I'm gonna say relatively likely to do so. It depends. Flamengo do seem interested in trying to fight and to take some of these weapons out of the hands of Elevate, though. But for my money, not so worth it if anybody but Misfit goes down.
That horse is going crazy, dude.
You
hear that?
I did. We had
Keep it down over there. We're trying to play a CS match.
We had that silly pause where like the game kind of broke.
Oh my God.
The other day on Inferno, if you recall.
Right. Yes.
And I think something went wrong. I think they the audio for a bunch of different farm animals got like backed up and played like all at once in that moment. It was like so loud. I thought it was hilarious. I almost brought it up, but I didn't.
So funny.
It's like on cooldown moos and nays and whinnies.
Yeah, it must not be a good time to be a farm animal around here, dude. It's quite a stir. Wall of ruckus, the
Dangerous.
bombs exploding every now and again. Yeah, not great.
HE grenades, fire.
I mean, honestly, we should be giving the chickens all the sympathy. They're out here in the damn battlefield with us.
That's true. They're on the front lines.
Those are the real ones.
And that's a good example of what this retake utility like is meant to facilitate that we really didn't see from Flamengo in that first half. Gives Zede a pretty good view over the top of that smoke, and he finds a victory. Spread's trying to get ahead of this, but BNC ready and waiting. Nade's going to break it open, but BNC falls.
They get that shot down. Tries to put up a nade to Spawn, and Zede going to stand here and trying to get it all down himself. Path into the bomb site, and a retake that's going to have to be online. CK now needs to get a move on this bomb to go down, and I mean, with one more smoke, that should be all that's required.
I don't
They're
think
just so barely in a CT here.
They've got 3 HEs, though. They've got all the utility. There's so much to work with here for
No
Elevate.
kit, though.
Well, that's a great point. They got to hurry.
Gotta go.
5 seconds, basically, to get in and start that defuse.
And that's nade so perfect, and they can't catch VSM on that transition. Perfect on the steal, but this is just a defensive smoke, and they found a kit. They found it somehow, and they get the spam! What a retake by Elevate in the nick of time. Knew there was the key in there somewhere, and they were Thelma on the floor looking for it. They damn found it.
My kit, where's my kit? I can't defuse without my kit. That's exactly what Elevate was saying, trying desperately to find it. And find it they did. They knew that it was there. It was just a matter of finding exactly where. Flamengo bested at 2v3, tons of utility. That's the other thing. Those smokes making life difficult for Flamengo. Nade touchdown on the back of Nubox, and well, that could be the start of the comeback here for Elevate, but they need more, Mark. They need a little bit more.
Siphon some of that energy, honestly, from Zede over to this bomb site, over from what VSM was cooking over here. One of them done. And then Danico is going to be continuing on a bold trail. He's blind! So is CK's out. Gonna have to go back and see between the two pairs. It's 0-0 that makes contact from the pit and now has to take a bold spray, but he doesn't belong. Just can't connect, and this is going south for Elevate just when we were looking at to turn around. This is a bold position to be in. And look at where the flank goes to set the anchor, but here in the bomb site, it's caught right in the transition. And now Zede has got you boxed out. Zede with the hand will try and get you on it and trying to see which cards you are pulling. A blast right through, and you have just been fooled. It's the gold that is in the hands of Zede now, and a 7th as well. What a beautiful retake in the 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, he was so fast, so quick up porch side. They had no idea that he could be there in such fashion. And, you know, that's just a magical moment. Unfortunately, Dinoco just a little too far away. That's the only thing. It's not really a mistake there for Flamengo. It's an incredible moment from Zede as the individuals come flying out. Missed shots there from CK Zhao, but it's made corrected by Zede. Opens the round, closes it, and shuts the book on it. That's a ton of info. Zara just deciding, yeah, that's probably not for me. Lots of bodies there in Ultimate.
Too many to be worried about right now. One man in the pit
first
to be ready to go with. Now you're going to see him go. They're not stopping. They're not stopping. They are going to hit on this W key and hit mouse 1. A headshot. That's going to be huge. Got to land these shots going south. And right now, Lash has got to get that 2 is even better than what we thought. It doesn't even matter. Got to turn this around and see the hell out of this. Zede has got no more magic left. Doesn't even get the show if he does, to be honest with you.
How is it, like, possible that... Was it CK Zhao in Abs? I can't even remember.
It's the entry they get onto Deozera and Pit that just... It's over.
Yeah, but, like, Lash is playing some phenomenal delay game there in the front of the Moto smoke, and yet the MP9 got nothing on balcony? Nothing? For real?
Nada.
That's
zilch.
crazy. Seems
a goose
illegal.
egg.
Well, that's one way to turn the tides back pretty quickly. Zede with a confidence-inspiring clutch. Well, that's a death-defying type of round there for Flamengo. Because for me, there was a good setup available. Pit goes down instantaneously. You're right, that entry is perfect. And somehow, the MP9 set up for success gets nothing.
Yeah, now this is going to be a desperate force
yuck.
out for Elevate.
Oh,
Yuck is right.
yikes.
You even. Gross.
I almost just watched Elevate by a double scout on CT side Inferno.
Honestly based. Honestly, you should want to see that.
No, it's not.
Say to get lit up here, doing himself no favors, trying to get his hand in that utility. Deo Zera and CK Zhao is a double agent.
Dude, that's like the third team kill this map, man. Holy cow.
I'm into it.
Can't get out of their own way sometimes, it seems. Not an ideal range for... I mean, the FAMAS a little better, but neither of them ideal there. And it goes about as you would expect. Cuts is dead, but Zede is now entirely clear about where he is. He's going to try and save, but he's dead.
Ooh, and just caught on the timing. Waiting for him. 12 to be licked and sealed. Sent off. Well, you're one more step away from that. You're about to just punch it in and get it stamped. Straight up, Vinny. 5-round lead. This should be good for Flamengo to send it to a third.
Yeah, I think we've confirmed that my my nose for this is pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
I kind of expected this.
You can sniffle. I gotta just say, though, the problem's gotta be Nuke, dude. The problem's gotta be Nuke.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong about that. Like,
And that's coming from the #1 Nuke enjoyer in the history of Nuke, so... It might be fun.
Wait, you're saying it's not Flamengo's Nuke, it's Nuke the map?
Flamengo's Nuke. No, that's not what I said.
All right. Just
How
making
dare
sure.
you? How dare you imply that?
How dare you suggest that, sir?
Oh, no. This 5-7 wave of wand has before, not today. Nothing out of the hat. Actually, two, because Zede was removed. And so this will be a bold rotation. Elevate. Well, they got no choice.
Yeah, let's chalk this one up. Send it into map number 3, because that's where we're heading. It's all 3 required. Ancient our decider. That's Flamengo take Inferno. We trade map picks. And to be honest with you, Flamengo, I don't think the first half was that insane. There was still some, felt like some ring rust that was still getting knocked off with regard to what we saw on Nuke. But once they got into the second half, I mean, it was on site. They got devastated in so many of those rounds. For me, Elevate struggling big time, and that's thanks to Flamengo making a very clear name for themselves, VSM notwithstanding.
No, certainly not. I think a pretty well-called game in the second half, too, in terms of that rhythm, when to go. And, I was praising a little bit of the nuance that was, up on their CT side, particularly, just at the beginning of that game, I thought was pretty impressive. There were, there were some struggles off the bat. But, where you actually get this back for Elevate, I'm looking forward to, even, dotting back to our original discussion on the veto. It's a very questionable third map.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's questionable for Elevate. Not really sure like where necessarily their mind is at when they pick into this. Maybe the same spot that Flamengo are when they pick Nuke, which is Crazyville, to be honest. So we'll see if we're going to be riding on in with them or if it's just going to be population Elevate. It's Ancient when we come back.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
A third ready to go. Prime time for it to go. What, we had a forfeit this morning? That's no fun. 2-2-2-2-0s, excuse me, right before this. You better be ready for a third mapper here. You get it, and Vincent, I couldn't be happier.
I am ready to go, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to see like Flamengo bounce back. I was really disappointed. I mean, I feel like it was
Definitely.
obvious from like the way I was talking about it, but I was so disappointed with
You
what
got
we
a
saw
frown on
on
your
Nuke.
face during the ending cam segment.
I did. I was so sad. But now they're back, baby. Slash to go down. BNC quick to follow, and Delboni, the one, Denoco the other. That's a quick resurgence here for Flamengo that we saw on Inferno, and it's looking to continue.
Yeah, and Flamengo to get a CT side start here, if they were to hold on to the pistol for, where we put this into question for Elevate, it could get to be an interesting feat here. But creeping into the B-bomb site, both these players, Zayde back-to-back with CK Zhao, and trying to see in through the back door. Won't quite work at first. Maybe Misfit will be caught off guard. Danica in that same vein. Derazera finally going to get in with their first kill. So now to get to the bomb site, a bomb plant here is actually pretty significant. Like, don't hate this at all. Put this down. He's getting shot in the booty. Gets one gush out of it, Vinny, and get some respect. Hold on. This is a little impossible, but made possible a bit more by the back-to-back 2 HP. Not going to bother Danica. Flamengo get a great pistol.
Why was Diozera? I don't know, man.
He's warming up.
Ghost. Dude, Diozera, why throw it back right there? Like he poked his booty out so it can be shot. Like he had
it's
the
soft.
bomb
It can take a. I shouldn't say. Whatever. I'll stand on business. You probably take some shots there, and it did. I'm not clocking you that I'm standing on business.
I didn't really know that you do Diozera like that, but yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's pretty sick.
Oh no!
I mean,
broadcast?
That's a great broadcast. They're having a good time. The force buy here for Elevate with that bomb plant. We talked about kind of like some CT force buys that we weren't so cool with. Well, this one very cool, very chill. Mid control elevates for now, but it didn't really cost them all that much.
Price of admission to ramp here is the one flash this could potentially be teed up by. It's dry, and right here collected in that same vein. So two of these A players are going to have to get back on a good tail right now. Cuts Moratz, what does he have in the tank right now? Nothing in terms of utility, so this is just going to come for a brute force, but Elevate have actually stopped up, so enough time to get a rotation here. Everybody near and dear to this. So a nade that's going to separate the pack. Cuts to yet take the contact, and CK is out. Just going to be clearing that corner.
I mean, whoa, what a big find there through the smoke. That's not going to delay the bomb plant too much, but Lash with a better weapon now. Tack on another to his tally. Diozera the same, and he's working ramp. So he's the closer for this round should it be necessary. Flamengo waiting their timeout on a phenomenal tink off there by Zede. He's had a phenomenal series, to be fair. Really the only man that we really were talking about for Elevate in map number 2 in VSM. A hero in many respects for Flamengo, but not this time. Force by success for Elevate. They'll keep this one interesting.
Win the trade fight all the way down. Things are going to get really tricky here for Flamengo. That pistol round essentially made null and void. So back to the drawing board. And they decided to go for the CT Force, Vinny. How do you feel about these?
This was a little different, right? You got
it's in
VSM.
The third round this time.
Well, no, it's more like VSM carries over this rifle. So kind of feels like it makes a lot more sense given that fact. Regardless, you know, you have VSM right in the driver's seat too. That also kind of changes things for me. And maybe play around that a little bit. That's not what they're doing yet, but Flamengo very aggressive in A main. They got Delboni forward position over there. A little reaction. Flamengo not hearing, not seeing anything. They're down ramp. They have all the map control except for mid right now, which is a bit surprising considering how little utility they had.
Gotta go. It's Fit tagging down Zayde with a great shot. Caught picking back up and spamming down. It's going to be 2 pretty significant. These casualties will batten down if there are 1 or if they can just buy time. But, I mean, Flamengo are, like, dragging their nails in the middle. They need to get here on these rotations. It is softened up onto 2 players pretty significantly. And here goes Lash putting in the bomb.
Ooh, there's a spam to be had, maybe, but they don't want to give it away. To Bonnie, grabbed onto a rifle. That's one of the players gone. That was low health, though. Zeddy gone for now. On CK Zhao has flashes to support last year, but it would give his position away. Doesn't want to do that. Back into the corner. Gotta force them out wide. Great crossfire for CK Zhao to shut down. It's a little dicey, but Elevate continue to force up and forward.
Yeah, I praise the confidences of CK Zhao right there. Even on that 3 HP, is bold to go ahead and, take that trade with some essence and gets that second round. And it's going to get a little bit tricky here. This is really going to have to be a clean result for Elevate, considering they are walking away with 1 member off of Flamengo really trying to roll and deal it. But, dude, Flamengo could be getting into some of the same faultings as Dust 2. It was on Dust 2 that they really never were able to manage their economy, to a way back to really see like a full gun round, full reset in it to get there.
Talking about the first round matchup?
Excuse me, on the nuke.
Okay.
Yes. I
Gotcha.
apologize.
Yeah, they certainly kind of forced themselves into oblivion, which, I mean, to be honest, not that I like it, but Ancient is the, original place to do that. Bird from Sky.
Heard about this.
Yeah.
Dude, I can remember being in a turn lane going to the grocery store when I got a notification on my phone that said this map was coming out in a operation.
Wow.
Where were you?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
What date was that?
That's a good question, but I remember I was speeding through the grocery store, and I got home pretty quick and wanted a game because, man, I mean, we got this down to it, and at the point, we, waited a year for it to get into the pool. It was a good time.
A nice opening shot from Delboni.
It's really tricky here where, look, you came to, I came to criticize the force back in, but it could work off where these pistols are within range, but swing and a miss. That much you can have the test for it, but this is going to be a very tough walk back, and you might as well save the armor.
Kind of feels like that would be the better call.
Oh.
Not gonna happen. But Misfit might do better than that. He's gonna do better than that. He's claimed an AK.
Hey, look at that. Very impressive work by him.
Serious grab.
Okay, you remember that really random conversation we had earlier about the gun buddies?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the placements where it gets flipped up onto the iron sight and it's just sticking up in the air.
It does. I've seen
and
this.
It's just cursed.
So even you are a little bit of a hater of that specific placement?
Even I have.
Because you're
Who is
bought
Daniel
and paid.
Larson?
You're bought and paid by the Gun Buddy lobby.
He's a singer.
What kind of music?
Cool.
What kind of music? You know?
I'm trying to find out. I'll get back to you on that.
All right.
Get back to you on that. Guy,
Maybe
he's
when
a
the check
TikToker
clears.
as well. Okay, never mind. Cultural impact and unfortunate distances.
Can you confirm or deny that you are bought and paid by the Gun Buddy lobby?
That's crazy. That is wild. Here goes the B250. Boy, oh boy. God, probably a Gun Buddy on that. He would have got 2.
We've got him. We've got him. Hey, look, it's happened. It's flipped up. Oh, that's hilarious. How much they pay? Maybe I can get in on that. It's in the contract that you can't say. Darn it.
That's wild, bro. Here goes clear of that corner. I'm just saying, man. Weapon in hand, it's making it happen. So.
You ain't saying nothing, man. Like doing a
Because
great
you've been
job
sent
of
from the
saying nothing.
anti-gun buddy lobby. I know where you're coming from. This is wild.
No, this is
Eagle to
just
sound off.
real people with real opinions.
Real people with real opinions getting real 4Ks. And we're
That's
yapping
true.
about what? To gaze out and elevate. Okay, I think this is like a VSM dropped when they called the pause. So I think he's restarting or doing something.
Kind
It
of
should
looks
be
like
cool.
it.
But yeah,
Or was
CK's
it just a
out.
coincidence? Sorry, this is a bit that's going on maybe too long.
Could be.
We
Could be.
do have a pause here momentarily. Should be the buy-in next round for Flamengo. Misfit's already got his up. And you know, I won't pretend like that was a bad map from Flamengo on Inferno, but I also think it's really important to understand how much that map did drive through VSM. His multi-frag potential was not the only thing that they relied on, but especially early, it kept them in there until everybody else kind of showed up. So for right now, that's not the case for VSM. So look to him for those opportunities. The big news as well for Flamengo, you know, this map, it's so defined by how well you can utilize your utility early on the CT side.
Right.
Good utility wins rounds, and having it is required. This is the first time they've really had all the bells and whistles, or the vast majority of the bells and whistles.
Oh, they go aggressive in the middle this time. Smoked out a house. Looking to donut. Got to spam back in from Cheetah, Vincent. As normal as this will get for Flamengo's like real first gun round. They take a look, and the Boney has the opening kill. He's immediately traded, and this is a whole lot of space that he's going to dictate back to the rest of his team, seeing that the CT side is now split in half.
Yeah, fully and entirely cut across the middle of the map. VSM working on the other side of that smoke is feeling the pain of that. Now, granted, seems like the bomb's going B, Mark. That's where most of Flamengo are located. That could be a problem. That ain't taking some flack. But they're still grouped up here. BNC's holding for the cutoff. The rotation's not coming, though. Is he full clear BNC? That would be crazy.
He walks away. Just walks away. And Danica will make them pay. Hey, got one more back here, man. You're missing a spot. VSM jump scare. And now potentially you will be able to collect that 4K. But don't count BNC out. This could get strange soon. I'm not imagining it. Okay. Calm down. Danico's got that all the rest 4K to get himself amped up. Flamengo can follow alongside. They're poking back at Elevate now, even if there are some casualties.
I don't want to be too harsh, because at the end of the day, it is a little bit of a gamble to go be there. But, bro, you killed a mid player. There's like max one a day, probably, like 95% of the time. Why go B if you're Elevate? I don't really understand that, especially...
I think it's just the easier choice there. In
Yeah,
terms
but
of the faster
had-
choice.
Okay, let me
play
like counterpoint. They have full mid control. There's like literally zero way in which there's anyone mid, and there's only one option that's like a problem because they have cave control too, and that's like somebody flanked A. I don't know, like I just think that's if that's the case, lazy perspective.
Skeleton knife just went like a million miles an hour on my screen. Danico in the previous round did as well. Nice 4K that he got down. Quite a transition from me. Did the Pony just get down 18 health from that smoke hitting him? In what world?
That can't be it.
I'm tripping, yo. That I mean, it's
cannot
physically not possible. Get the Mythbusters in here.
Why'd you just become like, I don't know, a New Yorker or some such?
Oh, sheesh. That's a good question. We'll answer later. Because I think right now we're on the line for Misfit to show us what's up. Plants on this corner. You're going to have to go a little bit further, but that's the reason why the Molotov goes the deepest.
Ooh,
VSM is chucked out.
A lot of damage to take for Dinoco. Oh, no. Customer at Cycle is my eyes. I didn't necessarily see. You got the one, at the very least. Lash in trouble. But a fantastic close-range shot from Lash gives Misfit a 1v2. It's unlikely. He's hard clearing up top on the car, or the tree. Unfortunately, Lash is back in business. Close-range hopping from the T side. It's Elevate right back into business.
Yeah, this is going to be a really nice third map shaping up for them, but it's just kind of reality that hits Flamengo in the face, right? You're going to have to get a consistent stride here. And with those couple of rounds that have now been brought down at square one, this is where the economy is going to exactly go. So not going to be a great feeling. They get a couple of sets of Kevlar, but not nothing here. But to answer your question, I have one of those I Love New York t-shirts that Spider-Man had on that one time on.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. You have it right now. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How many times have you been to New York?
Once. Actually, like 2 or 3 times, I think.
That's cool. I'd love to go to New York one time. I've never been. Got some rats. Up ahead of the Molotov is going to put BNC in a tough spot. And Zede sort of alone. He's really worried about that AK being recovered and for them to get an extra little look at things. Flamingo in mid control has kind of been a tough situation.
Wow. Keep hammering down Zede to get a double. This is looking very, very rupturing on this B side. And for a point at which these like pistols are being held at the range where they can't even be the most potent, it's going to be so frustrating staring back.
Good decision to go A this time as well. The opponent should arrive on scene in time, but he swings into almost 3 T's with guns ready to roll. I think that probably this is a happy end to the round if Flamingo can hang on to this AK. It's a good T side, though. And I think that's been a pretty consistent factor for Elevate. You know, decent ideas and thoughts on their T side, generally speaking.
Oof.
Putting those into good use. You know, I was a little critical in the previous round, but this one looking very clean against the Eco.
They've been really impressive tonight for the bright spots of Elevate. He's been so glowing. Shapes out. Everybody gets their gun. And CK Sal wins a troubling fight against Cuts. And that's going to hurt so much more for just that one gun that's going to be pulled away.
Glowing, the CIS player?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Well, there are a couple of your words I could have said there. Shimmering, like the former American Impact team.
True.
Flashy, like the Navi coach.
Starry-eyed.
Yep.
Yeah. A little back and forth of utility being tossed over on the ramp, but Lash gets boosted, and Misfit puts him in his place.
Hopping up on that box, Cuts in that smoke right next door. There's a little bit of wiggle room here for Flamengo. All Hobbs be in that next vein. Cuts trying to find something on the hook, but nothing's biting. Elevate still trying to work out of their man disadvantage, potentially trying to abuse up the ramp, but haven't actually sent that far after 1 minute and 6. So that second smoke on the ramp, this is going to be interesting to see how this is going to be influencing their decision.
Elevate are not particularly in a position to go anywhere else yet. Smoking to Donut, or at least the mid side of Donut, will help them scale in the other direction. One man in defensive house, cuts up ahead of them all the top, but it's only a 1-for-1. Leaves Misfit on a little bit of an island. He's got some support in the form of BSM, I believe. But now they can just go towards A. There's still somebody Donut, though. It's actually VSM who's here. He's the only one to make the impact right now. They're not going to check him.
You done cast or cursed him, man. You done cast or
me.
cursed him, man. It's all good. Because Danico, he's trying to quickly make a difference here. Need to pull through, and that's actually a great check-in from Misfit. It's going to have to be huge here from Zayde. Bold like he has been all game. But are you bulletproof? Not against Misfit. Not today. A 3K that he pulls up and delivers some of the best of there within the retake. This is a really great first half, and honestly, where Flamengo has needed to step up the most here to make it potentially a 6-6, that's the first step.
I mean, Misfit honestly been a little bit of a non-factor in this series, and yeah, that's a big multi-frag, a triple kill where he finds the opening duel against Lash. That's the op head-to-head as well, and then he comes back in with a ton of confidence, playing off of his rifler in a very consistent manner. He and Dinoco with some nice work done together, a tag team, that duo. Elevate will invest again, but they're out of money this time. If it goes wrong, for the long term, more than likely. Early mid control. Elevate have occasionally taken a foray into this at this juncture in the round, but it's not all the time. But they get it without much of a problem.
Phase the entire 10 seconds. Impatiently trying to see where the cracks lie. They're getting the spotting on it in CT spawn. There's a lot that's going to be communicated over right now and having a difference. There's that kill that finds the way of Elevate. They just opened up a lot more avenues than they originally had.
Yeah, Elevate willing to just pivot back over towards A immediately this time. Could be lovely, but
oh, that's a great shot.
Incredible shot there from VSM. Danico stops them in the cave, and there's a pile of bodies in front of him. Zayde with a 1v3 attempt starting.
You know, a conversation that we were having, trying to follow suit for Flamengo, is that they're very much focused on relying on a VSM performance. Here he's 2-8. So Danico 13-6. Misfit with a great couple of kills there, back-to-back in the retake. So buying time for the rest of this group to very effectively get involved. Elevator within range now, especially in a vulnerable position with this economy.
Yeah, that kill from VSM onto CK Zhao in house is so incredibly important. You know, Misfit hitting the shot as well over on A, but you know, more so than anything, that makes it so that Elevate can't easily just wait things out and buy time. If VSM goes down, they can flood CT, they can do a whole bunch of different things. Instead, they have to go back towards A. A little bit of a classic here with regard to Elevate being broke at the wrong time. Likely gonna leave them with 5 minimum Flamengo on the half, 6 possible. Once again, mid, no real issue for Elevate.
Oh.
They mostly aren't contested until they fight house.
Need to sprinkle that through. Honestly, put on a pretty good leash here. And now they're going to be just dwindled into Misfit. Missed shots here are the devil. But why not try and just set him on fire now? Molotov to keep him away, buy some time for rotations.
Successful too. Delboni has arrived. There's still a direction they can go here. Lash has just claimed an AK. Back towards B, maybe. And there's only one person there. This is a little bit scary. Not a ton of time left for Flamengo, though. Elevate have to make the move soon.
Blasting Misfit into his place. This is going to be perfect. Lash, I'm thinking you got to go plant that bomb, buddy. You have that lane. You had positioning to the back of the box. You just sacrificed 0-0 for no reason.
No
and here,
time.
got to stick the bomb. Got to stick the bomb. I think he was half a second too late. A fumble by Lash at the goal line.
Oh, but he got the up.
Yeah, that's actually huge.
And I don't even know if you could call that a fumble. I mean, he's either opting in to, losing his life to the CT running him down, or otherwise taking that kill, but then losing the round. So, tough position. And to be fair, I also think Lash probably should have been taking that fight because he's the one with the AK. His teammate, the one without a weapon. So I think he probably should have been planting. Oh, and that's why the op's so valuable. Lash versus Misfit. It's been a dynamic fight, but he's got the better this time, Lash.
Now jumping away from it. He's just safely into the corner here, and a nade that's going to just try and bleed him. Stabbing out into the dark. They're poking and prodding, and I mean, actually pretty successful. Down to 7, and everybody just keeps finding their hands back on these ops just as they're fading away. This will be good for him to hopefully tote this with 1 health, because it's going to be him or Cuts over on B. And it's just really where Elevate are going to be satisfied to go ahead and just get that bomb this round.
I mean, slow it down a little bit. There's really only one right answer here for Elevate. Just group up and play together. Group they are in mid. CK Shout shuts Delboni down. The Cuts from Rats is getting back in here. Ooh, Lash just spotted him. But he has missed the shot. Part of a 1v4 mark. Maybe this could be it.
Cuts Moretz. Activate the Infinity Gauntlet. Just power up right now.
Activate the clutch card.
Clutch card swipe. I just want
Ching.
1 usage of this, sir. You gotta lead a horse to it. Can Cuts drink right after that swipe? Unfortunately, it's not guaranteed, man. Thought it would bring you there, but you may be disappointed. Elevate, they're not going to be disappointed with this. It's a 7-5 half, and one where they've been very much on the question of some of these T sides. It's going to be a good breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I think, there's a couple of moments where I was a little bit frustrated with some of Elevate's decisions, but as a whole, I think they did a great job. Now, granted, Flamengo gave them so much space in mid, like consistently so. I was a little surprised at how little Flamengo fought for mid hard. Either way, 7-5 respectable on both counts. I think Elevate, they'll walk away a little bit happier, not just because of the number, but just because of, the T side and how it can go sometimes. Now they go over to the more favorable CT side, and they already have a little bit of a lead. Flamengo, though, their T side pretty decent on this map. A little bit better, even. We're talking stats than their CT.
This is the time where Flamengo has VSM step up and just take over the server in the second half, maybe even in the pistol. Head towards A, though. This will be a good call for them. I love this.
Pretty interesting. All of this utility being tossed into B. It's just going to reinforce this 4-man B stack, and it's going to be nobody at all leaning towards A. The bomb's going to head out there without anything at all, and that's best case scenario for Flamengo. They get a kill out of that fake.
really good for them. I'm going to go down here and VSM responsible for it. There's going to be no kits. Scratch that. It's on CK Zal. My eyes deceive me. With all 5 alive, strong as a pack, Flamengo are digging their heels in. Couple players back in this box are going to try and make this go, and where this is exactly toted down with the big flank that is being loaded in, tapping onto the bomb once, and CK's out.
Holding.
Just sticking it. He's just sticking it. It's done. Oh my god! But he has got that. It literally the last point moment. It is Flamengo that hold on to this pistol.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I thought there was no more. I thought that had been filled. I thought the full defuse had happened.
You'll never know how close it was.
Yeah, literally milliseconds is the difference between success and failure there for Flamengo. Unfortunately, CK Zhao does not get the fuse off and elevate. I'm gonna give this an eco. Respectable.
Mac 10 to make some money. Ain't nothing funny about that. Shut down. Party's over. Here comes VSM. Honestly, this man in the sauna, he'll get a little bit warmed up with a couple of these ecos, and he only gets 1. It's all good. Can share him alongside with the rest of the crew, but I think that's probably a wiser go about it than, where Flamengo went for, that really awkward start to the CT side of having 4 rounds of inconsistent economy.
Yeah, I've been talking about like VSM and how much this team works around him. Well, how about this, right? Not at all the case in that first half. Misfit and Dinoco really leveling up. Had cuts and rets in some big moments too. And a multi-kill from Delvani, even though he's only got 6 frags. First guns are out for Elevate. Score equalized at this point though. It's 7 apiece. Flamengo, at the beginning of this round, locked out of all the important areas of the map.
Flash getting his hands on an op early is going to mean great things. Not going ahead and really aggressing so much. BNC knows that he's got Flamengo trapped at the bottom of B, essentially splitting this group apart. You have 2 players just chilling outside of mid and A with the smoke waiting to fade. Flamengo are kind of a victim to all the early utility of Elevate, but that's really how this Ancient will go sometimes.
I mean, it's impressive, too, because Elevate, I mean, they had some utility, but, they full ecoed round 2. It wasn't like they had a lot. It's just the fact that they didn't buy anything at all for that eco round. Gave them the, little bit of extra stuff to work with. 35 seconds is not a lot of time to be taking mid. Place, though, is Lash over at A. Theo Zera. And as I say that, Lash is going to retake his same position.
Get this quick scope back through. These Galils, they are eating right now and can continue to feed. Beautiful work. Out to just dig this A site. A very nice home with 10 seconds left even. I mean, that was bold behavior. And now CK Zhao is on that list. And now seeing fading away. Great shot.
Yeah, that was a good example of where, for Flamengo, nothing could afford to go wrong. And thankfully, nothing did. Lash talked about his AWP. Well, lack of armor because he couldn't afford it. Makes life very difficult when he's trying to dance around the big box. And there's Molly at his back foot. Spam on his left side and flashes on his right. Hard to weather the storm of such a difficult spot when he's not got armor to back him up. 8 rounds for Flamengo. They'll take a lead. A tight one, but important one. As they lose out in the opening stages of that round big time. The fact that they are taking back mid control at like 35 seconds tells you all you need to know, Marky. An Elevate dominated in the opening of that round, and yet Flamengo still found a victory.
This is where they're looking to play their best CS. The sound. It's That's why we have to bring back the KZ. At least I had to mention that one time. Miss boost. Look, man, you're about to get this going. This is where Flamengo need to step up and play their best CS. This is the great stretch to get on and Elevate kind of in the hot seat economically. I mean, this on the T side for Flamengo to take over the momentum has all of the benefits to it.
Pretty slow round for Flamengo. They have this lane area at B, and that's all they really need. Slow but steady crawl for Elevate, though, to stack this B bomb site. Don't think it's going to be enough.
Moves forward. Zayday is going to be just not swinging. There's that flash. Finally. And after contacted into 50 HP, still picking up that kill. And CK Zhao in that same vein. He just cut the tail of this at middle, and now they're going to be just bleeding his way. A flash that's going to be so cold, and unfortunately after that, he is just going to be a sitting duck with the MP9. It's in range and is going to do well for itself. Flash here sees the shoulder and down can play ball. This is a beautiful pickup from Elevate.
I mean, I feel like this is a good example of overcomplicating things a little bit for Flamengo. You know, just be confident, take those fights against the Nico. A couple of times we were kind of seeing Cuts trying to get utility out, or, you know, then caught with his pants down. Big opportunity as Elevate win, not just on an Nico, but they recover weapons from the ground, including a big Lash AWP. So, Flamengo take attack. Their money's pretty rough. Inoko could buy, obviously, for someone. And that's what they're going to do. Not the greatest of buys, but it's a pretty good enough one. You'll take it.
Man that doesn't just stand in the smoke, just stand in the smoke. Where's the swing, my man? There it is. Creeping through. Feels the vibe that this just got a little more empty on that sense. This B site lit up. CK Zhao needs to get into the way. He is standing still on that notice, and now he's gonna gaddy up, get all the way down here where the bomb is planted. This is gonna be a very nice post plan again for Flamengo, but for Elevate just fighting on the way back. This back and forth is gonna be insane.
Waits that molly out so that the smoke pops first. Inoko not gonna live long afterward. Plenty of utility still. CK Zhao has a smoke. There's molly as well for him. He's gonna split them off for the time being. Daboni exposed. Great double swing for Cuts. BSM goes down. Misfit gonna deny the bomb defuse and more. Misfit with a 1v3. Put Flamengo up again.
30-second timeout we need for Elevate to just manage the stress of this game. Like I just talked about, I mean, they came through with such a roller coaster victory and then are just drop right back into the depths. This is where, as we already mentioned in our discussion, I mean, Flamengo in this T side, I mean, with the margin of error here is going to be able to kind of benefit from where this is be able to pick back up and just carried forward. This is the 30 seconds that they're going to have as well to be able to manage how they want to finish this game where they're just 3 rounds away.
Good point where, you know, Flamengo been very often on the back foot. I mean, basically the whole series kept in that stand. This map included. You know, Inferno, a slight reprieve from that fact of life. Now, big clutch from Misfit. I talked about everybody having these moments. Well, and maybe who could step up? Well, it's a team effort between Cuts from Rets and Inoko and Misfit. everybody getting there. Unfortunately, VSM left out on an island. It felt like he was not particularly well supported there in mid. And so it's easy enough for Diozera to take his head. This reaction from Elevate is perfect. They're leaning another guy over towards A to provide support for Lash, who's in Donut.
A measured protocol out here towards A. Delponi is going to have to be so useful here in the backline. He has all the utility for the next part of this plant, and he takes it into his own hands. A great entry, but CK Zhao, he is just trying to take advantage where they least expect it. Goes through a smoke, and now he's going to have to dish out another area to this. They're just not on the same page here on Flamengo. That much we can tell. Sade up close, and he's going to get personal with cuts, and you get that with Misfit once again. It's Elevate back on top, but if we're tracking this to be true, shouldn't it be Flamengo to pull off some ridiculous upset in the next round, Vincent?
Kind of feels like it's got to be, bro. What's Misfit doing right there? Like he's tossed the AK over to his teammate, and he's been given the Galil, and he's like 5 health, and he's just like baiting his teammate. I don't understand. Go first, man. Help your guy out. Just give him some support. Final tack timeout for Elevate. And a fantastic round for CK Zhao. It's a team effort. Kind of talked about the missing pieces right now, particularly VSM for Flamengo. There's not a single one for Elevate. Everyone having their moment to shine. And a very significant effort for them to bring that one back. Felt nearly unlosable at times there for Flamengo. Feels a little less likely that we're going to see that sort of bounce back when this is the type of buy.
I don't know, man. A couple Tech 9s get him flashed in. Magic can happen.
True. 2 flashes.
We've had a whole lot of that, man. Maybe scraping the bottom of the barrel of the Magic bin. Not even talking about the Gathering yet. Oh, yeah. Play some cards in your day, Vinny? Well, here it's going to be right down in vain. You're going to need that Pokemon Meta card. Straight up. It's going to be a whole lot of death. Straight up through Donut right now. Don't flip on its head. Yeah, this is fine.
Might be, sort of.
3 kills is a lot.
It is. And, granted, it's a force buy, but Cutsparet's on low HP. Bomb down. That's, like, biggest problem. But look at all this time. You can just bleed it off the clock. They could be anywhere. It's what Elevator thinking, said it. I think you saw him. Yeah, I did. If not before, certainly now.
Calls back his help. It will be this Galil to try and pluck him apart, but it is Elevate to now take a breath. Complete 2-0. They've got 2 in a row, back-to-back, where this was just a shakedown so far. And Flamengo, now they're going to be on a real eco. Seems to be headed in a certain direction.
Real eco hours, you might say.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's 9:30 in Rio de Janeiro, so yes.
That's true. Asked if I have had any cards in my day. Well, not the magical kind. But to be honest, we're not really playing Magic here. It's kind of like an Exploding Kittens type game.
I'm unfamiliar. All I know about it's Pokemon cards. You know me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Basically, you don't want to explode in that game.
That checks out. Nor in real life.
Yeah. I mean, these are hypothetical explosions. This is a video game, not a video game.
Michael Bay involved at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Probably is. I'm sure he's back there.
I'm pretty sure it was like a crowdfunded type of project.
No special effects needed. Potentially get that. Hey man, I want to see some CGI coming out of this VSM AK, but that's for real. That's a great entry, and I mean, if it just takes one, then I think that's good. It is all of Elevate out of position right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just make a tough call to save.
I mean, I think this is the right call. They've got the lead to work with, Mark. They've got so much space to have
getting their goodies before exiting.
Well, that's important. You don't want to leave without your belongings. But their money is actually really good. Like, their economy is pretty solid. Obviously, if they were to lose this round and not save anything, it would be far less so. But the fact remains that they're going to have tons of money in residuals. Zeddy a little bit disconnected from the rest of the squad. If Flamengo just, like, run him down, that could be scary. But they're not going to do that. They'll hold with what they've got.
Down to 12 here. Honestly, Vincent, maybe it's about time we like bring this up. Obviously, with the Americas being interconnected now. Just to mention this, right? You have Game Hunters. We were talking about them headed up to an American Tier 2 LAN tournament later next month to continue to get that going. Just with the point I'm trying to make that we share these tournaments. There was that big announcement today that there's a 32-team LAN tournament in the A that is going to have qualification to ESL Pro League. Yeah, you better get your passports, my South American friends.
True, but make sure you bring a suitcase. It's a BYOC event.
Yeah, man. That's a little spicy. No, a little spice and dicey.
I think I'm putting together a team. Zeddy can join anytime. Noko, though, puts him to bed, puts him to rest fast. As they slide out towards B. Slash gonna get smoked off. Okay. I knew there was a couple of smokes in the air. It is well put. They take their time with this thing and get the bomb down, or not.
Perfect.
Just kidding.
Molotov right on top of it, trying to get this on the way, and it's a flick to the left side, and Lash can't get it. Crawling forward, Annie Pack sticking out from VSM. It's Misfit, the Opper, up to make it go. He's got the AK in hand, and now back to this pillar. He's got to make it go. Jumping into his lap is Lash, but now Dio Zera squared up, and Dio Zera will meet you in the ring every time, and he hits you on the chin for 12. Flamengo, they'll be bustling to their feet now.
Big ask for Misfit, who already had a 1v3 clutch on the rifle. He's got to do it again right there, and it's just a huge attempt, but it's not quite there. He does a phenomenal job of actually isolating every duel, but it's unfortunately still not a victory, thanks to Dio Zera. A big clutch for him as the young gun puts Elevate on 12. Flamengo take their final tack timeout. All of the tack timeouts used, by the way. First time all series that's been true. First time all series that we're going to get a hint and a peek at round 23 as well.
Oh.
Poor guy.
Today's
Poor fellow.
Just passed out.
I'm going to get him some water. It's probably heat exhaustion.
Up. Bro, wake up. Been out here all day in this ancient heat, man.
It's getting hot in here.
Probably pretty hot in Italy as well. It's where Inferno is canonically taking place. Nuke is in the United States, right?
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
Don't think so.
All right, Google search.
I'm pretty sure it's in, like, Russia or something.
Yeah, that's why it says Cedar Hill in English. Oh, in the trailer, okay, not the current version, it takes place in Hers, Germany. But in the current version, the Cedar Creek Nuclear Power Plant is situated in the Rust Belt of the United States.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Yeah, get trivia, buddy.
I mean, I gotta let you get one every once in a while, little guy.
Okay, those are fighting words, pal. Those are fighting words.
You know, I usually bring the trivia. I felt
that's
like
actually true.
One.
That's actually true.
Yeah, I think unfortunately CK not visiting the sites of either Nuke nor Inferno at the moment. Where's Ancient canonically take place? Do you know?
Dude, somewhere, man. Fine. It's worth another toss of it.
What, I was gonna
The
say
Google AI thought I was talking about Minecraft, so
not that one.
likely in Central America, according to
I was gonna say,
the
I feel like this like has
ancient CS wiki.
maybe Mayan vibes. I'm not
Ooh.
all that high up on my ancient like Central America tribe history though.
Everybody suddenly became an expert in 2012, though.
That's true.
Yeah, that had me like shook as a 7-year-old or however the heck old I was.
Surely you were.
I was 10 years old in 2010. 2012.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
I'm not getting any younger here. And this tech pause ready to go. But dude, I mean,
CK's out. Come on, get it together, pal.
oh God, that's crazy from you.
That's what you said.
But you can't handle it when they say caster start game, huh?
True, my feelings do get hurt.
Yeah, that's unlawful though.
So
They
for
should
that
write that in
reason-
a Twitch TOS that they can't write that.
don't worry, we have a YouTube stream too.
There you go.
This is a bit of a tough situation that we've just been told. CK's out. Unfortunately, the power's out. So not quite sure what the ETA on that is. We're gonna hit a break, and then hopefully we'll have more information for you real soon.
Always wonder what comes next.
Look, guys, online Counter-Strike comes with some online problems, man. You know what? If the power went out in the LAN center and all 10 of us couldn't play, then that would be fine. That might be something we could deal with here. But, Vinny, I see that, unfortunately, we have been waiting along. And, for it, obviously, it's annoying occurrence, but there is never a point at which, in the server, you want these players to deal with the tech pause at that point in the series. And unfortunately, it kind of went about the worst it could have went. Unfortunately, our friend CK Zhao could not find himself back into the server here. So after the allotted time and the rules and the protocols that we do have here at CCT, we are going to be giving Elevate a technical loss here tonight, even though they were up at 12-10, right? And we're just getting ready to put in their victory there. It's no overtime needed out here tonight, but you're still going to be getting that win on the Flamengo side. Welcome to the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, probably not the fashion in which they would like it, but it's just the fashion in which it's going to be the case. I really feel for Elevate on this one. But yeah, technical issues notwithstanding, it's one of those facts of life, those frustrations. But I think the good news is for them, this is definitely an annoying situation, but not one that they are incapable of bouncing back from. So I'm definitely looking forward to what they can bring. And I think that, likely to be able to continue forward. Unfortunately, that's just not going to happen.
No, it will unfortunately not. And, it's really definitely a bummer considering, the great series that we had, a lot of the praises that we had for Elevate and, where they were potentially going to be putting up a surprise result on that third Ancient, which you're just not going to be getting. And it is a bit of a bummer, like I said. But hey, man, it is not all of that gloom. We still have the 0-2s and the 1-1s to happen here tomorrow, Vincent, which is going to be great trotting along. You're going to have Zephyr and Lucy and Roy and Evan Toon to be taking that all the way down for BO3. Some great ones to watch alongside. So I would be there if you can. From Vincent and I, we wish you all well. Have a great rest of your night and make sure to support the rest of Series 1 here in South America. Much Swiss and then playoffs to come after about a week's time. So we will be seeing you later. Thank you once again from all of our production staff out here. It was another great day. CCT in South America. But we bid you all a great rest of your night. Bye-bye.